right?
Correct.
I guess what you were saying is that, hey, I'm analyzing the law. If any of this foolishness is true, this might be the criminal violations, right?
That would be accurate.
And you know for a fact that you're not supposed to come into a court like this and testify about what somebody might or may have done. Isn't that right?
I was answering the questions that were asked.
You would have never, have you ever been in court before as a prosecutor?
I have.
So you know for a fact that that is not proper, don't you?
This is not a criminal trial.
Right. It's not proper to go into a court and testify on live stream and to jurors about something that someone might have done. That's incredibly misleading, incredibly prejudicial, and wrong, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor, to asked and answers mischaracterizes the evidence as presented by the witness.
Oh.
I was asked to identify the possible avenues of investigation that I outlined in the memo to the district attorney.
Possible, maybe, potentially. We don't know, right? You don't know at all, do you?
I don't understand that question.
You were just sitting up there and making a bunch of silly guesses, weren't you?
I would not agree with that.
And you just testified in this historic impeachment proceeding in response to the House's questions about all of the potentials or the maybes or the possibilities, right?
I was talking about the memo that I wrote for the district attorney outlining the avenues of investigation had the feds not waved us off and we had moved forward.
The feds waved you off, you say?
Yes.
Y'all were excited about this. We got a chance to get Ken Paxton, isn't that true?
That's not accurate.
Let's look at Eric, AG Exhibit 170, Brickman 202. You tell me if this is right. It's in evidence. Bring that right there on 10/27/2020, Eric. Right there, Eric. Let me just read this so we'll understand what y'all really were up to. My phone conference with Margaret Moore and her team went well today. They are excited about pursuing this investigation and will coordinate their efforts with the U.S. Attorney Office so that both pursuits complement each other. They obviously want to move quickly as they have time constraints. They are not going to wait on the feds. Did I read that right?
You read it correctly, yes.
Mm-hmm. So the DA's office of Travis County, Margaret Moore, she Democrat, Republican?
She's a Democrat.
Okay, so the elected Democrat district attorney of Travis County was excited. She had a chance to go after Ken Paxton for just an entire litany of things, according to your little memo, right?
I disagree with the description of excited.
And you're telling me that the feds waved her off. That's what you're telling me?
Correct.
The feds under whom? Who was in charge of the feds?
At that time, I believe it was still Attorney General Barr.
Okay, who was the president at that point in time?
Donald Trump.
Oh, think about that for a minute. You're telling me that this elected Democrat, who you claim the maybes, the possibilities, the potential, all kinds of crimes, that she, as an elected Democrat, decided stand down. Donald Trump said stand down. You think that we really believe that foolishness? Do you think we believe that?
I have no idea what
Nobody believes that. And you don't believe it either.
Your Honor, I object, sir, thank you, to the form of the question and offering an opinion that he is not entitled to offer in testimony.
Sustain. You don't believe that either, do you?
I don't even know what you're saying right now. What was your question?
Now, you had told us that potentially, possibly, maybe abuse of official capacity, right?
Correct.
Potential, maybe, who knows? Acceptance of gift to a public servant?
Correct.
No clue if that was true or not, was there? You had no clue. Did you?
Can I explain the purpose
I'm
of the
asking
memo?
you whether you had any clue that any of those things were true.
Based upon the information provided by the 3 witnesses that we had interviewed, yes, it appeared that it was true.
You thought it was true, so you had probable cause to make an arrest, and that's what you did, right?
No, a preliminary investigation is to determine whether or not to move forward with an investigation. That was the stage we were at.
Probable cause means you have enough for an arrest, right?
Probable cause would give rise to justification for an arrest.
You didn't have justification for an arrest, did you?
We were at the point of making a determination of whether to move forward with an investigation.
There was no indictment, right?
Correct.
There was no arrest, right?
Correct.
And yet, you came here in front of all these fine people and told us a bunch of maybes. Isn't that right?
I came here and answered questions about the memo.
Mm-hmm. And looking at this litany that the lawyer wanted to put into evidence, one of those was possibly, maybe, who knows, engaging in organized criminal activity, right?
That is something I outlined in the memo.
That sounds bad, doesn't it?
It's an offense under the penal code.
That sounds like there's something really going on bad at the AG's office, right?
That is your characterization of that.
That's something you'd never want to be a part of, right?
I don't understand your
Well,
question.
I'm just trying to figure out. I mean, if that's what's going on at the AG's office, if you really believe that, you certainly would never want to be a part of it, right?
I'm not an employee of the Attorney General's office.
I mean, my point is, you would never engage in such activity, would you? This maybe activity you talked about?
The activity that was being alleged on the part of Mr. Paxton?
You would never engage in any of these so-called potential crimes yourself, would you?
Correct.
You would never want to be a part of anything like that, would you?
That is correct.
You wouldn't want to be associated with something like that, would you?
That is correct.
You have dedicated your life, you claim, to the rule of law, right?
Correct.
And so there is no way you would ever want to be associated or affiliated with that kind of criminal conduct. Isn't that right?
I'm not following your line of questioning. You're talking about the conduct described in the memo about Mr. Paxton after the interview of the 3 witnesses?
I'm talking about organized criminal activity. You'd never want to be a part of that.
Correct.
I mean, if you really believe that, you certainly wouldn't want to be a part of it, right?
Correct.
You applied for a job at the AG's office, didn't you?
I did.
Let's make sure we let that sink in. You applied for a job after this silly memo you wrote, didn't you?
Yes.
Let it sink in. You wrote this silly memo where you talked about potential violations of law, and months later, you applied to work at the AG's office, didn't you?
That is correct.
And you know what the kicker is? Who wrote your letter of recommendation?
Margaret Moore. She wrote a general letter of recommendation that I could use with any employer. It was not specific for that job.
She wrote you a letter of recommendation. This whole thing should be dismissed. Don't you agree?
No.
Yeah. I think the point has been made. Your Honor, I pass the witness.
Your witness on redirect.
Dang, that was brutal. Busby
Thank you, Mr.
is
President.
definitely the baddest attorney there.
Mr. Cox, did you speak with the elected district attorney Moore to determine whether or not there was an ongoing active investigation at the Travis County District Attorney's Office?
Please ask that again.
Fair enough. You indicated to us that prior to writing your October 28, 2020 memo, you had had a conversation with Margaret Moore. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Did you learn whether or not there was an ongoing investigation at the Travis County District Attorney's Office concerning the allegations made by Nate Paul?
Objection. The question calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you review documents, or did you ask for any documents? You personally asked for any documents that would show whether or not there was an ongoing active investigation concerning the complaints made by Nate Paul?
Now he's asking to testify about documents not in evidence, hearsay, and best
Honor.
evidence rule.
If I may, Your Honor, best evidence.
Sustained.
Did you have an opinion as to whether or not there was an ongoing investigation of the complaints made by Nate Paul?
Objection. His opinion is completely irrelevant.
Your Honor, we've established that under Rule 701 and others as a testifying witness, he's allowed to testify to what his opinion is based on the evidence as he knew it.
I didn't say that he was an expert, Your Honor. He's not an expert. That's improper.
And as Mr. Busby
You
knows,
guys are
without making
complete
these foolish
clown.
arguments, 701 deals with lay witness opinions.
Sustained.
If we could please, Ms. Manella, play Exhibit 249.
And this goes beyond the scope of the cross.
And Your Honor, as you know,
He's
that,
expanding, if I can finish, please. I'm sorry, sir.
of course,
He's expanding the recross or his redirect. It's improper. He never mentioned that video that went into evidence, so he can't talk about it now.
if I may, Mr. President,
Under the rules, it was very clear in the rules that the senators passed 25-3, that redirect would have to be on what was already covered.
I apologize then, Your Honor. I didn't understand the rule as it relates to that specific issue. We'll provide the testimony through an additional witness. Thank you,
This
sir.
clown.
Pass the witness.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Are you both finished with the witness?
Yes,
Dismissed?
Your Honor.
Okay. You are able to go. Okay. Before we call the witness, I want to be correct. Not in the rules, being on direct to direct was what we discussed when we all met now 2 weeks ago, that redirect would be on what was brought into testimony on direct. That's what we discussed. You may bring in the witness.
Good morning, everybody. This is just a recap of the last bit of the trial yesterday. I wanted to show you guys a little bit of Busby. He is the best attorney that I've ever seen. And all of Ken Paxton's attorneys are great. But there's something special about Busby. He is really efficient, he's swift, and he's totally devastating. So I really like him. I wanted to show a little bit of him taking apart the witnesses. Now, yeah, I'm live streaming a restream of my own stream, but it's just to cover. And they do have the Senate is nearly convened, but I'm not sharing that yet. So I was just doing a recap so that you could see a little bit of what happened at the end of the day yesterday. If you're like me, you can't really sit around all day and do this, so it gets to the point where you have to I have to run some errands, but I'll be back. So the last part was them interviewing this. Let's see if I can get to it. Let me skip to right here. Terry streaming straight from the Senate's web.
Try to stay closer than you would ordinarily stay with a microphone. I'd appreciate it.
Will do.
All right. Would you state your name, please?
Again, just a
My
recap
name-
from
full
yesterday
name is Margaret
until they start. And I will
McCarthy
jump
Moore.
right on as soon as they
Ms.
start at
Moore,
9
how are
a.m.
you? I'm
Thank
gonna
you guys
go
for
through with
being
you
here.
a-
Feel free to leave comments on the
a
Rumble chat, on Pilled, on
a little bit
Foxhole.
of history of your
Donations are not
background and
required,
all,
but they are
but I wanna
accepted.
really
They're
kinda
they
relate it
help
to your
quite a
your
lot. So
personal-
thank you guys.
Professional background. Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Waco, Texas.
And did you live in Waco all the way through high school?
I did.
And after high school, what did you do?
I came to the University of Texas here in Austin.
And did you attend and graduate?
I did. Earned a BBA in accounting in 1970, and then I started law school here.
All right. After graduate school or after law school, what year did you become licensed to practice in the state of Texas?
1973.
And then what did you do?
At that time, I was working in the legislature. In 1973, I was working in the House. I got my license, passed the bar in April of that year. I ended up coming back and working the Constitutional Convention in 74, and worked in 1975 during the session, and then when I became a lawyer, I really wanted to be in the courtroom, so I was able to. I was appointed the juvenile public defender for Travis County in 1976.
All right, and then you had a series of other jobs. What led you into where you became the elected district attorney of Travis County?
Well, I was hired as an assistant district attorney in 1977. I had gotten to know Ronnie Earl when he was in the legislature, and he gave me a job in the DA's office.
How long were you there?
I was there until I was elected county attorney in 1980. I took office in 1981.
As the county attorney?
Yes.
How long were you the county attorney in
4
Travis?
years.
Pardon me?
4 years.
Okay. And then after your tour, would that be like 1985?
Correct.
And then what was your next position?
Mommy.
All right.
I had a daughter, and I remarried in 1984, and we had 2 sons, one in 85 and one in 87. And my husband was a litigator, so we made the family decision that somebody ought to be home with these kids. So I did not go back into the practice of law until much later. I did, though, during that time. I did serve twice on the Travis County Commissioners Court as an appointee to fulfill unexpired terms.
What year did you become the elected district attorney for Travis County?
Well, I was elected in 2016, and I took office January 2017.
All right. So some of the things we're going to be talking about occurred in 2020. You were, of course, a Democrat, correct?
That is correct.
And then what was the outcome of the March 2020 primary? Or really, I think there was a runoff, was there not, in the race, in the primary?
2020, I was defeated in a runoff in July.
Right. So from July of 2020, you were in effect a lame duck to the end of the year, were you not?
Yes.
Right.
How
Not
flattering.
a phrase we all enjoy, but it was a reality, correct?
Correct.
All right, I want to take your attention, if I can, to Attorney General Paxton. Had you had a particular mission and intent as to the kind of relationship you hoped to have with Attorney General Paxton, as you were the elected district attorney as a Democrat, and he was the elected Attorney General as a Republican?
Well, and in general, my aim as district attorney was to establish good relationships between the Travis County District Attorney's Office and all of the law enforcement agencies. And that included the Attorney General's Office. I did work there under General Abbott for 9.5 years, so that was an office that I had a particular fondness for.
Well, I appreciate that. So at the time that General Paxton was the Attorney General and you were the district attorney, you had how many years experience previously working for the Attorney General's office?
9.5.
And what year, what was that, when was that era?
I went to work there in 2000. Sorry.
That's okay.
2005 to 2014.
And was Governor Abbott at that time the Attorney General?
He was.
Was he the Attorney General for the entire time you worked for the Attorney General's office?
Yes, he was.
All right. Now, how would you describe into the period of May, June, or whatever of 2020, how would you describe your relationship and dealings with the Attorney General?
He had, General Paxton himself had been, I considered him a friend. I didn't know him well, but he'd been very generous with helping with matters that we asked him to help with. I considered him a friend.
All right. In May of 2020, did you become aware of any type of request that he was making regarding a particular matter?
Yes.
And what was that, and how did you become aware?
My first assistant was Melinda Monford. known as Mindy Monford, and she told me, informed me about
authorize or agree to any type of meeting with the Attorney General on behalf of members of your staff.
of course.
All right. And when you say, of course, what do you mean?
I did consider him a friend, and I'd considered the relationship between the DA's office and the Attorney General's
Okay, guys,
office
I'm back
to be
now. I'm giving my live commentary, streaming
very
it straight from the
important
Senate's
working
website.
relationship. So
Answer any
an elected
questions.
official, the highest
That's right.
legal
Ship is
officer in
sinking.
the land,
Hello, Tim
wants to have a
Doler.
meeting with
All right.
me or my
Ignore
folks,
me.
it's
Glad you're
going to
having
be
a.
yes.
Okay, glad you're enjoying it,
And
Tim.
who attended this meeting?
This is
and
me from
what type
yesterday.
of meeting
They're
was
not
it?
live yet.
Were you
How are
informed as to
you,
where it
Subpac
was?
Vet?
or
Be
not?
back when they go live for
It was
today.
a lunch meeting
Hello.
to discuss
Finder, Truett,
a
of
case
course.
that the Attorney General felt should be
Thank you guys for
investigated
being
by
here.
the DA's office.
Y'all comment, like,
So
share
was
this out,
the
please, so
original
people understand
contact
what's
then
going on.
with
Please
a
like and share
proposal
this out.
for the by the Attorney General for the District Attorney's Office to investigate a particular case?
It was directly
We are
between
working on getting our website back
General
up and
Paxton
running right
and
now.
Ms. Monford.
Had you ever yourself at this time before heard the name of Nate Paul?
Not that I recall.
All right. And then were you present at the meeting?
No.
And to your knowledge, who was present at the meeting?
Mindy Monford, Don Clemmer, who is my director over special crimes, Mr. Paxton, Mr. Paul, and Mr. Wynn, an attorney from Houston that representing Mr. Paul.
All right. Now, at this lunch, did you know anything about whether there was perhaps another person? Have you ever heard of a Mr. Drew Wicker?
I have not.
So do you have any knowledge one way or the other as to whether he was at that lunch?
I do not have that knowledge.
When the lunch was over, did Mr. Clemmer and Ms. Monford come back to report on it to you?
Yes, they did.
And as a result of what they reported, what was your reaction as to what y'all intended to do with the Attorney General's recommendation, or request rather?
Well, the allegations that were reported to me that Mr. Paul turned out to be his complaints that Mr. Paul brought to Mindy and Mr. Clemmer were ridiculous. And their communication to me was to that effect, and I agreed with them after they described it to me.
Can I have exhibit, which is in evidence 88, up on the screen, please, or on the iPad, please? Is that 68 instead? Do I have the wrong number? I'm trying to read handwriting on here.
Are you talking about the first referral?
That's the right exhibit.
68.
Do I have the right number?
Yes.
68? Thank you. Now, did you become aware, and was the issue as to what to do about a complaint by Mr. Nate Paul that he wanted to have investigated by the DA's office?
Yes.
All right. And once you found out enough about it, did you actually read the complaint that is before you, is on the screen rather, is 68? If we could go over to the other page where it says request to investigate. Did you know anything about, do you recall when you reviewed it and formed whatever opinions you had about it?
I do not recall when.
All right. But did you ultimately become aware of what the allegations were here and what the contentions were?
Oh, yes. I was aware of the allegations, but I didn't see the RTI until later. If I did it,
So
I don't know when that was.
What was your position as to what your office was going to do with this complaint?
Well, it was going nowhere.
All right. But if it was going to go nowhere, what do you mean by that?
I mean, it would have been handled like with courtesy. You hear fill out the form, and then it would have been followed up by a rejection letter.
Does the rest of this exhibit, if you could, Stacy, just go through, give about 5 seconds on each page and ask if this document showing her is the kind of form and complaint that your office would do. And I want to go particularly to the page. I want to make sure that we're not publishing any of the identifying data on the complaint. So here you see the signature of Mr. Paul. You notice, now, do y'all request that they swear to these complaints, or is that there in case they choose to?
No, it's a practice that they swear to the complaint.
Okay, you stay with that microphone, ma'am. Pretty please. All right. Now, this, of course, has a place for somebody to notarize and swear to it if they choose to, correct?
Correct.
And what is the policy in your office ordinarily? Do people swear to these complaints? Are they asked to, or what's customarily done?
My belief is that they were asked to swear to it.
All right. Well, we notice here that this didn't happen here, correct?
It did not.
All right. Now, on the next page, I don't want to show the people over. I'm going to read you some names, but with no identifying data on the screen until it gets taken out. And I don't know whether it's been taken out of this particular screen. I'm going to just read names to you without us publishing them and see if you recall these names being names that were proposed that they would be investigated based on this document. Mr. Saban, Mr. Preston Joy, Mr. Jason Ernst, Mr. Alan View, Ms. Gupta, a Judge Mark Lane, and then a series of other, one other person, some others. Now, were you aware of the nature of who some of these people were at the time you were informed about this?
Absolutely.
And is this another reason that you're saying it wasn't going anywhere?
It was going nowhere in my office.
And does that mean that y'all had no intention of either investigating or prosecuting with this kind of allegation?
None whatsoever.
If we can, Stacy, if we can move over now, skip the people and go to Bates number 68. Excuse me, Bates number 9036, 9037. And I want to represent to you, this is Mr. Paul laying out what his contentions are so. And ultimately, did you folks decide what you were going to do with this case? That's fine, you can take it down, thank you. What were you going to do with this case if it was going to go nowhere? What did you do?
I decided to send it to David Maxwell.
And by the time you were going to send it to Mr. Maxwell, how long had you known him, and what was your view of his competence and ability, et cetera?
Well, I don't remember how long
And I want you to get back to that microphone.
I said I don't remember how long I knew of his reputation because I worked in the AG's office. I thought very highly of him. I knew that he was a former Ranger, and I'd working with the Rangers. He had a very, very stellar reputation as an investigator. I decided to send it to him because I was quite confident that he would view this complaint the same way I did.
And so, what you thought when you sent it, when you came up with the idea of sending it to the AG's office, why did you send it to the AG's office instead of just politely telling Mr. Paul, no dice, nice to have met you, we're not going to do anything?
Because I didn't want to offend Mr. Paxton.
If in fact Mr. Paul had come on his own, not being sponsored with the Attorney General, and made the same complaint, what would you have done?
We would have sent a rejection letter.
Pardon me?
We would have sent a rejection letter.
All right. But because it was sponsored to you by the Attorney General, what did you do?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. There's been no evidence of any sort of, quote, sponsor. So I object to that.
We just had a luncheon in which he sponsored it. I don't know what he means.
Overruled.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Had it not been for Mr. Paxton's personal interest, it would have been handled routinely. But because I valued the relationship with Mr. Paxton and considered him to have been a friend, I didn't I didn't want to offend him, and so this seemed to be a delicate way of having
So
the
this
matter
is basically, she's just
reach
exposed how
So
it is with the
conclusion.
deep state.
Yeah.
They're not going to take
So,
complaints
let me
about
ask you,
FBI abuses seriously. That's
if
what she
you
just said. This is me live
sent
today.
it
This is
over
me
to him,
on Tuesday. What's today?
if I
Tuesday?
can,
This is me
can
Tuesday,
I
September
have
12th. But some of the me you hear is me from yesterday.
668,
We're about to go
please?
live with the actual impeachment. They're just still kind of milling around. So I'm just showing this recap from
This is
yesterday
in evidence, Your Honor.
before they start on today, Tuesday the 19th. So, but yeah, did you hear what she just said? And the complaint from Nate Paul that they're talking about
Yeah,
is
actually, it's
about
AG
FBI
68.
abuses.
Again, I'm
That
misreading
the
handwriting, and I apologize
warrants
for it.
were changed
All right.
after they were served, after they were actually conducted,
I'm
and
sorry.
Nate Paul wasn't left with a
Let's
copy of
go
his
to
warrant.
124.
And everyone wants to know what was going on with Nate
Now,
Paul at this point.
Can you read this?
Why is the FBI targeting
All right.
Nate
Yes, I
Paul,
can.
a young
And
real
can
estate
you
tycoon
identify what
in
it is,
Travis
please?
County, Texas? What is going
This
on?
is a letter from Don Clemmer to Brandon Kamek, sending a second complaint that Mr. Paul filed with our office.
I'm sorry. This is a second referral.
Yes,
I wanted to go to the first referral. I apologize. I'm probably giving you the wrong number. Stacy, I want the first referral, please. Thank you. Now, if you would look at this, this letter is signed by whom? Signed by whom? There, you can see below.
by Don Clemmer.
All right. Was this letter written at your suggestion?
Yes, it was written after we discussed what I wanted it to say.
Did you instruct or discuss with Mr. Clemmer the language he would use in describing to Mr. Maxwell while he was sending it?
Yes.
All right. I want to particularly to look at the last sentence where it says, or the next to last sentence, the last two sentences. However, since an employee of the Department of Public Safety is one of the subjects of the complaint, referral to the Rangers would appear inappropriate. I'm therefore requesting that your agency conduct the review. Did you?
I think the one thing we ascertained is that there was indeed an active federal investigation. And other than that, no.
All right. And did you at any time intend and expect the Attorney General's office to conduct an investigation?
No.
And in fact, this letter doesn't ask for an investigation, does it?
No.
This letter says for them to do what with it?
Review it.
And by that language, knowing and with Mr. Clemmer, having worked with David Maxwell, what did you want to make sure that Mr. Maxwell understood that language meant when you sent it to him?
Objection, Your Honor. This witness did not send this letter. Mr. Clemmer would be the one to answer that question.
What she
Can I finish my objection, please? Mr. Clemmer
how
would be.
long? Not if you keep using my time.
Stop. Court reporter can't report,
I understand.
record
I
accurately.
am going to request, though, that this man learn to object the way it's supposed to be. Otherwise, he's using up our time unnecessarily. He's been speaking through the objections all day, and I respectfully ask that the court to keep that in mind.
State your objections.
Thank you.
I sustain the objection. Continue.
All right. Now, what did you expect is what I'm asking. Not somebody else, but what did you expect when you sent that kind of language over there?
Objection, speculation.
No, I asked what she expected. I'm not asking her what she expected. Let me put it this way. What did you expect and want to happen?
Overruled. Go ahead.
I expected David Maxwell and any of the criminal lawyers in the AG's office would view this matter as absolutely baseless and not worthy of investigation. I expected it to be a dead issue on arrival.
And in fact, did you give Mr. Clemmer
sorry about that.
instructions to call Mr. Paxton ahead of time and warn him it's coming? Mr. Waxwell, not Mr. Patton.
Yes, I did.
And-
I did not want David Maxwell to think that I didn't have that good enough sense to know this was ridiculous.
All right. Now,
I
during
understand that they
when
don't
it
want to
happened,
acknowledge
did
that there
you
could be such
ever
a widespread
authorize
negligence or
and
abuse of
Mr.
office.
Kamek or
But hello,
anyone
they're
else
trying to impeach Paxton
associated
for that.
with the Attorney General's office? Did you
So
yourself authorize them
outlandish
to
is
conduct
it,
any kind of criminal
the conspiracy
investigation?
theory
No.
that somebody was abusing their office
Did you appoint
to either
anyone
hurt Nate
as a
Paul or
special
benefit him,
prosecutor?
right?
No,
Did you appoint anyone as a pro tem prosecutor?
no,
Tell the jury the distinction in your mind of what a special prosecutor is, if such a position exists, what a pro tem and prosecutor is, and what you did or did not do as a result.
a pro tem district attorney is appointed when the district attorney recuses. And that's a formal process. It requires the district attorney to ask the court's permission
What she's about to outline
recuse.
is that they
And when the
basically
court does
did
recuse,
nothing
a
about this
pro tem
complaint,
is
and they
appointed
sent
to
it
take the
to
place of the
Paxton.
district attorney.
And what is the
And
process that happens?
Paxton
I mean, is
accepted
there
it,
very, as you mentioned, formal
but
process?
when they sent it to him, they told
Let's
him, they're like,
say
this is crazy, this is
that
crazy stuff.
The attorney,
They never
your
took it
office
seriously from the beginning.
concludes
Paxton was the
it's
only one
wrong
that took
and
Nate Paul's
appropriate for
complaints
you to
about
conduct a
FBI warrant
lawsuit
abuse
as a matter
seriously.
of ethics or public policy and decide that you're going to recuse yourself and ask an attorney pro tem, would it be, to be
Yes.
appointed? And that would be like a DA in an adjoining county?
That is the law now. Or it could be the attorney general's office.
All right.
We had that,
And
an
then
instance of that.
if you decide to do that, though, what would the process be?
A motion would be made in court,
A written motion?
correct?
All right. A written motion is made to a judge, and what would that written motion say?
It would say that the district attorney, because of a conflict or for whatever other reason, it's usually a conflict, is asking the court's permission to recuse. And the court then please appoint a district attorney pro tem to handle, and it's always a specific matter.
All right. And did any of that, and then does the judge ultimately, for it to be effective, enter an order?
The judge rules on the motion and enters an order, and usually at that time has found someone to be appointed. It is, not uncommon to assist the judge in finding someone. But I've also had a judge say who she wanted.
Right. So if one is appointed pro tem, it ultimately results in a judicial order, does it not?
It does.
All right. Did that happen in any way? Any of those procedures you described, any of that happened involving anybody being asked to look into the complaint of Mr. Paul?
No.
Now, how would a special prosecutor work if you were going to appoint a special prosecutor?
Well, the way we use the term special prosecutor, in my experience, has been that the district attorney appoints someone to handle a special matter, and that person is not on the payroll of the district attorney, but is sworn in by the district attorney and becomes essentially like any other assistant DA. It's under this. When the pro tem is appointed, the DA loses all control over the lawsuit. The DA is out of it. And it's with a special prosecutor, the district attorney continues to supervise the handling of the case.
And are they actually sworn in by a judge?
No, they're sworn in by me.
All right. Did you do any of that in this case?
No.
So was either a attorney pro tem or a special prosecutor under that term, were either of those positions
This is how mad they are that
engaged in
Paxton
by you
hired
on this complaint
outside
of Mr.
counsel when
Paul?
his entire team was already
No, they were
dismissing
not.
Nate Paul's
And when
complaints
this
without any
file went from
investigation.
you to the
Of
Attorney
course he
General's
hired
office
outside
following
counsel.
the letter of Mr. Clemmer, by that time, had you hired, retained, appointed, sworn in, any of those things, any lawyer to look into and work with you on the complaint of Mr. Paul?
No,
The Attorney
And
General
after
has the
that
authority
case
to assign
file
somebody to look
left
into
you
that too.
and went to the AG's office, did you in your office have anything to do with investigating that file?
no, we did not.
Other than helping Mr. Kamek get his grand jury subpoenas, other than that, did you do anything to assist Mr. Kamek in investigating this case?
No,
And did anybody in the Attorney General's office ask you to aid in any way, Mr. Kamek?
no,
Did the Attorney General ever ask you in any way to aid Mr. Kamek?
he did not ask me. I don't know that he asked anyone.
So was Mr. Kamek ever hired or employed by your office in any way?
No,
I believe I have the right number. I just want to make, if I could check.
They're kind of just throwing a fit over Brandon
This is
Kamek.
a video that is in evidence. I'm going to ask Stacy, Exhibit 249. I'm going to ask her to cue it up and play it for the jury, please. And I will ask you to listen, then I'll have a question afterwards.
I want to talk about the appointment of special prosecutors, and I don't know if you or the general need to answer that. Is it rare for your office to appoint a special prosecutor?
So is this a general question about special prosecutors? Is that
Just for the AG's office in general.
okay?
Yeah.
I'm happy to address that. So
I would actually rather if General Paxton would address it, but if,
he knows this like backwards and forwards. He's a prosecutor, so he knows this issue very well.
well, I'm wondering who hired Brandon Kamek. Was
that's right.
that you
So
or-
if I can address that.
Sure.
So our office entered into a contract with Brandon Kamek to be outside counsel. And so he was serving as outside counsel for the AG's office. Now, I have, through the process of, I started, as you know, in October after this happened, I have interviewed ADAs from Travis County, and I've seen documents from Travis County that prove the fact that the Travis County DA's office made Brandon Kamek a special prosecutor. We did not make Brandon Kamek a special prosecutor. That was within the purview of the Travis County DA's office. So the special prosecutor word gets confusing at times because there's two types. One type of
What is your testimony?
is a pro tem prosecutor, and a pro tem prosecutor can only be put in place when a DA's office recuses themselves from a case. And that's not what happened with the Brandon Kamek situation. We hired him to be outside counsel. That contract was signed by the general. And then he went to go work because he was hired on to assist the Travis County DA's office. And the news glosses this over. No one ever goes and looks at the Travis County DA's office's files. They don't give really deep interviews on these things. But the fact is, he went and said, I'm the guy that's going to be the outside counsel for the AG's office, and I'm here to assist on your investigation. And then through that process, he worked with them to get grand jury subpoenas, and that's how he became a special prosecutor.
And I'm aware of the difference. I actually wrote the legislation that determined on pro tem who could actually be appointed. So yes, I'm familiar with this.
no.
How untruthful is it? In what way?
Is astonishingly untruthful. There is no way that anyone could interpret the facts as my appointing Mr. Kamek as a special prosecutor. I couldn't pick him out of a lineup today. I don't know it.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Busby?
Hey, Ms. Moore,
Hello.
how are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good. Eric, could you pull up Article 5 the impeachment article so we can look at it real quick. As he's doing that, Ms. Moore, you're telling us all that there was never in this situation an attorney pro tem, true?
Correct.
Let's look at the article of impeachment. Article. You see the language, it says, Attorney General Warren Kenneth Paxton misused his official powers by violating the laws governing the appointment of prosecuting attorneys pro tem. See that?
I do.
There was never a prosecutor pro tem with relation to Mr. Kamek. Isn't that true?
There was not one appointed.
Okay. It sounds like when you learned about the complaint of Nate Paul, your initial gut reaction was, that is absolutely ridiculous what he's alleging. True?
True.
But you know, of course, that sometimes the FBI does in fact violate people's rights. Right?
I've never witnessed that.
But you certainly read the news reports about it, haven't you?
I've read news reports alleging that.
I mean, there's a lot of them, but did you hear about the FBI admitted flawed forensic testimony in 32 death penalty cases?
No.
How about when the FBI conducted improper searches of U.S. officials using a foreign database?
I don't know about that.
How about when the FBI improperly spied on activists?
This is why Busby's my favorite.
About that either.
And
I don't know how she missed all of that.
Database
I don't know how she missed it.
278,000 searches.
I didn't hear about that.
And the reason I keep
How did she not
asking
hear
you
about any of
these-
this stuff?
These repeated alleged FBI abuses is because when you first
She's
heard about
literally
this
in an
alleged
ivory tower.
FBI abuse,
I would say
the
under a
first
rock,
thing you
but
thought
ivory
was
tower is more
ridiculous,
accurate for
correct?
these deep state clowns.
No, that's not correct. That's
Did
not
you-
what I said.
You knew that a federal judge had ruled that FBI agents had conducted illegal searches of businesses.
I don't know what you're alluding to.
She has
How
no
the
idea
FBI
about that, you
violated the
guys.
privacy rights of tens of thousands of Americans.
Mr. Busby, I'm not aware of that article.
It seems to me that that might be something you make yourself aware of before you decide.
Excuse me, this is all irrelevant. Using it to attack one agency or another is irrelevant to what the Attorney General did in this case, and I object to being extremely irrelevant.
Your Honor.
Overruled.
Thank you.
But Judge, the second thing is he's testifying.
I'm asking.
Cost does not give him a right to simply sit up there in an unsworn way and make these kind of allegations. He's testifying and not asking a question.
Not making any allegation.
Please.
My question to the
Address the
witness.
witness properly.
Yes, Your Honor. My question to this witness who claimed or who said in her statement that she gave the Board of Managers that her initial reaction was this entire claim against the FBI was ridiculous. I'm just asking her whether she had heard very similar claims and had seen very similar claims reported all over the United States with regard to the FBI.
It does not allow him to be talking about irrelevant other circumstances, Your Honor, to make.
Okay, well,
he
he stopped. He stopped. You put a stop to that, right? We asked him to go straight, ask the questions properly. Go ahead.
Thank you.
May I answer?
I don't know. The lawyer's objecting. I don't know. I'll move on.
No, I'd like to answer because you misstated what I saw and why I responded that way.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't just against the FBI. It was a whole range of agencies. It was a conspiracy that I felt was absolutely incredible and without basis.
Mm-hmm.
That's not just the FBI, the Texas Rangers, the U.S. Marshal, the U.S. Magistrate, the U.S. Attorney's Office, all of those together, the Securities Board. That's why I considered it incredible.
Well, could you have just said, you know what? I don't think the Rangers would do that. I don't think the magistrate would do that. But you know what? That those FBI folks, they may have done that. You could have just investigated that, right? What you could have done.
Mr. Busby, I worked with the FBI.
Mhm.
I worked with the FBI to have a prisoner,
Excuse me with
an
that.
accused murderer surrender at the border the very first month I was in office.
See,
I
and
worked
this
with
is
the
where
FBI
this is how you
investigating the
become
bombings in this
the
city.
deep state.
I stood next to the U.S. attorney himself, watching assistant U.S. attorneys and FBI agents and other law enforcement officials drawing up search warrants to submit to a magistrate. I did not find this allegation of a broad conspiracy among all these
She
agencies
didn't
to
look
have any
for.
merit.
She didn't look at all.
Based on no investigation.
Yeah,
True.
exactly. I'm glad
Correct.
Busby's here.
So what you decided to do, rather than investigate it, you decided to refer it back to the AG's office, right?
I decided to send it to David Maxwell.
Yeah, you said part of the allegation was against the Texas Rangers, right?
Yes.
So you sent it to the
Because
Hall
they
of Fame Texas
also
Ranger.
they also
Didn't
weren't
you?
doing anything
Well, he was the chief
about the
investigator in the
complaints that
AG's
Nate
office.
Paul
Trying to
had
get
about
this right.
FBI warrant abuses.
You thought it would be inappropriate to send the allegation to the Texas Rangers, so you instead sent it to the Texas Ranger, right?
What I'd really like, I think would be truthful here is that I wasn't concerned about sending it to the Texas Rangers because it wasn't worth sending. I did think that the chief investigator in the Attorney General's office would view it
Wow.
the same way.
Wow.
So I'm just trying to remember who it was sent to. So one of the allegations was against the U.S. Attorney's office,
Yes.
and the referral was to a former U.S. attorney, right?
I don't know to whom you,
Mr. Penley, a former U.S. attorney.
Mr. Penley was not named in that letter. It was
Yeah.
specifically sent to David Maxwell.
Well, we all know now, and I know you weren't here and you wouldn't know this, but just so we're clear, the allegation, among others, was against Texas Rangers and U.S. Attorney's office, and you sent it to the AG's office, where the head of both of the divisions that would have looked at this would have been a Ranger and a U.S. Attorney. Did you realize that?
I didn't know Mr. Penley.
Let's look at the referral letter, AG 68.
I mean, it was a conspiracy. Clearly.
Eric, please.
Just to correct the record, I believe he mistakenly referred to Mr. Penley as a U.S. attorney, and I don't want that to stay unchallenged. He, of course,
yeah.
is an assistant U.S. attorney.
Anything they
suggesting
can,
that
any
this is
little
being looked
banana
at by
peel
a
they can
US
throw
attorney.
out.
A former assistant U.S. attorney. I think
I
we all know
wonder-
who he is. He testified.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, let's look at the
They
referral.
do this to act like any point
Clemmer at the time,
they can try to
worked
take,
for
they will,
you
because
in
they
the
need
office,
something.
right?
They have no case.
Yes.
Okay. He had the authority to send this letter, true?
Yes.
And he sent the letter to Mr. Maxwell. You've told us that, right?
Correct.
And he says, would typically forward such a complaint to the Public Integrity Unit of the Texas Rangers for review, right?
I don't know why they're getting started so
However,
late today,
since
you
an
guys.
employee
I
of the Department
apologize,
of Public
but at least
Safety
we get
is
to
one of the
recap
subjects
with
of the complaint,
General
referrals
Paxton's attorney,
to the Rangers
Busby.
would appear inappropriate, correct?
Yes, he says it.
Okay. Now, you also made a comment with Mr. Harden about, you typically would require someone making a criminal complaint to swear to the complaint. Is that right?
Yes, the form.
Is it
provides for
required?
that. I didn't review every single complaint, but it's my understanding we had that policy, yes.
That was the policy in the office, is to require the complainant to swear to the complaint?
Yes.
May I approach the witness? Do you see the document I've just handed you, ma'am?
I do.
And it's an email, is it not?
It is.
An email from whom to whom? From who to whom? Is
There's two, it appears.
Is this email from people
And
within
it's
your
both-
office?
Both of the emails on this piece of paper are from Todd Bircher to Don Clemmer. And then the next one is Todd Bircher to M. Wynn.
How do we move for admission of this piece of evidence?
Any objection?
No objection.
Admit to AG Exhibit 0242 into evidence.
Now we'll put on the screen Exhibit 242, which I think His Honor put in evidence, allowed into evidence. And let's just so we know what your underlings, Mr. Bircher was one of your subordinates, was he not?
He was.
And let's look at what he told Mr. Paul's lawyer in writing. I'm going to read it. You tell me if I get it right. Please see the attached RTI, which includes instructions on submitting your client's complaint. Feel free to contact me with any questions you may have. Again, no need to get a notary signature on it. That's what your people told Mr. Paul's lawyer. Isn't that true?
That's what this email says, yes.
And yet, there's been suggestion here that the complaint, Mr. Paul, a suggestion that he knew that was baloney, and that's why he didn't get it notarized. Did you know that was the suggestion being made? Did you know that was the suggestion being made?
I've been under the rules, so I haven't heard anything.
I figured that. But what we know specifically is exactly what Mr. Paul's lawyer was told is what he did. He did not get it notarized, did he?
No, he did not.
Now, I want to focus with you, if you would, on the second referral. It's in evidence, AG Exhibit 124. Let's take a look at that one. Were you aware that your subordinate, Mr. Clemmer, was sending a second referral?
I don't know when I became aware of that. It very possibly
You might have
was
wanted to be
after
aware of that
this.
before
I
you
don't know.
impeached
So it
Ken
could be the
Paxton for
case
hiring outside counsel, that there
when
was
Mr.
another
Clemmer
referral from another.
Sent a second referral directly to Mr. Kamek in Houston. You didn't have any idea about that at the time.
They practice no interdepartment
That
communication
could well be the
at the
case.
Travis
I
County
just
DA's
don't
office.
recall.
Now, certainly, Mr. Clemmer,
Just for that, she should be
common
impeached.
sense would dictate Mr.
Just for
Clemmer
that.
knew who Mr. Kamek was, right?
I don't know what he addresses this to him.
Right. He
Well,
knew
then-
who Mr. Kamek was. Otherwise, why would he send him the letter in Houston? The referral in Houston, right? That's common sense, isn't it?
Look at
It
her.
would appear.
Yeah. Okay.
Come on, woman.
Is it typical? Let me ask it this way. If a special prosecutor is appointed and an additional matter comes up within the office and they want to continue to use the special prosecutor, is that sometimes done?
That did not occur in my administration.
Mm-hmm. Now, I want to look at some things that were happening. Maybe you didn't know about them. Did you not realize that the people within your office were assisting Mr. Kamek in obtaining grand jury subpoenas?
I didn't know it until recently.
Okay. You had no idea that there were multiple people in your office who were guiding Mr. Kamek in obtaining grand jury subpoenas?
I did not.
But you will admit
You're
now
going to want to know that
you know
before
it
you
now,
impeach Ken
right?
Paxton
I do know it
over
now.
So let's be
hiring
clear.
Brandon Kamek.
Even though you didn't know
to
it,
investigate.
you admit that there were multiple people in your office who
Wouldn't-
were assisting Mr.
Wouldn't you
Kamek
think that's
in
something you'd
obtaining
want to
grand
know?
jury subpoenas related to both the first and second referral. Isn't that right?
That's what I believe to be the case.
Do you
Yes.
think she feels stupid yet? Or no? Do you think she doesn't feel stupid yet?
As an example,
Feel dumb yet?
Let me offer, hopefully without objection. I need to know if this is in evidence. House Managers Exhibit 186. We offer House Managers Exhibit 186. It's their exhibit. Copies?
It's not in
We offer
evidence yet. Any
House
objection?
Managers 186.
Mr. Harden, any objection?
Just to recap, because Attorney General Paxton's attorneys are badass, and meanwhile, the House managers have this man from North Carolina, who I got to admit is a decent attorney. I mean, they have no case, and he is manually pumping life back
They have
into
just
this.
a second more, Your Honor.
Yes.
And then
ma'am.
also the man behind him. See, obviously they have Bill Nye representing the House, so he's not a real scientist, and he's not a real attorney, and he's so anyway. I wonder if they'll coordinate their ties again today. And why, can I ask, maybe it's just me, but I think it's not the right time for bow ties. You know what I mean? Bow ties are like sort of,
I have no objection.
Admit 180, is it 186? Yes, 186 into evidence.
Yes, Your Honor.
They're
And
a
Eric,
little-
bring up House Managers Exhibit 186 that's now in evidence and go to the third page.
it's like wearing one of those caps that has the little like spinny wheel on top, you know, the multicolored caps.
Make it the fourth page, Eric, please.
It's got the little spinny propeller on top. For some reason, that's what the bow ties remind me of. Like when I see a bow tie, I always want to. And I used to wear that at the
Now, there's some
Halloween store when I worked
Email
there. I would wear that
traffic
little,
between
the little hat because it's silly.
Brandon Kamek and someone named Gayla Schwab. Do you know that person?
Yes.
Who is she?
Her position was bailiff of the grand jury.
Okay. And let's go to the next page, Eric. And notice here that Gayla Schwab, who's the legal secretary at the grand jury unit, is sending an email to Brandon Kamek. Do you see that there at the bottom?
No, not on this page. I'm seeing the email from Bailey Molinar.
Look at the email. It says, "Hi, Brandon. I was directed to forward your request to Don Clemmer, director of our Special Prosecution Division, to handle this matter." Do you see that?
No, that's not the page that's on my screen.
Well, my eyes are terrible, so I can't see really your screen. Eric, third page, Exhibit 186, email at the bottom to Brandon Kamek from Gayla Schwab.
All stuff that they should have wanted to know or should have
You see
tried
the
to
email
seek
where
out.
she is referring Mr. Kamek to one of your subordinates?
Before they go for impeachment. You know what I mean? Like before and not after and not in the middle
Yes,
of.
I see that.
And do you see Mr.
enlarging it?
But prior
hard.
to.
We're going to try to roll through this quickly.
Right.
And do you see that your subordinate, Mr. Clemmer's response to Mr. Kamek? Right above it?
Okay, everybody on Rumble, let me go and say
seen
what's
it,
up to
but
the
this
chat.
is
Have us
illegible.
just a minute.
About
Good
there
morning,
we go.
everyone. Hunter Sabo
He
says,
says,
good morning, everyone.
"Let me know what type of case this
PC Amani says
investigation
she's a
involves so I
Democrat
can
and
get the
she's
right
lying.
people to assist
Yes,
you."
I believe
Thanks.
you.
That's what he says to Mr. Kamek, right?
I think we agree.
Yes.
PC
He
Amani says
"Kamek,
Buster also
let me
caught her
know what
lying when she
case
was
this
asked
is so I can get the right
if
folks
she was
to help you,"
excited to get
right?
Paxton.
What he said.
Yeah.
Okay, and then
They have her email that said we got him.
Your
That will
Honor,
probably come
excuse
up.
me,
Yeah,
excuse me, Mr. Busby.
absolutely.
Can I ask if the witness would like a paper copy to have in front of her? If so, I'll be glad to give.
Absolutely, PC Amani. You said, okay, I just muted it just because
Okay.
sometimes it gets a little
Just
bit
trying
loud.
to slow it
All of
down.
us
We can read it.
all of us need it enlarged.
Yeah.
Yep.
She
we'll
was
enlarge every
obviously
alert
excited
very
about
well, best
getting
I can.
him. That's
I
what,
can't see it either,
you
Ms.
know.
Moore.
Over on Pilled. All
And do you
right.
see
What's
Mr.
up?
Kamak's
Says a lot of
response?
people. Good morning,
Bring it
Patriot
up. It
Drummer. Good
says-
morning.
It's on
Jess
September 23rd,
Dondo.
2020 at 4:25 p.m.
Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, sorry about the stickers, guys. I don't know how to turn on the
You see?
stickers, okay? But I'll get
He says,
touchy
"I've
about
been
that, okay?
appointed on a referral
I'll get
from your
touchy, 'cause
office
I do-
to the AG's office
I do
regarding a
what I
matter
can do. I
involving
can't do
public
everything,
corruption. I am
and I
trying
have to
to
work,
get grand
too, so
jury
that's
subpoenas
the only
issued.
thing.
Do you see that?
I did.
Good morning,
He
Grain of Salt.
explained in detail what he was up to, didn't he?
I still can't. I
I'm
think
not
that
sure
my
about the
page must
detail
look different
part,
than
but he
y'all's
does
because
say.
I cannot
I mean,
figure
it's
out
in
how to get
writing
stickers
what
on.
he was
And
was
I followed
telling your
instructions.
subordinate what
I
he
don't
was
know.
doing, right?
But I also don't care too much about stickers. I honestly,
He's
I
getting
don't.
grand
I
jury
don't. I'm gonna be honest.
subpoenas
I don't care.
for a
does.
corruption
So, and I
investigation.
apologize if
right?
that's if
Yeah,
it's
he
less
just doesn't
fun in the
mention
chat,
that
but
it was the Nate
I
Hall case,
personally have more fun talking about the actual
but
content.
he does.
That's what's fun to me, but I'm a
It's a
weird
matter
person.
involving public
So,
corruption.
good morning,
I'm
Dondo.
reading
Good
this.
morning,
The first
Jess
time I saw it was
again.
last week.
Truitt,
Right.
Subpack
That
Vet,
was,
Fact Finder, Cisco,
the first
Stacks.
referral.
What's
Let's look at the
up?
first page of this
Hello,
exhibit,
Subpack Vet and Stacks. Carrie Lake.
and we can see at the top another email to Mr. Kamek from your subordinate, Don Clemmer. Pull it up, please.
Okay, yeah, I don't know anything about the stickers. I'm gonna be honest. I guess I just don't have room in my head to retain any information about the stickers.
And here's
so.
where your subordinate is
Carrie
sending
Lake?
a referral to Mr. Kamek. That is
A
the
different
second
Carrie Lake,
referral,
I
isn't
think.
that right?
Yes, September
Cool name.
of 20.
Okay, so if there's
Cool
any
name.
suggestion
Truitt,
by anybody
Carrie Lake, Stacks.
that your people weren't helping
Y'all
this young
are
man
awesome.
obtain grand jury subpoenas, that would be
Yes,
false.
Jess
Isn't that
Paxton's
right?
attorney is awesome and
did
on
help
point. This
him.
is our favorite
They
one.
even
Busby.
filled out the forms for
great.
him and sent it to him via DocuSign, didn't
Bowtie is
Yes.
a oh
they? Let's let that
Stacks.
sink in.
Look, Bowtie
They filled out the
is
form,
a pedo thing in my opinion.
emailed it to him
Well, I mean,
using
they're weird.
DocuSign,
It's not the
and all he
time.
had to do was DocuSign the
Marxism attire.
applications for the subpoenas. Isn't that right?
His bow tie
That's my
his
understanding.
bow tie might squirt
Who put
water.
the word special prosecutor
If
on
his
the
bow tie
DocuSign that was
squirted
sent to
water
this
in
man?
people's faces, I'd forgive
not
him
know that.
for it. That's funny.
So, according to you, it could be possible that your
Y'all
subordinates
say whatever you want. We're about to
in the
start
office
soon, okay? They're still
put
just kind of milling
that
around. I'll
language-
show you. This is what they're doing. They're just kind of milling around. Okay.
Right.
So we're recapping from yesterday because they're not
Yes,
doing
but
anything
I noticed
right now.
that he uses.
As soon as
that
they come on, I'll
term,
be here.
Special prosecutor.
And we're working on getting our
for the
website back up.
OAG.
We're just
So,
working out some
I wouldn't be
logistics for that. We'll
surprised
have
if
the
they used
website
his
back up soon.
language.
I mean, they certainly didn't tell him, don't use that
Thank you
language,
guys for being
did they?
here. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your support.
No, I wouldn't think that a secretary to the.
It was
Yeah.
more than a secretary, ma'am. You know, it was more than one person.
This again
Don't
is
you?
Attorney General Paxton's attorney. His name
Yeah,
is
was it-
Busby. He's excellent.
You know, there
Mr.
were.
Busby,
Probably
do you
one of
want
the
me to
best
answer these
attorneys I've ever
truthfully,
seen.
Or you want me to just?
No,
just try
I
to-
prefer you not lie. Yes, of course, I'd prefer you not lie. I'd prefer you to follow your oath. Will you agree that there were multiple people involved in your office in assisting this young man and getting grand jury subpoenas issued?
I would agree that multiple people offered to assist him. I do not believe multiple people filled out the forms.
I want to show you something that's in evidence, and
I
you
don't know
just
why
tell me
that's
if
so
it's
hard for
true.
her to say.
And
They
I'm gonna
love
get
to
yelled at
split
for this, but
hairs
it's Exhibit
until it's gonna get 'em in
127,
trouble.
Exhibit 19, Eric. It's already in evidence.
You know? Paxton's other attorneys are excellent as well, but this
127,
guy's
Exhibit 19,
this guy
Eric.
tends to be our favorite. He was
There
the
we go.
first one. He was
Now, here's some
devastating.
language in this letter sent to
the
Mr.
first
Kamek shortly
witness.
thereafter, and it says, "It has come to our attention that you appeared before the Travis County Grand Jury. Can we agree that Brandon Kamek never appeared in front of any grand jury
Ever? I have
with
no
relation
idea.
to this particular matter?"
I don't know if he's never appeared.
Well, he wouldn't have appeared in person before a grand jury.
I mean,
Some
all
little
he did,
games they
All
play.
the grand jury proceedings at this time were in fact over Zoom. Anyway,
he didn't even do a Zoom. All he did,
I don't think he did.
Yeah.
I mean, it would
You see
not,
the
it would
point.
be, may
you
I
see the point.
finish?
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
It would
No.
be unusual
I don't wanna hear
for
her finish.
anyone
She don't have
issuing a
anything
grand
else to
jury
add.
subpoena to actually appear in front of the physical grand jury.
Right. Because what we know happened was some of your folks in the office helped him fill out forms and he signed them electronically with DocuSign, right?
That's what it appears to me happened.
So they were aware of the subpoenas, the forms. They were aware of the
Now-
subpoenas. Because they helped him prepare the forms to sign off on them. The subpoenas. Her office was helping him.
Is
This
it
was not an
true that
impeachable
your
thing.
office was excited about pursuing an investigation against Ken Paxton?
I can't speak for the entire office.
I bet you
but
could,
that
though.
was not excited
No.
about any of this.
Okay.
Really?
Your Honor, I pass the witness.
Redirect, Mr. Harden.
I wish he would say that again. You really think any of us believe that foolishness? You think we believe that foolishness? I wish he would say that again because that was great. Look at him. Who wore it better? Who wore the khaki better? I don't know. I'm liking it with this pumpkin colored tie. And again, got to give it up to this guy. The other impeachment managers, Bill Nye sucks. This woman that with the hair that looks like a chicken. Her hair looks like rooster chicken feathers to me. It's not ugly. It just that's what it looks like. This guy, Rusty Hardin, he's a good attorney. The others are not good. They suck.
Exhibit
This guy's
243.
very good. It's a skill to spin gold out of hay, and that's or a straw. What is Rumpelstiltskin? It's not Irish. That's all I know. But to spin gold out of like nothing, worthless, straw is a skill, and he does it. They have absolutely no case, but this guy is somehow able to continue to pump life into this hearing. And one day they'll get started. I don't know what's going on today. I thought they were convening at 9 a.m., but they're just, see this right here? They're just milling around. Ain't nobody doing anything at all. So we're recapping from yesterday.
As you know, and so I object to it.
And as I said earlier, and I corrected myself, it was not.
Mr. Busby, you're a better attorney, but I got to give the fashion to
redirect would
Harden.
be on what was discussed in direct.
I understand, but part of this cross was challenging whether or not her office was involved, if what her office's involvement with this and what they did. This is her answer to an Attorney General public relations statement that she made, which also sets out her position about this entire matter, and she sent it to him on October the 9th.
He's a good attorney. He's fighting for the people that hired him.
1 second, counselors.
And a good attorney can argue both sides of a case, even if they have a position that they personally themselves would take. A good attorney.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
Can play the devil's advocate.
Go to the cross.
Okay.
Testimony.
So he's playing the devil's advocate right now.
Can you put it up, please?
He's.
Now, I'm going to ask
doing
you to
okay. They
publish
just
it
have no
by
case.
reading it. If you look up close to the microphone, I'd like for you to.
If you weren't aware of the articles, like all of y'all who have been watching my live stream, y'all are all aware of the articles because we've gone through several of them and broken them down. We haven't gotten to some of the more complex ones.
Ken Paxton, Attorney General
But the initial,
Texas,
I would say the
Office
initial
of the
6 to
Attorney
7
General
articles,
via
totally
email and by
debunked,
hand
completely
delivery.
destroyed already.
Dear Attorney
And y'all know
General
why, because y'all have
Paxton,
been watching this live stream. And
on
we at
June
Taking Back
10th,
Texas have
2020,
the deepest inside baseball.
my office sent to David Maxwell a letter referring
least on
a
this topic,
request to
as far as
investigate,
elections go.
in
And
parentheses,
Paxton
RTI,
was our boy helping
filed
us.
in our office by Nate Paul.
He did not trust the
The
FBI. He does not
RTI
trust
was
the deep state.
received by us after you asked my
That's why we
office
elected
to hear his complaints. The referral to the OAG was made with your approval. We did not conduct any investigation into the merits of the matters complained of. In referring the matter to the OAG, we concluded that ours was not the appropriate office to either address the matters raised.
They didn't want to look at it, and that's fine. Give it to
or
Attorney General
conduct an
Paxton was the
investigation
proper way.
into them. The referral cannot and should not.
As we
be
see,
used as
only
any
the elected
indication of a
Attorney
need
General
for
can be trusted
investigation,
with
a
these real
desire on the
complaints.
Travis County DA's part for an investigation
Why do y'all think
to
we
take
elected him?
place, or an endorsement of your acceptance of the referral. My office has closed this file and will take no further action. Furthermore, I have instructed my employees to have no further contact with you or your office regarding this matter. Any action you have already taken or will take pursuing this investigation is done solely on your own authority as provided by Texas law. The newly surfaced information raises serious concerns about the integrity of your investigation and the propriety of your conducting it. Sincerely, Margaret Moore.
Now, Ms. Moore, are you aware that if one is a special prosecutor, that they are to be supervised by the authority appointing of a special prosecutor?
Yes, especially and a properly appointed special prosecutor is supervised by the prosecuting authority.
And if somebody is appointed as a special prosecutor, or let me strike that another way, do you consider when a person that says that they are a special prosecutor for the Attorney General, when that person contacts your office and asks for help in getting out subpoenas, tells you he doesn't really have experience in doing that, and your people assisting him, do you consider that in any form, in any way, supervising his later investigation?
Objection, leading.
That's it.
Sustain.
You can tell me either way. What is your opinion as to whether that is some type of supervision?
Number one, I don't know that there's any such thing as a special prosecutor for the Office of the Attorney General. Prosecution is the authority to prosecute.
I mean, they're the top
is limited
prosecutor.
to the elected district and county attorneys of the state.
Oh, well, yeah, now it is.
So
yeah,
I don't
you
even
guys.
know
Yeah,
what
now
a
y'all pretty much
special
said Ken
prosecutor
Paxton
for the
can't do
OAG
anything
is, but
unless the
this person
counties
was not
invite him.
appointed by
Just like
me,
I guess they can't do
and was
anything
not
unless the
supervised
FBI
by me.
invites him to investigate them.
And was he
Otherwise, it would be
authorized-
obstruction of
Would
justice.
he be
Right?
authorized to do any
For the Attorney
prosecution
General to look into
in the
anything.
state of in Travis County without your approval?
No,
And is that to the statutes that say only the elected district attorney of a county has the authority to approve and conduct prosecutions?
that is the law. And I knew that.
Finally,
Oh,
the video
laugh.
that we saw, did you notice that the Attorney General made no attempt to correct that untruthful testimony given before the Finance Committee?
Not in the clip that I saw.
That's all I have. Thank you.
We need to admit Exhibit 243 into evidence, which I had not admitted into evidence yet.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Busby, recross.
Yes, Your Honor. Let's look at,
Basically, this woman's trying to say that
247 is what it was, or 3? 243.
Attorney General
243.
Paxton
243.
misrepresented facts about
Put
the
on the
Nate Paul
screen,
case
Eric.
referral
It's
from
RAG 19,
the
same
Travis
exhibit.
County DA's office to the Attorney General's office. They did refer. They recused themselves and referred it.
Ms. Moore,
The administrative deep
at the
state
time
did not
you
want
wrote
anyone looking at the
this
complaint
letter,
that Nate Paxton, or
you
sorry,
didn't
that
even
Nate
know
Paul
about
took
the second referral.
to the Rangers, to the Travis County DA. He took it to everyone, not
easily
just
could
Paxton.
have.
It
It's
ended up
October
at
9,
Paxton's
and
office
the
because they
second
gave it to
referral
him
was sent
because
to
nobody wanted
him
it to
on the
looked into.
23rd.
And Paxton obviously had some
happened
people in his office that
between
said they would handle it.
is
People that had already made their mind up about Nate Paul.
the
And now they're
motion
mad
to quash
because he
the
hired outside
subpoenas
counsel to
issued
look
by
into it.
Mr. Kamek
Because all these
were
people didn't want him to look into the
granted
conspiracy
the
that
motion
he
was
named
granted
all of them as being a part
to
of.
quash those subpoenas. And when
Madness.
that happened, all of this was brought to my attention. So I could
All right, we're getting started here, guys. This is now live on Tuesday, September 12th? Tuesday, September 12th. We are live with day 6 of the Paxton impeachment, impeaching Ken Paxton, the political takedown of America's best attorney general.
Good morning, everyone. Bailiff, if you will bring in the jury.
We will be giving live commentary throughout this, answering questions, and doing a breakdown of the actual articles, which we have pulled up here as well. I've got them right here. And every now and then we'll just go and look through them. I'll show them to you. It's this right here. Okay, so we'll zoom in, we'll do breakdowns, we'll read all of them. We've gone through all of this in the past few days debunking each and every one of these articles. It's easy to do because they're completely baseless. Okay, let me change these banners then. And boop. All right, so thank you, Ms. Firecracker. Hello. I know,
Morning,
right? I don't.
everyone.
Finally, they started. I don't know. It
Will
takes
our
forever.
prayer leader come up to pray? Senator Blanco? from El Paso?
TXPC guy. Everyone needs to call Phil King. Yeah.
Let us
Let's see
pray.
why not. Okay, pray time.
Heavenly Father, we come before you today with humble hearts, seeking your guidance and your wisdom as we embark on our work. We pray for strength and clarity of mind and ask that you grant us the gift of strength and courage. Your word assures us in Isaiah 41:10, fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. I will help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. Lord, we hold on to this promise, knowing that you are our source of unwavering courage. Strengthen our resolve to trust in your plan, even when the path before us seems uncertain. We also pray that we may be instruments of your righteousness, discerning right from wrong, and upholding the principles of fairness and equality. Lord, we thank you for being our ever-present help in times of need, and for the wisdom and the grace that you provide. May we walk boldly in your light, knowing that you, by our side, we can conquer all obstacles. We offer this prayer in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Senator. You may be seated.
Amen. Yeah, we need to call Phil King. We need to call all of our reps, all of our senators. But we're still getting through all of it.
To the public and to the media and to the members, we are beginning late this morning. The court's always ready at 9 a.m., but both the House and the defense had issues they needed to bring forth to the court. And so we have walked through some of those issues. Can I have both sides come to the bench, please?
It's okay. We need a little bit of time to recap what happened yesterday and to show Paxton's team totally destroying the witnesses again, as usual. And all of them are good. Busby's the best. There's another young attorney, Osco, that was good. And the other one named Little, very good. The House attorneys are very sad. Other than Other than Hardin, Rusty Hardin, he's very good. But they just don't have any. There's just nothing to it. So they're talking about, so I'm not sure what they're talking about, but so Article 1, this is the protection of a charitable organization. Totally debunked right away. Says specifically Paxton caused employees of his office to intervene in a lawsuit brought by the Roy F. and Joanne Cole Mitty Foundation against several corporate entities controlled by Nate Paul. Paxton harmed the Mitty Foundation in an effort to benefit Paul. No, I don't think that's true at all. I do not believe at all that Mitty Foundation was harmed in any way. And there was a referral and there were multiple complaints. Paxton, this is not an impeachable offense to investigate a complaint from a citizen about FBI abuses related to that lawsuit. Article 2 has also been debunked. This is abuse of the opinion process. Says Paxton caused employees of his office to prepare an opinion in an attempt to avoid the impending foreclosure sales of properties belonging to Nate Paul or business entities controlled by Nate Paul. Then Paxton concealed his actions by soliciting the chair of the Senate committee to serve as a straw requester. Furthermore, Paxton directed employees of his office to reverse their legal conclusion for the benefit of Paul. This is totally crazy, totally nuts. The foreclosure sales, and I shared already the articles about Texas foreclosures. This was a national thing. Trump did an executive order about it. Let's see if I can pull up the same articles. But anyways, the foreclosures were halted statewide and largely nationwide, honestly, because they had so much to, there were so many complaints that people were losing money. They weren't able to make their rent. They weren't able to pay all their bills. Homeowners, landlords were threatening eviction, but it's like, well, good luck evicting us. Who are you going to get in here? Someone who can pay your bills during COVID? No one could do that. This was not a Nate Paul thing. So the position that Paxton took was the same position that Abbott took, was the same position that Trump took about halting all foreclosures. Do not foreclose on people when they can't pay their bills, when they're under a government mandated lockdown, totally unconstitutional lockdown. Everything's on hold. This was not for Nate Paul, but because he rendered an opinion, they're just trying to build a connection between Paxton and Nate Paul. This is one way they tried to build a connection. Fell right on its face. Article 3, totally debunked abuse of the open records process. They say specifically Paxton directed employees of his office to act contrary to law by refusing to render a proper decision relating to a public information request for records held by the Department of Public Safety, and by issuing a decision involving another public information request that was contrary to law and applicable legal precedent. So they wanted him to give a decision on, they wanted him to basically say no and to deny somebody their request. But Paxton was getting mixed messages. So he said, I don't know, I'm unable to make a determination about that. That's going to have to be up to the DPS and maybe even a lawsuit to get that, because I don't know. Then he ended up granting a Public Information Act request later, and they got mad about that. They didn't want him to give any information out at all. Article 4, misuse of official information. This says specifically Paxton improperly obtained access to information held by his office that had not been publicly disclosed for the purpose of providing the information to the benefit of Nate Paul. No, it's not improper. It's not improper to fulfill a Public Information Act request.
Senate of Texas of impeachment charges against Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr. shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. I do. Please take your seat.
The Public Information Act in Texas is binding. And if you unlawfully deny somebody and they sue you and they ask the judge to enforce the law.
Before you begin, I've always been asked by both sides. I meant to do this earlier, the time clock. Presentation of the evidence, the House, 9 hours, 19 minutes, and 12 seconds left. 9, 19, and 12 seconds. Respondent, 12 hours, 14 minutes, and 15 seconds left. 12 hours, 14 minutes, and 15 seconds. You may begin.
Good morning. Fine. Is your microphone on, please, sir?
Can you hear me? Is that better?
That's better.
Okay, good morning.
All right, Mr. Kamek, obviously, but state your name for the record, please.
My name is Brandon Raymond Kamak.
And Mr. Kamek, how old are you?
37, sir.
And as we've gone through this, you're doing really well about leaning forward. The microphone.
I didn't know he was cute. They never mentioned that. All this talk about Brandon Kamek, now they bring him in.
Sometimes may call it to your attention, but if you can just sort of try to keep it in mind.
After the end of his testimony, we'll see when Busby's finished with
now, what's your profession?
We'll see what he's going to say.
I'm a lawyer.
And can you take about a minute and a half, if you don't mind, and sort of give us a little bit of your background and experience, whatever got you to where you are now?
Sure. It all started I went to school at University of Houston for my undergrad. I went to University of Houston Law School as well. Graduated in 2015. During my time at U of H, I interned for the Public Defender's Office in Harris County. I clerked for the 208th District Court in Harris County for Judge Denise Collins. When I graduated, I went out. My dad, Sam Kamak, is also a criminal defense lawyer. I got out and started working for him. I worked for him for about 3 years, and then went off on my own, and I've been on my own, I guess, for the last 5 years now. And then about last year or so, I partnered with Ben Friedman, who's my business partner.
Yeah, wealthy kids like him are never on their own.
A criminal and a personal injury docket. I think I've personally,
funny.
at this point in my career, handled close to 600 cases, probably tried 15 to 20 cases, somewhere in there.
Wonder what he's going to say.
Appeals up at the Court of Appeals in Houston. I've argued at the Court of Criminal Appeals, and that's what I do. That's how I got here.
All right, fine. When you say you graduated from law school in 2015, and I believe you said you're 37.
That's correct.
So did you do something in between undergraduate and law school?
No, I didn't, sir. I just went straight into law school.
Okay. So when you graduated from law school in 2015, you were what age?
I'd have been 29.
All right. So I'm still trying to fit back. Ordinarily, you'd be 25 if you went straight for college. Did you do something before college or so?
I went to school for 2 years, and then I started working for my grandfather, Sam Kamak Sr., Sam Kamak II, for his business. And then I just took a few years off, just focused on working and making a living, and then decided to go back to school at my dad's advice.
Got you. So your grandfather was in what kind of business?
He was a business owner. He did a variety of things throughout his life, but he was a commercial real estate developer and also owned a mortgage business. And so I worked with him over there.
How long did you work for
Oh
him?
yeah, he is a rich kid.
2 to 3 years or so, and then decided to go
And
back
that's
to school.
okay. That's okay.
All right, now, as you're
It's
aware,
okay
the
to have
time
money.
frame we generally
Actually,
hear
it's a good
about
thing.
are events in the year 2020.
Very good for him. I'm just
At that time, how long had you been a lawyer?
About 5 years.
Okay. And by the way, I think congratulations
I don't
to you.
know if
Did you
he's
just
gonna,
recently
what he's
get
gonna
married?
say.
I got married to my beautiful wife, Terry, on September 2nd. So
Oh, congratulations.
So you have been
How
married
sweet.
now how long?
Hello, Tim
a
Dolan.
week and a half. We didn't get to do a honeymoon.
And is
I
your wedding
agree.
one thing
That
that sort
female
of
attorney was the worst
set the
lawyer I've
time
ever seen.
frame as to when you might be available as a witness in this case?
Yes, sir. That's why we didn't. I'm here, so we didn't get the honeymoon. We'll do that next year.
All right. Now, at the time that, let's say in the period of time of August of 2020, you'd been a lawyer about 5 years, is that right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Had you had any federal practice at that time?
I believe at that time I was licensed in the Southern District, but my practice was primarily in the county and district court, state court cases.
And was it at that time exclusively criminal?
Yes, sir. Exclusively criminal.
And you've added sort of a personal injury component to it since 2020?
That's correct.
All right. And in your criminal practice, had you ever been a prosecutor?
No, sir.
So had your experience been literally exclusively, as you have described, doing criminal defense work?
That's correct.
So if you hadn't been a prosecutor, is it fair to assume that maybe you had never dealt with issuing grand jury subpoenas or dealing with a grand jury in the role of a prosecutor?
I had never issued grand jury subpoenas as a defense lawyer.
Okay. Now, you probably had prepared packets representing people for a grand jury, urging them that whatever your client's position was, correct?
Yes, sir. We've presented grand jury packets to the grand jury through the DA's office when we turn those over.
All right. Now, at the time, can you tell us when you first got involved in this case? Now, when did you first hear from someone, and whom was it?
It would actually be on my birthday of 2020, August 22nd. That's when I first knew about Mr. Paxton reaching out to me. I got a call from an unknown number on that day. I think I was out to lunch with some friends or something. And then later that evening, I got a call from a gentleman named Michael Wynn, who I knew through the Rotary Club, and said that Mr. Paxton had reached out to me.
Excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt on you. Mr. Wynn, was Mr. Wynn already a friend of yours or an acquaintance? Would you describe, as of August of 2020, how would you describe your relationship with Mr. Wynn?
Just an acquaintance. I knew Michael. I've been heavily involved in the Rotary Club, which is a charitable organization. We have a downtown Rotary Club of Houston. I've been involved with charities for like the last 6 years, I think, and he became a member of that year. And then I had worked with Michael. He was a chair of the Houston Bar Association. I was a member, and he had reached out to me, I think, earlier this summer to do a panel on how the courts would conduct business during COVID-19. And so I reached out to Judge Rosenthal, Judge Susan Brown, Kelly Johnson, Judge Jordan, Herb Ritchie, and there was a gentleman from Baker Botts. But we basically did a Zoom panel on how we would conduct business. So that was my only interaction with Mr. Wynn.
All right. Did you become, as you got to know him, did you become familiar with the fact that he was a former federal prosecutor?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was your knowledge as to his background at the time of this call that you just described that you got from him?
Well, at that time, I didn't really know much about his background other than just, it was more just like when I would see him in passing, or at a Rotary meeting, how you doing? I didn't really it wasn't like a friendship or anything like that. I just knew him from those two settings.
Now, you mentioned your father a while ago was and is a lawyer, but at the time that Mr. Wynn and ultimately the Attorney General reached out to you, were you in a solo practice or were you with your father?
I was in a solo practice at the time.
And did you have a secretary or anybody, or paralegal or anybody helping you?
I had a legal assistant, and I think at that time I maybe had one other lawyer working for me, and my older brother was in law school as well, and I sponsored his bar card as a temporary bar card or something like that.
All right, so that if you got involved into a case that involved potentially a great number of documents, witnesses, et cetera, the support you would have had would have been what?
I don't understand the question.
The support groups. I mean, what kind of legal support would you have had in order to be able to conduct an investigation or something?
Well, the documents that I received just personally to my email.
Okay. Now, tell me the nature of your call from Mr. Wynn.
Mr. Wynn had reached out to me and told me that Mr. Paxton was trying to get in touch with me. Didn't really say anything more than that. The call that I had gotten on my birthday from Mr. Paxton was from an unknown number, so there was really no way to call back. And then it wasn't until the next day that I spoke with him.
And so as a date for the jury to have, the date that you spoke with Mr. Paxton was what date?
That would have been August 23rd of 2020.
And by the way, up there, did you have with you, not that you did you have the invoice you ultimately sent to the Attorney General's office?
No, sir.
Did you bring it to the stand with you?
No, sir. I don't have anything
All right.
in front of me.
Do you want or need that as a point of reference for dates? Or if you don't, that's fine. Or would you like to have available a copy in order to periodically check things? It's totally up to you.
I'll take it. Sure.
Pardon me?
I'll take it. Yes,
okay.
sir.
Mr. Harden, this is his bill.
This is Exhibit 227, which I moved to introduce if it is not in evidence.
No objection.
Admit Exhibit 227 into evidence.
Now, I'm not going to really regularly be talking to you about this necessarily, but I'm offering it to you as periodically if it helps you plug in some dates.
Okay.
Have you, in our conversations previously, have you sometimes referred to this to make sure you were comfortable with certain dates?
Yes, sir. With respect to the dates, this will be helpful for me to remember.
Right. Now, let's go to the
All
first,
right, you
by
guys,
the way,
thank you
did
for
you learn
Thank you so much.
as you went along, thank you, Stella, that Mr. Wynn was the one
A bunch
who
of the witnesses
recommended
are
you
tied
to
to
the
the real
Attorney
estate
General?
world, which is exactly
Yes, sir,
why
Mr.
I'm wondering,
Paxton,
what are they doing
told
to
me that
Nate
when I met
Paul?
him.
Right?
All right. So now let's go to that conversation, your first conversation with the then Attorney General,
That's right, all
Mr. Paxton.
biased.
Did you return his call or did he call you?
Oh, that's good.
I believe I
Grain of
returned his
salt.
call.
About
I returned
McCarthy
his call the next day, and we
a formal
spoke.
inquiry
And
into Biden.
he asked me to. He said he would. He had gotten my name from Michael Wynn. I think the words were, my name was dropped in the hat
Hey,
by Michael Wynn, and
TXPC
looking
guys
to
says
hire
this is a
someone
conspiracy to
to
turn Texas into a
work on a criminal
federally compliant
investigation.
state.
And we
I
scheduled a
agree.
time for me to come
To
out to
stop
Austin
Texas
here
from
to his
bringing
office.
lawsuits against the Democrats in Washington.
So,
I agree. The deep
five-year
state.
lawyer, solo practice. What was your reaction?
I mean, I was excited because it was the Attorney General's office, and so I was excited for the opportunity to go out and meet him.
All right. And did you do so?
I did.
And when did you do it?
Oopsies.
I believe that was August 26th. Our meeting was on August 26th.
All right. And in the August 26th meeting, hold on just a second.
I totally agree with that.
All right. So tell me about that. Did you drive up to Austin or up to here?
Yes, sir. I drove out to Austin.
Did you go anywhere else first?
No, sir. Just came straight to meet.
Straight to the Attorney General's office?
That's correct.
All right. Describe for us that meeting.
So I went in, I signed in the front desk, and then I went up to the floor where his office is. And I think I waited around maybe 15 or 20 minutes. And then Mr. Paxton came to the floor and we went into his office and then.
All right. Who was in the initial meeting between you and Mr. Paxton?
It was just me and Mr. Paxton in his office.
Do you recall about what time of day you talked to him?
I think that would have been, I don't recall the exact time, but maybe around lunchtime, somewhere in there.
Okay. Now, what did Mr. Paxton say?
So before I got there, he had actually reached out to me like through text messages and said, "Can you bring a resume with you?" And I was like, "Well, I haven't prepared a resume in a long time," but I went ahead and prepared one, and I brought my resume in. And then it was kind of like, our conversation that we're having now. Where are you from? What do you do? Your background. I gave him my resume and just kind of pleasantries. And then he said that he was looking to hire a special prosecutor to investigate a criminal case where potentially there were potential violations of the Texas Penal Code.
And you mentioned special prosecutor. Was that his word?
Yes, sir.
And so, of course, you hadn't been hired at that time, but later when you were, whenever you represented yourself as a special prosecutor, where did that term come from?
Mr. Paxton.
All right. And did he tell you what the role of this special prosecutor he was interviewing you for would be?
No, sir. Not really.
Initially, when he talked about this job, what did you think it was going to entail?
My understanding, well, this was just an assumption. I was like, well, if I'm going to be hired as a special prosecutor, I would potentially be presenting a case to a jury maybe at some point, or presenting the case to be charged. That was my initial impression.
And he didn't tell you otherwise at that time?
That was, like I said, sir, that was just my assumption of what the job would entail.
All right. And then how long would you estimate you talked to him in this initial meeting in his office?
Roughly 15 or 20 minutes.
Did he express anything, any views about his own staff or why he was hiring somebody from outside?
Yes, sir. He said that he was interviewing multiple people, considering multiple people for the position, and that he couldn't get his own staff would not work on what he wanted them to work on.
All right. They said they would not work on it?
That's correct. And he mentioned that, he just wanted to find out the truth and about what happened.
Okay. Do you recall anything else from the conversation in that initial meeting?
No, sir. I mean, that's.
And then what happened after you had this original meeting with him in his office by himself?
He said, I want to introduce you to someone. I obviously knew who Mr. Paxton was. And he said, I want to introduce you to this first assistant, Jeff Mateer, whose office was down the hall. So he walked me over there, and I met with Mr. Mateer in his office, just Mr. Mateer and I.
And now how would you characterize or describe Mr. Mateer's reaction when he came in and introduced you?
It was the same type of conversation, pleasantries. How are you? I gave him my resume. I told him, the conversation kind of didn't really get off the ground much. Just like, I'm here for the special prosecutor, interviewed for the special prosecutor position. And his attitude was kind of like disengaged about it. Knew about it, but didn't really seem interested in it. I'd say, kind of just like it was Mr. Paxton's own deal that he was focused on. It wasn't obviously wasn't an area of focus or concern for Mr. Mateer.
Did it strike you in any way as if his attitude was, so this is Mr. Paxton's deal, he's not that interested in it?
Sustained.
Then you tell me how it did strike you.
I'm sorry, sir.
How did it strike you as to Mr. Mateer's involvement in it?
Just, he was very disengaged did not seem interested in it at all. Seemed like it was just kind of a side deal that Mr. Paxton was working on. It was his own focus. Mr. Mateer was not focused on it at all.
How long would you think you were in Mr. Mateer's office?
Say roughly 20 minutes.
Had Mr. Paxton left you there by yourself with Mr. Mateer?
Yes, sir. And
then what happened after you finished meeting Mr. Mateer?
I went back over to Mr. Paxton's office, and he was in there, just him and I. And I said goodbye. Thank you for the opportunity. Thanks for calling me out. And he said, okay, we might be in touch with you. So I drove back to Houston.
All right. So how was it left when this was all over in that first meeting?
I'm sorry, how was it left?
How was it left? What was supposed to happen next?
Well, I really didn't know. I mean, I looked at it like, okay, I just interviewed with Mr. Paxton and the first assistant. And so if they want to talk to me, they know how to get in touch with me.
All right. So you left, obviously. What's the next thing that happened in connection with this case?
I got a text message from a gentleman named Mr. Vassar a couple days later, asking me to set up a time to meet with him.
Do you recall the date or so that you got the text message?
That would have been August 26th or 7th, I believe. It was August 28th, maybe 27th, 28th.
I'm looking down at Exhibit 227, and I notice it looks like the first time you charged was 9/3. So did you have you choose not to build the state for that first meeting or two when you went up there?
That's correct. And also I'd like to say that's a typo, that 9/3/20 date. The date that I actually went out there for the meeting was 9/4/20. So I made a typo there.
Okay, all right. Now, at the end, once you got back, you got the text from Mr. Vassar. What happened next?
So we scheduled a time to speak on the phone that day. That's what the text message was about. And we got on a call together.
All right. And did you ultimately send a draft or receive a contract or proposed contract from Mr. Vassar?
Yes, sir. He asked me for my email address on that phone call. And, I told him, this is about the special prosecutor position. He agreed. And then he said, well, I need your email address. I'm going to be working on a contract for you.
Okay. Did you receive that contract?
So, yes, sir, I did.
When?
Well, I got the contract on 9/3, September 3rd, but I didn't, it must have got lost. I get hundreds of emails that just got lost in the shuffle somewhere. So Mr. Paxton actually reached out to me on 9/3 and said, did you get the contract by text message? And I said no, because I was supposed to go out there on 9/4 to meet with the complainant, Mr. Paul, and also Mr. Paxton. So short answer is I got the contract. I just didn't see it that day. It got lost in the shuffle somewhere.
All right. So tell me about how this appointment or arrangement set up for 9/4. Whose idea was that?
So I got a call from Mr. Paxton, and it was kind of like, hey, we want you to do this job. And
excuse me for interrupting. Did you consider that the notice to you that you've now been hired?
Yes, because he said I would be getting a contract. You got the job, and then he asked me, what's the hourly rate that you would charge to do this? And I said, well, I'll do it, for $300 an hour. And he said, I think we can get that for you. And,
now I'm just guessing. You correct me if I'm wrong. In your criminal practice, customary to your billing, were you charging people hourly ordinarily, or was it usually some type of flat fee arrangement?
On criminal cases, flat fee. On personal injury cases, contingency fee.
So did you have experience in charging that fee of $300 an hour, or were you just sort of guessing?
It wasn't guessing. I just was trying to consider, what was going to need to be done in the case. I mean,
okay.
And so I figured I landed on 300. I thought that was fair.
All right. Now, when you had that, how long did that phone call that you're describing? Was that your second call with Mr. Paxton?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then how long did that call last?
I don't recall. It wasn't very long. A few minutes, maybe.
You gave him your hourly rate, and then was there an appointment made for when?
So there was an appointment made for 9/4, September 4th, 2020.
Who picked that date?
We agreed to that date because I was going to meet the complainant, or Mr. Paul, that morning. And so after, I'm in Houston, so I'm driving back and forth. I try to meet them both the same day. So
when did you receive Mr. Paul's name as the person that you were going to be, you say complainant? In other words, describe what you meant by that when you said he was a complainant.
Well, he was the one who had made the complaint or the allegations, and so I viewed him as the complainant.
All right. Had you seen any document as yet connected with the case?
No, sir.
And so do you recall when you first received Mr. Paul's name?
That would have been from Michael Wynn, when I set the meeting up to go out there and visit with him, with Mr. Wynn for the first time, and Mr. Paul for the first time.
All right. Who set up the meeting with Mr. Paul?
Mr. Wynn.
And did you inform the Attorney General that you were going to also meet Mr. Paul before you met him on the 4th?
I did.
When did you do that?
I don't recall. It was within one of those days.
Would it have been the day that you talked to him about coming up on the 4th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So did you inform him you were going first to Mr. Paul and then coming to the Attorney General?
That's correct.
So tell us about your first meeting with Mr. Paul. How did that happen and where?
So I met Mr. Paul at his office with Michael Wynn, and I drove out here early in the morning. I met with him for, I'd say, hour and a half, 2 hours. And that was the initial time that I, had heard the allegations about their complaint.
Had you done any research on Mr. Paul, his background, who he was, et cetera, before you had this first meeting with him?
I think I may have Googled his name and read a headline or something like that.
But did you limit your looking into him to Google him? Is that about the only thing you remember doing at that stage?
Yes, I didn't look at any court records or anything. I mean, that's all that I did.
And what was your level of knowledge about him when you first went to meet him on the
That he was
4th?
a commercial real estate developer here in Austin.
Okay. Did you see that he had had a search warrant executed on his house and business back in August?
No, sir.
So what was your level of knowledge of Mr.
Over in the Rumble
Paul
chat,
at the time you met him that first time?
TXPC guys putting
Whether
all
you
our
got it from the
all
Attorney General
our
or anyone
reps
else?
and senators
I mean,
on
I
blast.
didn't know him. Didn't know anything about him.
Okay. And where did you meet him?
At his office.
Who was present during the meeting?
It was Mr. Paul and Mr. Wynn.
All right. So what happened at the meeting, without going in necessarily at this time with what he said to you, what was the nature of the bill? Who did most of the talking in the meeting?
Nate Paul did most of the talking, and it was just a lot of information given to me in a short time period.
Well, how was he doing that? I mean, how were you given
He was
information?
talking, and he was just talking, trying to tell me, the circumstances surrounding the search of his home.
Did he make any presentation to you?
Probably felt overwhelmed.
Towards the end, he showed me a copy of a search warrant and an order, and that was kind of the gist
had some stuff
of
to
his
say.
complaint. He showed me this presentation on a PDF document.
And so if you had to estimate the time that you visited with Mr. Paul at that time to get his, whatever he wanted to impart to you, how much of that hour and a half or hour and 45 meeting was Mr. Paul talking to you?
I don't understand, like a percentage
Yes.
type thing.
Yes.
Let's just say he was talking the majority of the time. Mr. Wynn was not.
And what was your first impression of Mr. Paul? How would you describe what you saw or listened to in this meeting?
Energetic, passionate, and had a lot of conviction, kind of an aggressive attitude, just a very, energetic person.
And what was your reaction when you left?
I can relate
Let me
to
ask you
that.
this. Did he basically give you his side of the matter that you had been retained to investigate?
That's correct.
And what was your reaction to it?
I mean, I was convinced by what I was shown in the search warrant presentation and all that.
So when you left, to go talk to the Attorney General, had you already formed a personal belief as to what you thought was going on here?
No, not a personal belief. I was just like, hey, if what he's showing me on how the search warrant was altered is true, this is a big deal.
Okay. And did you at that time say to anybody or think that it looks like they did some bad stuff?
I had not developed an opinion about one way or the other. I mean, that was my first time, it's kind of like drinking through a fire hose, just a ton of information coming in a short time. And when I went to Mr. Paxton's office after that, I told him it was convincing and he agreed.
Okay. So let's move now to General Paxton, meeting with General Paxton on the 4th of September, was it?
That's correct.
How long was that meeting? Where'd you meet him?
So we arranged to meet at his office again, and the meeting was, I think, roughly 20 minutes or so.
And then what did Mr. Paxton say in that meeting?
So I told him I was convinced. It was a convincing presentation of what he agreed with that. He also said that the people in his office who were not, they weren't investigating the case. They weren't working on it. At that point, I had learned that there were some federal agents and people, I guess, in positions of power who were kind of involved in that. And, he made a comment that you need to have some guts to work on a case like this. And I was fired up about the opportunity to do it.
Yeah. So how would you describe to the jury and the court your level now of excitement? Now that you've got a little bit idea of what Mr. Paul says, you and the Attorney General have agreed is convincing, and you think this is going to be a big deal. What was your state of mind about that?
I was excited to be working on a project with the Attorney General's office.
You were already there, right?
I mean, it's the chief law enforcement officer of our state, and wasn't about money or anything like that. It was just an opportunity to do something new in my career and try to help out.
All right. And when he said that you as people weren't working on you, did he express anything about how he felt about that to you, or tell you whether they were not working on it or they wouldn't work on it? In your own words, what did he say?
I don't recall specifically, but he said that he couldn't get the people in his office to work on this case.
Great. And did you leave that meeting with the impression or feeling that his people were refusing to work on it?
Yes.
Did you wonder, well, if they're not going to work on it, why don't you fire them?
I mean,
you didn't think about that?
No, sir.
All right. Okay. Now, after that, did that meeting get terminated a little early, or tell me? You said it was about 20 minutes.
So he said
excuse me, just a second. You've driven all the way up for Houston for it. What happened to shorten it a little bit?
He had to go to a press conference, and I was going to take off, and he said, well, why don't you just come over there with me to the press conference? And so I went over there with him and with one of his staff, came over to the press conference. And then after that, we went back to the office. I just kind of watched the press conference.
All right. So now, not only have you been hired by the Attorney General, but you're going to a press conference with him. How'd that make you feel?
Well, I mean, I've been with my dad in press conferences before in some of his high profile cases, but it was cool.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Now, did you think anything about, well, let me back up. So you had 20 minutes or so to talk to him about the case. Did y'all talk about any of the facts in the meeting before the press conference?
No, I did not really have a full grasp on all of the people that were involved and all the facts of the case at that point.
Now, what was your impression or belief at that time as to the occupations or nature of the people you were supposed to investigate?
I knew that they were both local law enforcement, and some of them were federal law enforcement officers at the time.
Did you know that one of his allegations was about a federal magistrate?
Yes, sir.
What was your reaction to hear he wanted you to investigate a federal judge?
My reaction to it was just hearing out their side of the story. I didn't really have an opinion one way or the other. However, if the allegations that they were making were true, then that'd be serious.
Okay. Now, did you talk about any in that conversation, any of either Mr. Paul or him, of any people other than federal and local law enforcement being the people he wanted investigated?
No, sir.
After the press conference, how much longer were you in the company of the Attorney General?
I think probably 15 or 20 minutes. We went back to his office and finished up the conversation there.
Well, what happened in that conversation?
When we got back to the office, I was a little bit concerned because at the time, I think I had I'm in private practice. I think I had roughly 75 cases on my own docket. And I told him, I'm like, well, if I'm coming back and forth between Houston and Austin, how am I going to be able to do this? And he said, well, look, his words were, if you can just get a wet ink copy of the original search warrant, this will be over pretty quickly. And if, meaning that, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, just if what had been produced to Nate Paul and his lawyers matched up with the original copy, it would be over quickly. But obviously, if there were discrepancies between the original wet ink copy and his words, then this thing could drag out a little bit more.
So what did you think you were going to do originally then? And by the way, had you ever heard the phrase, and maybe it's very common, I had a wet copy. What is that what he said, a wet copy?
The wet ink copy.
What does that mean? What did you take it to mean?
Just the original search warrants that was signed off by the judge had, a wet ink signature on it.
Okay.
Not the scanned PDF version.
All right. So what did you walk out of that meeting heading back in the car to Houston? Did you think your mission was?
Hell yeah, that's what we're saying. That's
so we
exactly
really
what
didn't
we
go
want.
into the scope of the work. At that point,
That's
it
good
wasn't
stuff
until
that you
I
wanted
actually
the
got
original hard
so the
copy.
copy of the
That's
contract
exactly
had been
what
sitting in my
we
inbox.
were saying yesterday.
So when I get back home and I read my contract and see that the scope is limited to like more of an investigative role, then I'm like, okay, well, I'm a lawyer. I'm just going to collect evidence, review evidence that's presented to me.
They did not leave Nate Paul a copy of the original
what the allegation is or
warrant,
contradict that.
and he's
and
claiming
put it
that
in a
they
brief
changed it
and submit
afterwards.
So I knew at that point, once I read my contract, that I wouldn't be trying a case or anything like that.
And that the
It was limited
FBI
in
is,
scope.
is basically
Can
fucking
you,
with him,
put
Nate Paul. What is the FBI doing with Nate Paul?
original
That's
the contract
the
up
question that's come
and
up
go to the
from this
addendum
entire
A,
impeachment.
please?
What's going on
I
with the
believe the
Mini
contract is in
Foundation
evidence in several
and the
ways.
FBI, and why are they going after Nate Paul,
Is this in, Mr.
a
Harden?
young
Do you
real
know?
estate tycoon in the Travis County,
Pardon me?
Texas
Is it
area?
in?
I think it is.
I'm not
I'll
contradicting. I
check.
just
Hold
don't
on
know.
just a second.
Could we get an exhibit number, Rusty?
So it's great that they're talking about wanting the wet ink copy, the original hard copy that should have been left per procedure with Nate Paul. They're saying, well, if it wasn't left with Nate Paul, that's not technically illegal.
It's House 160 and it's
But
in
it was a
evidence.
violation of their procedure, and so that's an important point to make. That procedure
Now,
is not necessarily
you
law,
recognize
but where it adheres
what
to
I've-
law and
this particular
constitutional
excerpt,
rights,
from the
it's
contract.
effectively law. Where
Yes,
it
sir.
violates
All right.
the Constitution,
And
it's
when
null
you,
and
if you
void.
could scroll up just, that's going to be good. Can you explain to the jury what you realized your scope was more limited when you saw this, I take it you're saying, than you originally imagined your role would be?
Just in an investigative role, and then my ultimate goal or job at the end of this would be to prepare a report of my findings and give that to the Attorney General's office, and whatever they do with it is.
And was this scope different than what you understood it to be when you originally talked to the Attorney General?
This was different than what I had, I guess, come up with in my mind.
Can you,
what I would be doing.
Can you tell us what lines or sentences there, Mr. Kamek, so she can highlight exactly what you noticed when you saw that it was a little bit change in the scope of what you could do?
Can I have a second or just look at this and read
So,
it?
for instance, do you see the sentence, if you would, and shall prepare a report documenting any potential criminal charges that may be discovered in the course of the investigation? Do you see that? And before.
So that's
now,
yes, sir. That's the report I was referring to.
okay. And that is a more restricted role. Is it your testimony? That's really a more restricted role than you understood from the Attorney General you were originally going to have.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Is that a more restricted role than you originally thought you were going to have when you talked to the Attorney General?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you notice it says, notwithstanding anything to the contrary contained in this outside counsel contract, outside counsel shall conduct this investigation only as consistent with the complaint referred to the OAG and is only as directed by the OAG. Correct? So who did you believe you were being hired by?
The Office of the Attorney General.
Had you had any contact with the district attorney's office?
No, sir.
Did you ever at any time during this representation think you were working for the district
Yeah,
attorney's
the
office?
MIDI
No, sir.
Foundation, yeah, I
Throughout
agree
your
with you.
representation in
Truett
this
over
matter,
on Pilled
whom did you
in the
think,
chat.
or who
Yep.
hired you, and whom did you think you were working for?
The Office
Uncensored
of the
Abe
Attorney
says, did
General.
someone say
All
Bush?
right. And in turn, throughout all of this,
300 an hour
who
must
in
be
the
nice,
Attorney
right?
General's office
Thank you for
in
the
a
can,
position of
Uncensored Abe.
responsibility
Thank you so
did you
much.
consistently have your contact with?
Cisco says, if you want to run for any elected office,
The only
you should have
person
to
I
pass a
reported
test on the
to was
Constitution
Mr. Paxton
and
at
the state
his
Constitution.
direction.
I agree.
Okay. Now, you see,
Pilled chat is
except
active.
for
What about Rumble? What's going on
outside
Rumble?
counsel's duty to provide a post-investigation report.
TXPC guy says, when you call your senators, let them
This
know
outside
everyone
counsel
is
contract
watching, and we see the
expressly
truth coming out every
excludes
time the defense
legal
cross-examines each
services
witness.
relating to any other post-investigation activities,
Yeah.
including but not limited to indictment and prosecution. Had you yourself looked into the law
He's
that talked about
spinning
the
cotton out of candy.
jurisdiction, respective jurisdictions of a district
They have
attorney's office
absolutely no
and the
case.
attorney
All
general's
of
office?
the articles have been
Did you
debunked
ever?
so far.
No, sir.
Okay. In this particular matter, what event did you think you were going to be investigating?
The referral from Travis County DA's office with respect to this
This guy
allegedly unlawful search.
is, yeah,
Right.
this
And
guy's
then later,
building Paxton's case. He's
receive
exactly.
another referral, what's been called referral number 2.
Yes, sir.
Now that's
The House
dated
keeps
September
building
the
Paxton's case for
23rd.
him.
Do you happen to recall when you received it?
This witness is being honest.
I think I got that on 9/24.
Okay.
On an email from the Travis County DA's office.
This witness
And was that a totally different matter
seems to be being
than
honest.
you were originally hired to investigate?
Yes, sir.
When you got that, what was your response?
Well, I read through it, and I don't remember when I spoke with Mr. Paul and Mr. Wynn at the meeting, if it was before or after that, but when I got it, it was related to some type of alleged mortgage fraud where these lenders were wrongfully foreclosing on his properties and then trying to sell it at the auction. I don't recall any more detail than that.
All right.
I mean,
and when you look
that
at
was
that
happening
one, of
to
course,
a lot
who
of people.
was the
They halted
complainant,
foreclosures
the
on
person
even
who was
blue
complaining
collar
about the
people.
criminal conduct and wanted it investigated?
It was also Nate Paul.
Now, when you looked at it, did you see that it was essentially a complaint about civil litigation matters?
Are you at, I'm sorry, could you?
Yeah, and I'm really only asking about your mindset.
Yes, sir.
Not one way the other.
Okay.
Did you notice whether it actually was a complaint about civil litigation matters in bankruptcy court?
Well, I wasn't looking at it through that lens at all. And to be frank with you, I didn't have any experience in handling any type of mortgage fraud or prosecuting any type of potential white collar crime in that way.
All right. So did you just sort of put it aside and not ultimately do anything with it?
No, sir. That's not true.
Okay. Well, tell me in your words.
Well, I spoke with Mr. Paxton about the referral because I wasn't sure if my scope of my contract covered that.
Certainly.
And so, he said that it did. And so I was like, well, I'm going to rise to the occasion. I'm going to figure this out.
All right.
Sounds like a good hire to me.
Let me see if we can go through the mindset or experience.
So far, sounds good so far.
You see a referral on a separate matter, which is not the one you were originally hired for, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you receive it on September 24th, and you notice it's an allegation of mortgage fraud occurred in bankruptcy court. You see that?
Yes, sir. So
how did you find out what the Attorney General felt about it? Did you call him?
Yes, sir. I mean, I'm sorry, but I don't remember the exact date.
That's okay.
But I asked him, I know for sure that I asked him if that was covered within the scope of my contract, and he said yes.
Do you remember when that conversation was and what the rest of the conversation was?
I would just have to give you an approximation. It was roughly around the time that I received the contract on 9/24, either a day before or a day after, or the day of, just somewhere in that 23 to 25th range.
And do you recall what the occasion of that conversation with him was somewhere around the 24th of September? Did you call him explicitly for that about whether this referral number 2 was in your contract, or were there other things that y'all talked about as well?
He's not, I mean,
I don't recall.
he literally is
the
just
entire,
asking questions that don't
nature
even,
of that specific call.
Okay. Did you
It don't
notice when
matter.
you
It
looked
doesn't
at
matter.
referral 2
it doesn't matter.
that one of the people he was asking to be criminally investigated was a federal bankruptcy
Sorry,
judge
guys, let me
named
turn
Tony
this down.
Davis?
No, sir.
You didn't notice at that time?
No, sir.
Okay. Did that referral, just like the first referral, have a list of people that Mr. Paul claimed were people of interest?
It did, yes, sir.
All right. And did it list
Obviously.
these people? Do you recall whether when it listed them,
Did his
whether it
complaint
listed actually
name people?
personal data like their
Yeah.
address and their phone numbers?
I don't recall if that was in the referral
What?
or not.
All right. Don't remember whether it was in referral number 2. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was that the case in referral number 1?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
There were names and I believe some demographic information.
All right.
The first one. I don't recall.
Now, in referral number, I mean, let's go back now to the period a little before September 24th, when we were talking about the original referral. After you returned, did you receive any type of documents and materials to review when you left the meeting with both Mr. Paul and back on the 4th of September?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what kind of materials he gave you that you took back to Houston to review?
So I had taken my handwritten notes from the meeting back with me. And then I also received like a little 5 or 6 page document that appeared to be some type of timeline of events, giving Mr. Nate Paul's version about what happened.
All right. Now, did you take that just as his version?
Yes, sir.
All right. But when you left there, what did you have when you left there, and then on the 4th, and after your meeting with the Attorney General, had you developed sort of a game plan in your own mind as to how you were going to do the investigation?
So I did. I was trying to consider, how to get information to either corroborate or contradict what was being said.
All right. And did you tell us how you viewed the role of Mr. Paul and his lawyer, Mr. Wynn, in this, in terms of what role were they to play in the upcoming investigation?
Well, I viewed Mr. Paul as the complainant. He's the one who was complaining of these allegations. And then, Mr. Wynn was his attorney in some other separate matter.
How did you view your role as the Attorney General? Did you look at them almost as a client in terms of them sharing information with you and all? How would you describe that in your own words?
I'm sorry, with who?
Mr. Paul.
Okay.
And of course, Mr. Wynn's his lawyer. But
these are really weird questions because they don't have like any evidence at all.
Yourself as like a prosecutor and a citizen had come in and made a complaint?
They ask the weirdest questions.
I viewed him as a complainant in the case, and just in the same way that if a client hires me for a case and they bring in a banker's box full of documents and information, I'm going to go through it. And so I didn't think that it was unusual that I would be getting information from the complainant and his attorney. And
right.
As I got that information, I thought this was the same information
Is it
that
me
Mr. Penley
or
had
the
had.
questions weird?
Yes. Had you met Mr. Penley?
No, sir.
Did you ever?
He didn't even care. He doesn't care about his answer because he's just.
All right. So when you originally were hired by the Attorney General,
he's spinning gold out of straw.
Did you make a certain assumption as to what your role in Mr. Penley's would be?
Well, I thought I would meet Mr. Penley at some point. I remember I asked Mr. Paxton in that first or that second meeting if I'd be meeting, am I going to talk to him? Does he have a file that I can start working with? And his response was, I think he was out of town and he had a file on his desk. So I did assume at some point that I would meet Mr. Penley and take a look at his file.
Well, did you assume originally that you would be working with the Attorney General's staff as you gathered information, and that would mean that you'd be working with a division head.
I did. I mean, obviously, as a solo practitioner, I don't have access to a lot of the resources that government offices has. And so I thought at some point I would be dealing with or meeting with some of these individuals.
Right. And so did you just assume that Mr. Penley was being kept informed as what was going on here?
What?
I didn't really think about that at the time.
Okay, fair enough. But at any time,
Okay.
how many times did you
He's
ask
got
Mr.
nothing.
Paxton
He's
about either meeting
look,
Mr. Penley
it's over.
or getting some information or getting some support from the Attorney General's office?
No, that's right. That's the MIDI Foundation. Sure, that's
Can you
should
repeat
be
your
it.
question, Rusty? I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Sure.
they're a charitable organization.
How many times did you ask
Sure, it
Mr.
says,
Paxton
definitely
about
globalist
either meeting
land
Mr.
grabbers.
Penley
Ew,
or getting some
knew it.
information
That's
or
why they're
getting
mad at
some
him.
support from the Attorney
Nate Paul's
General's
been
office?
buying up very valuable real estate in Travis County area, the capital.
It's kind of two parts. So with respect to Mr. Penley, I'd only talked to him about Mr. Penley maybe twice.
They do like to change up the
And
spelling,
then
but it's the same if it's pronounced.
That was early on. And then that's when I was asking about, was there a file? And like, how do I get in touch with him on this deal? And then as far as getting support from the office, I think I asked probably 4 or 5 times over the course of this 3.5
we need
week
that
period when
lawsuit.
this all happened.
So
Can I
there
get
you go,
badge? Can I
Anons.
get
If you were waiting for
credentials?
an assignment,
Which
you
I
can
never
get
got,
the lawsuit,
but I
the transcripts,
repeatedly asked for those
anything
things.
available from the lawsuit
And what
between
was
the MIDI
the Attorney
Foundation and
General's
Nate Paul.
response each time?
I think initially his response is, okay, we have to
I
get
do
somebody
not
to
have
work
a
on that,
case
or we'll get it
number.
to you. It's just I never got a firm answer on when I would be getting those things. I knew I would need it when it came to issuing subpoenas
Nate
and things
Paul
like that.
is the
So
young
what
real
things were
estate
you
tycoon
asking
in
him for?
Texas.
You start with Mr.
Apparently
Penley.
buying up all
Each
the
time
rich
that
man's
you
land.
asked him or mentioned Mr. Penley, did he have some reason
All of
not to
his
put you
money.
in touch with Mr. Penley?
The only thing that I asked about Mr. Penley was,
Is
did
Nate
he
Paul
have
a
a
millennial?
file and will I be meeting with him? To which his response was,
He's a millennial.
he's out of town and his file
they're
is
mad.
on the desk. I just thought in my mind,
Don't even freeze up. Don't even think about
I would
freezing
eventually
up.
meet
Okay.
with him to discuss this case. I mean, I don't know anything about any of these people in that office. And so I'm like, I didn't know anything going on. So
How did you know Mr. Penley? Just looking at a flow chart? How'd you know about him?
I knew the name from Mr. Wynn and Mr. Paul in that first meeting.
Did Mr. Wynn and Mr. Paul, were they critical of Mr. Penley in that first meeting?
Yes.
What'd they say?
Yes.
Well, they said that Mr. Penley said that there was no information that could be presented to him.
Penley is
that
the
would
one.
make him believe that a federal official broke the law in the way that they claimed.
Penley's the one
And
that
this
testified
conversation
that
with them was
Nate Paul brought him evidence that
that was the
metadata
one
was
September
changed,
4th?
and they
Yes,
didn't
sir.
leave him the
Okay.
physical copy of the warrant.
Now,
They
you
were
think that's
alleging
a
that they
little
changed the
strange
warrant
that they didn't
afterwards
want
to
to deal with
authorize
the head of the
the
division
abuses
in the
that they
Attorney
committed
General's
while they were
office?
raiding his house.
My understanding
Penley
was
said
that they had
that the metadata
met
would
with
change if
him
they
one
redacted
time.
it.
That's all,
So
just
they
one
couldn't
time.
tell if it was
Yes,
changed
sir.
or
Is
just
that what they-
redacted that
is
changed
that
the
what they told
metadata.
you?
So there's no
Yes,
evidence
sir.
of a
And
crime.
he refused to
in
look
fact,
into it.
It's not that there's
And
no
then
evidence.
that was
It's
kind
that
of
they
reinforced by
can't.
the fact
Once
that
again,
Mr. Paxton
the records
said
can't be
that
audited. The
he
deep
couldn't
state's
get
great at
anyone in his
covering
office
their
to work on
tracks.
the case.
All right. So in your conversations with them and as your investigation, were you ever told or informed that they actually met with Mr. Paul 3 times?
They're so mad that Paxton was
Them,
investigating
objection
this.
hearsay, that includes other people other than Mr. Paxton.
Sustained.
Let me ask you
It's a
this.
total mutiny in
Did you
the office
ever
of the
learn
OAG.
from Mr. Paul,
A mutiny.
Mr. Wynn, or Attorney General Paxton that Mr. Penley,
Excuse me, same exact
let
objection.
me just finish, please.
I'm sorry.
That Mr. Penley or Mr. David Maxwell met with Mr. Paul and Mr. Wynn 3 times.
Okay, that's both multifarious and hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you ever learn
They have nothing. The House has nothing.
Mr. Penley, did you learn anything?
What?
from any source about how often Mr. Penley was trying to get Mr. Wynn to provide further documents?
Objection.
What?
Objection is only was he aware of anything like that?
Objection hearsay. The question was, did you learn from any source? Objection hearsay.
I'm only,
Overruled.
thank you. Were you?
I'm sorry, could you please
Patrick
repeat the
is,
question?
is helping them
Were
out
you
with some of
ever
these
aware
overrulings, but they're
from
dumb
any source
questions. Dumb.
that Mr. Penley, after 3 meetings, was continuing to try to get documents from Mr. Wynn? Did you ever hear that from anybody?
Objection. I'm sorry. Objection hearsay. I apologize. Sorry, Mr. Kamick. Sorry, Rusty. Objection hearsay.
Sustained.
In your mind, what was your understanding from any source of the level of involvement of Mr. Penley and Mr. Maxwell in this investigation?
I'm sorry, Rusty. The level of.
I'm not asking for any statements or anything. I'm asking what his understanding of mindset was.
I understand. I just didn't. You said the level of, and then the word trailed off. I'm sorry if I'm being difficult.
How sorry are you?
Pretty sorry. Sorry enough.
All right. My question, I think, stands, Your Honor. I simply want to know what his state of mind and level of knowledge was, because it has a lot to do with what he does later.
Yeah, I didn't hear an objection, actually. I just heard him say.
I didn't either, so.
He just said he couldn't hear you. So.
I just didn't understand the question. That question, as asked, I'm fine. Go ahead.
Is your microphone on?
Well, he's reading it. I can't read that far. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Now, in at the end of the day, what was your level of knowledge about this?
So I was told early on by Mr. Paxton that the people in his office weren't doing what he asked them to do. That's why he was considering hiring outside counsel.
Right.
And then towards the end of September, in this 3.5-week period, I was told by Michael Wynn that Mr. Penley had reached out to him kind of out of the clear blue for documents. And then I asked Mr. Paxton about that when I spoke with him, and he said, well, I told him to stand down. He's not working on this case. You are.
And who should stand down?
Mr. Penley.
Yeah. General Paxton told you that Mr. Penley should stand down. He wasn't involved in the case anymore?
That's correct. And that was my only other time that I knew about any of his involvement.
All right. Do you recall when that conversation was and where you were?
It would have been a phone call towards the end of September.
All right. Thank you. Now, let's go back after the 4th. I assume you started reviewing the materials you had received?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about how you proceeded in your investigation then.
All right. So still trying to get my arms around what was alleged and all of the folks that were involved in it, and trying to figure out, since I didn't really have any information, what information I would be able to obtain. And just started kind of thinking of the way to do this would be to do grand jury subpoenas to get information regarding like phone calls and things between the individuals involved in that first referral.
All right.
Sounds good to me.
Now, by the way, did you during this period of time, Mr. Kamick, consult with any other people you thought might have had these types of investigations before to sort of get an idea how to proceed?
I mean, I'm not a legal expert. I'm just
This
saying.
is not something you had done before, correct?
I had not ever done this before.
Okay. Now, by the way, in your communications with the Attorney General, how were you communicating with him? By phone, by text, by email? Can you describe the forms of communication y'all used?
So we spoke by phone and through text message, and then throughout this process, I continually forwarded emails to him as something would come up or I would get some information.
Well, did you use any kind of encrypted communications?
Yeah, I think about the middle of the month, he asked me to use the Signal app, which I wasn't really familiar with at the time. I just thought it was like a WhatsApp or just a messaging
You were unfamiliar with Signal app at that time?
I'd never used it before.
All right. And how did that come about that he wanted you to communicate with him using Signal app?
He asked me on a phone call to download the app and use that.
Did you go on the internet to look and see what a Signal app was?
No, sir. I just downloaded the app.
Okay. And do you recall what the nature of the conversation was in which he asked you to start using Signal app?
It would have been a call where we were talking just generally about the case, kind of the status of it and what was going on. It wasn't I do remember it was not a phone call specifically about using that app.
And what type of email address did you use with him?
But what do you mean?
Well, do you recall what the email address was?
No, sir.
Was it
It's
an
a Proton
official?
Mail. It's a Proton Mail, and they all use Proton Mail. This is the funniest part. They've already debunked
What was it?
the whole secret
His email address
thing.
was a Proton mail address.
All right.
That I was given.
Had you used Proton before?
No, sir.
Had you ever heard of Proton?
I had heard of it. I've never used it.
Proton Mail.
Okay. Now, in
The
addition,
dreaded
what about the
Proton
phones? What type of phone number did you have that you would communicate with him?
I had the original number that he had first called me on, and then I think later he gave me another number. Around that time, I was getting calls from unknown numbers, or it'd
Ms.
say
Lopez,
potential
she just called
spam. You know, you get those types of
office.
calls, and I
Very
was like,
good.
well, I don't want to miss the Attorney General's number, so I got myself a separate number and gave it
Over
to
on
him.
Rumble chat.
That way, I knew when that
Ms.
phone
Lopez,
rang,
good
that
job.
was Mr. Paxton calling.
So are you saying that you
Hello,
ultimately
boneless
got
chicken.
a
How are you?
phone that was totally dedicated to phone conversations with the Attorney General of the state of Texas, and that's the only number
Good
that
morning.
you communicated with on that phone?
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Boneless Chicken.
And you
How
did
are
that
you?
why?
Over on the pill.
Because I didn't want to
Foxhole
miss
chats.
a call from an unknown number or a spam likely call, or when you get those spam calls, I didn't want to have
spam
that
likely.
come up and miss an important call. So
Did he use multiple phone numbers with you?
yes, sir.
How many?
Spam.
2 numbers.
Okay. And were either of those official Attorney General lines?
I believe they were cell phone numbers. I don't believe they were office numbers.
Has
In
spam
fact, when
sued
was the first time
email
that you ever
companies for using
learned
spam as,
what the
like,
official
garbage grocery
email
store?
address or the Attorney General office email address was of the Attorney General that you were dealing with all this time?
The first time that I ever saw his governmental email address
Yes.
was when I got a cease and desist letter from Jeff Mateer.
And when was that?
That would have been, I believe, August 1st or 2nd.
And how was it that you saw what the Attorney General's official email address was?
They were all copied on the email. All the gentlemen, Mr. Vassar, I think, was one of them. And
Was that first time when you got your cease and desist letter, the first time you ever knew of any official communication form of communicating with the Attorney General, whether it was through text or email or phone?
I thought all of my communications with him were official, but that was the first time that I saw his governmental email address.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Now, did you trust the Attorney General?
Yes, sir.
Were you flattered about him reaching out to you?
Yes, sir.
Did you trust Michael Wynn?
Yes, sir.
Did you appreciate him referring you to the Attorney General?
I did. Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you always trust Michael Wynn to have your best interest at heart and try to help you?
Yes, sir. I didn't have any reason not to trust him. I knew that he was Nate Paul's lawyer.
Okay. Did you trust Nate Paul?
Didn't really know Nate Paul. Just was trying to do my job.
All right. Now let's move to the period of the middle of September. After you came back, you had all your material from the 4th that you'd gotten from Nate Paul. What did you do after that?
So around this time, I had a conversation with Mr. Paxton because I wanted to try to get the individuals named in that first referral, like call logs and email logs showing whether or not these people had been talking around the time that the search had taken place. And so being that it's sensitive, since they are federal agents and there's some people in power there. I thought that the grand jury subpoena would be a discreet way to get that information. And so I brought that up to Mr. Paxton.
And do you recall when this conversation was?
I believe it was around, we had talked about it from early on in the month, like within that first week of September, but the conversations kind of continued going on until about the middle of the month, about September 14th.
Okay. Now, at that time, what did you say to Mr. Paxton, and what did he say to you?
I told him I think we should try to do a grand jury subpoenas, being that this is a discreet way to get information. Grand jury proceedings are private and secret proceedings. And so we'd be able to get information that way without raising any kind of alarms or causing some type of, panic about the situation. And he said it was a smart idea.
So he endorsed it?
Yes, sir.
Did either of you talk about the fact that if you issued grand jury subpoenas for a claimed offense that Mr. Paul was presenting to you, that the recipients of those grand jury subpoenas would know what was going on or have questions or be maybe even alarmed? Did y'all discuss that at all?
Excuse me, objection leading.
I think I gave him several choices.
Sustained.
Did y'all talk about the possible reaction of people that got these subpoenas?
No, sir.
Later, you issued subpoenas, did you not, for credit unions and banks and stuff like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was there any conversation between you and the Attorney General about how those people might feel when they got those grand juries?
No, sir.
Did you become later aware, we'll get to who all that were on there, of that some of these subpoenas were going to lawyers or people that were opposing Mr. Paul in litigation? Were you aware that that's who some of the people were?
No, sir.
Okay, well then let's get to what you know. When you talked to the Attorney General back about downloading the app and everything, were you also talking to him at that time about trying to seek credentials and other types of things that you needed for what you were doing?
Yes, sir. I needed
When did you first start asking for those types of things?
in my first meeting with him on September 4th. And then I asked about it again, like as I'm approaching the time where I need to be, as the time I'm doing the applications for these subpoenas.
What did you ask him for?
Email address. Am I going to get some type of badge or some credentials? Like, because I'm going to be approaching people with legal documents and I need something to show that I have the authority to do that.
But what did he say?
We're working on it.
Now, you assumed, did you not, that of course it'd be perfectly fine to give you those things because it would be a public record and there was nothing wrong with it, correct?
I expected to get that.
Yes. And you expected and believed you were going to need that, did you not, in your investigation?
Yes, and I ended up, I did need it.
How many times do you think you asked the Attorney General for these official documents?
It would have had him in 4 or 5 times over the course of a month.
And each time you asked him for him, what was his response?
We're working on it. We'll get it to you.
At some time, did you begin to wonder why they would not give you any kind of official documents to show your status?
No. I don't know how the office operates within the Attorney General's office. I wasn't sure if there was a bunch of red tape to go through. I didn't know any of that. I just knew that I would need it to do what he was asking me to do.
Right. We always hear about the slowness of bureaucracy and government agencies. Is that the kind of thing you just thought was going on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it never occurred to you that maybe he didn't want them to be public?
Objection, leading and assuming facts not on evidence.
Sustained.
Did it ever occur to you? Did you ever have the thought or wonder, don't they want this public or what? Did you have that kind of thought process?
I wasn't thinking about anything like that.
Fair enough. Now, when you mentioned the grand jury possibility to the Attorney General in that conversation, and you think that conversation was when, roughly?
That would have been around
They seem to be trying to position him to say a certain thing, but
I know I spoke with him about it on September 6th.
everything he's
I have a
saying,
note here on
none of
this
it's hurting
invoice,
Paxton
but
at all.
the middle of the month around September 14th.
Okay.
There were a couple conversations where I was just kind of trying to figure my way through this.
Now, you, of course, as you mentioned before, had never done a grand jury investigation, correct?
That is correct.
So did you ask him some questions, to the Attorney General, some questions to try to help you in that respect? First of all, did you assume that maybe he would know these kind of answers?
Yes, sir. I am so sorry. Judge, is there any way I can use a restroom break?
We'll stand at ease for 10 minutes.
Okay,
No,
a 10-minute break?
No, we'll give you 10 minutes. The witness may step down.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I would just stand at your desk, George. I would not leave. He's just stepping out and coming right back.
That's weird. What's going on there? Did he say he has to use the restroom? Oh, okay, maybe. Anyways, 10-minute break, okay? In that 10-minute break, let's see what y'all are saying over on Pilled. Let's share this. This is what y'all are saying over on Pilled. What's up, Subpack Vet? Carrie Lake says he's talking feelings again. Yep. Because they don't have a case, so they're asking the funniest questions ever. Like, how did that make you feel? But did you feel as though you were committing a crime? And it's like, no, I didn't feel that way because I wasn't committing a crime. So their questions are hilarious. If you sit there and you actually try to listen to them, I think a lot of people just kind of tune them out. And Busby's so effective because he's not saying all of this extra stuff. He doesn't have all these extra words. He's got to pee. Okay, yeah, Subpack Vet. Anyways, so their questions are freaking hilarious. Okay. Let's see. Texas Supreme Court denied an appeal on Friday by indicted real estate developer Nate Paul to reverse a judgment against him worth millions. Let's see. Let's just see. Here's what we got. Thank you for that link. Let's see what we got here. Until they come back, we can look at this. Texas Supreme Court. So yeah, the question arising out of this impeachment is what's going on with Nate Paul and the FBI and the Mitty Foundation. So this is strange. Texas Supreme Court denies Nate Paul appeal against Mitty Foundation. So he's been ruled against in that lawsuit. We need to grab that lawsuit. Says the Texas Supreme Court denied an appeal on Friday by indicted real estate developer Nate Paul to reverse a judgment against him worth millions of dollars. In his case opposing the Mitty Charitable Foundation. So the Mitty, so another charitable foundation, which is, I don't know very much about the Mitty Charitable Foundation, but we need to look into that and make sure it's not another Clinton Foundation. The clash mired both sides in a protracted legal battle and roped Paul into allegations against impeached and suspended Attorney General Ken Paxton. See, they're just using one another to take one another down. They're trying to get two birds with one stone, it seems like, with this impeachment hearing. You know what I mean? What are y'all saying over on Rumble? Owen Schroyer, PC Amani says, Owen Schroyer was sentenced to 60 days in jail. We need to wake up. Our freedom is on the line. Yep. I agree. Salt of the Earth, number 2, snuck up on Raging Smirk says, I've called and emailed Brian Birdwell. If he votes for impeachment, he will close my vote and my precinct chair endorsement. Raging Smirk, do you mean that if Birdwell votes to impeach, you won't support him? Okay, so let's see. Over here, it says, is this what I'm still sharing? Yep. The Roy F. and Joanne Cole Mitty Foundation invested millions in Paul's world-class companies in 2011, following a dispute over access to world-class's financial records. What? And getting their money back, the Mitty Foundation sued Paul's companies in 2018. All right, following a dispute over access to world-class's financial records. Okay, so the Mitty Foundation invested millions into world-class companies, and they wanted to see all the financial records. of world-class companies. I think world-class is Nate Paul's brand. When it says world-class companies, it's very generic. And that makes me think that there's multiple companies that the Mitty Foundation has invested in through Nate Paul, and they wanted to, I guess, get their money back. So they thought that they could, in everything that they invested in, they wanted financial access to see what was going on with the money. Following a dispute over access to World Class's financial records and getting their money back, the Mitty Foundation sued Paul's companies in 2018. In 2019, the parties reached a settlement agreement to have World Class buy Mitty's interest in the companies for $10.5 million. Interesting.
For all the
Okay, we're back.
jurors to be seated again.
Mr. Kamek.
Back to this riveting line of questioning, which was definitely
establishing
something and definitely has a point, right?
Looks like we're short 2 members. Mr. Hughes and Mr. Miles. Senator Miles, Senator Hughes, please come forward.
Okay, Raging Smirk. Yeah, he says if Birdwell votes to impeach, he is not supporting Birdwell. Do you have anyone to primary him? Consider that. Just consider it, just in case. However, we don't know yet. Paxton's team is destroying this stuff, so I don't see the senators voting to impeach. I just don't. So.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
The articles are weak. The House has no additional evidence other than what they put in the articles. It's very vague. None of, shaky. They're just trying to get 2 birds with 1 stone with the Paxton and Nate
We're
Paul
1 juror short, so we're going to wait.
issue.
We're texting him now.
Okay. We are texting the senator now. Who is Nate Paul, the Austin real estate developer charged with 8 federal counts? Within days of that agreement where they agreed that Nate Paul that would buy Mitty's interest in the companies for $10.5 million. Within days of that agreement, the FBI raided Paul's headquarters and the agreement collapsed. Well, I mean, yeah. See this? You see this? Not that woman. I don't know who that woman is. Yeah, within... Oh, okay, sorry. Here we go.
All right, Mr. Kamek.
We're back.
I want to go to, if I may, when you were asking him and talking to him about the grand jury subpoenas. During that conversation, and you mentioned that you asked him about credentials. How did you go about trying to find out how to do a grand jury issuing and using grand jury subpoenas? What did you do? Your microphone.
Yes, sir. So I asked Mr. Paxton, it's, at this point, he's like, "This is a smart idea. This is the way that we should proceed." So the next question is, okay, well, how do we do this? Because I wasn't sure whether the Attorney General's office had their own special grand jury in session for cases, or if we would do it through county, like Travis County grand jury. And so I didn't know the answer to that. He said he didn't know the answer to that. He would need to find out.
I want to know the answer to that too. Very
I think he had
interesting.
indicated to me at that time, he wasn't a criminal lawyer. Most of his experience was in business law. So he would find out which grand jury that we would.
And did you find out?
He reached back out to me around the middle of the month, maybe a day or so after, and told me that we would be going through the Travis County grand jury.
But the AG himself called you back and told you that?
Yes, sir.
And then what did you do?
So my next step was to reach out to Travis County District Attorney's Office. And it was kind of weird because before I even have an opportunity to do that, I get a message or a voicemail that Michael Wynn had sent me saying, "This is the person that you need to contact over there."
How soon after you had the conversation with the Attorney General that concerning the fact that it would be a Travis County grand jury, How soon after that conversation with the Attorney General did Mr. Wynn reach out and give you a contact in the Travis County DA's office?
I don't recall exactly, probably within 24 to 48 hours.
Do you have any idea how Mr. Wynn would have known that you were seeking that information?
Well, I'm sorry.
Had you told Mr. Wynn you were trying to find out, or did it just come in unsolicited?
No, I spoke with Mr. Wynn about the grand jury process.
All right.
So he was aware of him and Nate Paul.
Assistance to get some grand jury subpoenas?
Yes, sir.
And did they help you get the grand jury subpoenas?
Yes, sir, they did.
And let me ask you, at this time, Your Honor, I want to move to introduce en masse, I believe we informed counsel on the other side,
if you can hear me.
Exhibit 257, which are represented as all of Mr. Kamak's production in this matter to both sides. These are the documents that he has produced to lawyers on both sides, and I move to introduce them in toto.
Any objection? Speak on the microphone, please. Still can't hear you.
Object to 649, 691.
Dan, can I stop you for just a second to explain to the court? We have given them excerpts, so that it was too voluminous to be carrying around the hard document here. But what we did do, about 2,000 pages, I think it was a lot. What we've then I've gone through and taken out excerpts and put an exhibit number on them. But there are excerpts from what I was seeking to do was introducing the whole group and then taking out and putting an exhibit number on those that we specifically were going to talk about. Go ahead.
I appreciate all that, Mr. President, but to be clear, we got an amended exhibit at 4:50 this morning, which includes these, several of which I will be objecting to, several of which I won't.
Excuse me, are we going to start getting into when we get stuff for them and what time of the morning? I would just ask for
just stop right now.
Yeah.
You would, like I started to say, object to 649, 691, 687, 688, 689, 690, 686, and 650.
Reason for the objection?
Sir?
You're objected to those documents, okay?
I am. Now,
Okay.
I do not have objections to 677, 678, 679, 680, 681, 682, 683, 684, 685, and 693. The last sequence, Mr. President, I do not have an objection to.
So let's go back to the objection.
Yes, sir.
I'd asked you for a reason for the objection to the
Yes, sir.
other documents.
Yes, sir. The basis is hearsay on each. And just so, let me try to get them in order so Mr. Harden and I can literally be on the same page.
May I ask one more time real quickly the ones you object to, Dan?
Sure.
Make sure I got all of them.
Yes, sir. The ones I'm objecting to are in order, Rusty, are 649. That's the work product. If you're with me, you want me to come over there? I'm happy to do that if that's easier for you.
No, go ahead.
649, 650, 686, 687, 689, 689, 690, and 691.
And the type of objection, Your Honor, the basis?
Hearsay. And I don't know if you, Judge, do you have, Mr. President, do you have them in front of you?
We don't have them.
May I do this? May I do this? Let me go right now to discuss the ones that has no objection to and ask that they be admitted.
Sure.
Okay, we'll admit the items that you have no objection to, and to be certain we have those right numbers, would you repeat those numbers that you do not object to?
The numbers that and I'm not sure these are in order, but 677, no
Yes.
objection.
Okay.
678, no
Yes.
objection. 680, 681, 682,
Yes.
683,
Yes.
684,
Yes.
685,
Yes.
and 693.
This is the
What
most
about
riveting part.
679?
Yeah, what about 679? It's the most riveting part, guys.
All right.
Hold on one second. Just checking this.
You inquired on 679. I don't have that one in front of me.
Okay, you originally said you had no objection to 679, but you may have misspoken.
Certainly capable of doing that. No, you're correct, Mr. President. 679, we do object to 679.
Big bad black.
Okay, so 679. So to the court reporter, and forgive my
To
for a
prove he's
moment
an
there.
idiot and non-deserving
Something
of the
I
work.
said the
Yep,
witnesses
he's trying to
shouldn't do.
make him look
So
like a baby
to be
lawyer.
clear, to the court reporter,
Right, over
no
on
objection
Rumble.
to
Thank you so much.
677, 678, 680, 681, 682, 683, 684,
This is the most
685,
riveting
693. And it's my understanding, Mr. Harden,
Over on
to
Pilled.
begin, you will just
Hey,
focus
what's
on
up,
those.
Diddy? How are you?
And if you
Still pack
want to
bet.
refer to the others, you'll have to give us an answer on why it's
White
not
Wings,
hearsay at that time.
Cisco, how
That's
are you
correct.
guys?
Your time, could I?
I'm
Grain
admitting,
of salt still here?
so we are admitting into evidence 677, 678, 679, 680. I'm sorry, 677, 678,
Oh,
not
goodness.
679 at this time. 680, 681, 682, 683, 684,
Right now,
685,
I
and
do not envy
693.
Dan Patrick.
Your Honor, can I have 10 minutes credit back because of the housekeeping we did here?
Did you say you needed 10 minutes?
Could I have 10 minutes credit back for the conversation we've
I'll
had?
give you 5.
Yeah, that didn't take 10 minutes.
All right.
That didn't take 10 minutes.
One
Nice
has
try.
to take what they can get.
Yeah,
All
nice
right.
try.
Mr. Kamek,
Yes, sir.
did you start
He's no fool.
receiving assistance to get these grand jury subpoenas done as to who they would be from Mr. Wynn?
Yes, sir.
And is it still on? I didn't hear. Yeah.
Sorry if I
Can
was
you hear me?
shouting, guys.
Yes.
I have
Okay.
a stage voice.
Yeah. All right. And what form of assistance were you getting from him?
Well, I started to get a lot of information from Mr. Paul and Mr. Wynn through emails. That included the list of individuals who were, I guess, suspects or somehow witnesses or somehow related to that first initial referral.
And were these people that were to be put on the list of subpoenas?
Some of them were, yes, sir.
All right. And were you receiving from Mr. Wynn regularly information of people to include on the grand jury subpoenas?
Yes, sir.
Now, what was your thought process in terms of your investigation as to why you would automatically put those people on if they're asking? In your mind, you were doing what?
Well, I didn't independently source any of these individuals' name. I walk into this referral and I'm given a lot of information about different people who were involved and how they may be related to that first referral. And so I trusted that was the information that they were giving me was the same information that the Attorney General's office, Mr. Penley, would have already had to conduct his investigation.
All right. So you assumed that you were just getting information that already existed?
Yes, sir.
In the hands of the the AG?
Yes, sir.
But you hadn't talked to anyone in the AG, correct?
Other than Mr. Paxton, that's correct.
All right. And each time that you had a course of action in this case and thought you were going to do something, did you have a practice of contacting the Attorney General to update him?
Yes, sir.
And so as you went along and gathered all this information from Mr. Wynn and Mr. Paul, were you keeping the Attorney General informed of all this?
Yes, sir. I would discuss it on the phone, or anytime I got like a document emailed to me from Mr. Wynn, I would forward that on to the Attorney General's email address. And then when we spoke again, if we did, I would say, hey, you know, I sent you this or sent you that.
So let me see if I understand. Whenever you received information from Mr. Wynn and or Mr. Paul by email, you would then forward that information to the Attorney General?
The majority of the time, yes, sir.
I think that's
All
what
right.
he's saying.
So when they were sending you list of people that should be subpoenaed by the grand jury, were you making sure you kept Mr. Paxton informed of that?
I'm sorry, do you mean if like I sent that information to him, or just letting him know that I received that information, or?
Just letting him know that you received that information.
Yes, sir.
All right. So would it be an accurate statement that as you proceeded in this, well, let me put it another
Probably
way.
not. It probably won't be an accurate
As you
statement.
proceeded in your in your investigation, and as you determined what to do with the grand jury and what to do about grand jury subpoenas, were you at each stage keeping the Attorney General informed?
Yes, sir.
At any time, did the Attorney General contact you and say, no, let's don't do that?
No, sir.
So from your own state of mind, in every single thing you did in this investigation, what is your testimony to the jury as to whether you believed you had the full support and agreement of the Attorney General of the state of Texas?
He obviously.
That's true.
Right,
I did everything at his supervision, kept him informed on everything. When I reached out to Travis County District Attorney's Office and introduced myself regarding the grand jury subpoenas, I mean, I got affirmation the entire time that everything was good, and no one said anything different until I, got a cease and desist letter at the end of.
And so it was one of your frustrations that you didn't have anything official to tell people that's what you were doing. Is that correct?
That's right.
Excuse me. Objection leading.
I'm sorry.
Well,
Sustain.
were you frustrated about the not having any identification and documents and means to tell others in this outside world?
Yes, because yes, sir.
All right. And what was the reason? What was the reason for being so frustrated?
For example, when I had some subpoenas issued for Microsoft, and I got an email back saying, without a governmental email address, we can't execute these subpoenas. So I knew that as I'm continuing to work in the course of this deal, that I would need to have some type of identification, whether it's a governmental email address, some number. I don't know what their processes are, but I knew that I would need some type of credential to be able to do what I was asked to do.
What were you subpoenaing Microsoft for?
Email records, I believe, for certain individuals that were involved in that first referral. All
right. So in the first referral, you were seeking email information, everything from Microsoft about all of these individuals?
Whoever had like an Outlook email address.
And in addition to the people involved in the execution of the search warrant, were you receiving from Mr. Wynn?
I wonder if they've
other
convinced
names
Nate Paul
should
that
be
he's
added
done
in?
something wrong.
I don't recall all of the names that were on the list.
Oh, yeah. I'm not asking you what the names were, but were you receiving during this time that you were conducting investigation, continued list and suggestions of people to investigate and to list a grand jury subpoena for?
Yes, sir.
And at this stage, did you reach a stage of discomfort that you were getting all this information from the lawyer of a man that you knew was already under investigation by law enforcement?
I didn't know that Mr. Paul was under investigation at the time. I knew about the search, obviously, but I didn't know that he was under any kind of
I was gonna say,
at the time, it
you
would have been
couldn't
a
have known
current
about the search and
investigation.
not
And then
known that
just
he was under
respect to Michael
investigation at the
Wynn,
time, so yeah, you knew that.
had no reason not to trust that Michael was giving me
That was the whole point.
information
That was the whole
that he had
point.
already collected and that I thought that the Attorney General's office already had.
That
So
the FBI
I
was
thought that
abusing his rights in their
whatever he
investigation.
gave me was for the purposes of investigating that referral.
Okay. I want you to look, I'll put some hard copies up there for you. It's in
Yes, sir.
evidence now. Exhibit 678.
That was kind of the whole point.
6, 7, 8.
That was the whole point that Brandon Kimmick was assigned to it because the
And it's
FBI was
going to be
investigating
bait
Nate
stamp.
Paul,
Well,
and
do you
Nate
need
Paul
a
said
bait
they were
stamp?
abusing his rights.
No. Okay. Thank you.
That was a
Can you
weird
tell
little
us what
pivot.
that is, please?
Maybe he didn't mean to
So
come across
this
that
is
way.
an
It was a
email
weird
that I
question.
sent to Ryan Vassar with this is the same day that I met with Mr. Paxton on 9/4. And when I got back home, I signed the draft contract that they sent me and sent it back, and I asked for an executed copy back. Mr. Vassar had asked me to see if there were any kind of conflicts. So I reached out. I didn't have any clients that had any cases pending where the AG's office was opposing counsel. And I reached out to the State Bar Ethics Hotline and said, hey, is this okay? I don't have any cases pending against them. And they said, it's fine. Congratulations on the job.
All right. I'm trying to look at these subpoenas in terms of what's admitted. And I want you, if you would, to turn to 681. I'm only going to ask you to not put it up because I believe that's one no, that is one that's in evidence. Can you help me out? Look at 681 and identify this for the jury, please.
So this was an email from me to Michael Wynn, and it says sample form grand jury, Google grand jury subpoena.
All right. And then look over to why did you send it to Michael Wynn?
Michael Wynn had initially, so I had never issued a grand jury subpoena before.
Pardon me?
I had never issued a grand jury subpoena before.
Right.
And so I asked Michael, once I put this draft together, if you take a look at it, it's the same information that they had already given me, and make sure that the form here is correct.
And so Mr. Wynn respond to you and tell you it was okay?
He said, form is fine.
And then at the end of the day, what did that help you do?
What did it help me do?
Yes. Did that help you decide how you were going to do the subpoenas and what language you were going to use and everything?
I sent this to him. I mean, I knew he was a federal prosecutor at this point in the past, Harvard educated. I just sent it to him does the form look okay here? So it helped me to know that this was the right way to do it.
All right. Your Honor, I'm looking here. I was having to order up the ones they've objected to. And there are some of these that I very much want to get into evidence. And I don't believe there is a legitimate objection. I'm trying to figure out how to handle this without taking any undue time now. But for instance, if I could, do we have hard copies for the court, Stella? Of these exhibits, do we have any more stacks? Do you have before you 691 without saying anything about what is in content? I want you to identify it for the record and tell us what it is.
Mr. Hardin, you said 691?
Yes. I wrote that down as one you objected to.
I don't have a 6. Oh, I do too. I stand corrected. Thank you.
We had that on the list you objected to, correct?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Well, we're waiting for us to see it. We don't have a copy before we can rule.
Yes, sir.
All right. You see 691, would you, without talking about the internal contents yet, would you describe what that document is?
This was an email from Michael Wynn on September 21st, 2020, with an attached Excel spreadsheet that appears to have individuals' names listed there with various demographic information.
Does it list names, addresses, and identifying data that have been blacked out for purposes of this exhibit? But does it list names, addresses, and personal data of people to be investigated and included on the grand jury subpoena?
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't understand what the objection was to that, Your Honor.
Well, give us, go ahead, I'm sorry.
The objection is hearsay. It's not a list created by Mr. Kamek, but by Mr. Wynn, and it is being offered. These were the names ultimately where subpoenas were being used on. So objection.
Sorry about that,
hearsay.
you guys. Give me a 5 by 5 if you can hear me. I'm sorry if it blacked out for a
Your
minute
Honor,
there.
that first of all, not offered for the truth of the matter, only that was provided to him. We are not suggesting that these people should be and were witnesses for the grand jury, should have been a grand jury subpoena. But more important part is Article 16 is a conspiracy article that says that General Paxton engaged in conspiracy with others.
Oh, that's
We are
rich,
not
though.
alleging that they engaged in this conspiracy with Mr. Kamek. We are alleging that he engaged in a conspiracy with Mr. Paul and Mr. Wynn. And any statements that are made in pursuant of that
Classic
conspiracy
projection,
would be
right,
admissible,
guys? We've seen this
whether or
before.
not it is hearsay. It's an exception to the hearsay
Seen it
rule.
before.
I know I am springing that on the court. You might want a moment to think about it or so, but that's why, A,
Yeah.
it's not hearsay, but B, even it it is an act in furtherance of the conspiracy.
They are admissible through the testimony of a co-conspirator, not through Mr. Kamek, who Mr. Hardin admits is not a co-conspirator.
Give us a moment.
Pardon me? Okay.
Wow. What do y'all think?
And just Judge, Mr. President, while you're considering this, I would, based upon Mr. Hardin's argument for the admissibility of it, there is no suggestion that General Paxton created or participated in the creation or the assimilation of this exhibit.
Okay, give us a moment.
What do y'all think? Let's see. Over on the... Keeps blacking out on me, and I apologize for that. So sorry. I'm not quite sure
It
why.
goes out the window.
What's
It would have to
happening?
be kept. It would have to be kept out for some other reason. These are all.
Sorry about that, you guys. Sorry about that. Give me just one moment. Just one moment. It just is, for some reason, it's blacking out on me. Maybe a lot of people are streaming this right now.
Have to be kept out for some other reason. These
All
are
right.
all have
We
been
should be good
certified.
now.
Can we bring up, if you'd like, I'll bring up the affidavit for you to look at. 547.
Can't put a business record on something that is, you can't make a co-conspirator statement admissible or whatever through a business records affidavit. You okay on water, Brandon? You all right on water?
As you said, Mr. Hardin, you didn't mean to spring this on the court at the last second, but it is to us at the last second. I think this is a good time for a lunch break.
Sure.
And give us a chance to review all of this.
And just for your edification, Mr. President, I think the majority of these, I think, Rusty, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the ones we're objecting to are very similar to, our objection to these is going to be consistent with the majority of the other ones that you want in, right?
That was going to be my next question, is the objection on all of these
I don't know all of them, but most of them.
Most of them.
Yeah, his objection would cover those, and our response covers all those that were kept out in his records.
Okay.
Thank you.
We may reach out to you during the lunch break. We may not, but we'll come back at 1 p.m. The witness can be excused till 1 p.m. We'll be back at 1. And counsel, can you both come up before you all leave for lunch break?
All right, you guys. Well, it looks like they're going to come back at 1 p.m. What time is it right now? I haven't even. So it's noon. Okay. So at 1 p.m. in 1 hour, they will be back. Now, we can do a couple of things. So what I'm going to do is for probably about 45 minutes, I'm going to show Busby. I'm going to show him just destroying the first witness. That's what I'm going to do right now. It's so good. If you didn't see the first time Busby came out, I'm going to show that. Now, this is just going to be a recap of day 1 of the impeachment. And this is so you can see how Busby has immediately come in and destroyed these witnesses, eviscerated them, totally debunked the initial 5 articles in almost no time. So let's see. Which one is the first one? Going all the way back. Okay. I'm going to find this and I'm going to share this out with you guys if that's okay. Let's see. At what point? Let's see. Give me just one moment. All right. Let's see if I can get this pulled back up. Rumble's acting up. Let me try to pull it up on YouTube. So, yeah, you guys. So, if y'all haven't seen Busby, let me see. What are y'all saying over on Pilled? Yeah, just a bunch of objections to get some of the evidence. The prosecution. Yeah, they do. They like to throw, I call it throwing out a banana peel. They try to throw banana peels out there just to try to slip everybody up and kind of confuse people. And it's like, well, not that important of a case. But then if they make any point at all, no matter how small it is, they'll be like, there, see. Yep. So let's see. Let me find Busby's initial cross-examination because it was good. I believe it was on the first day. Here we go. Found it. Now I'm going to play this for you guys, and I think you'll enjoy it. Give me 1 second. I know, wait, this is actually a testimony from Wyatt. We're calling him Wyatt Derp. It's actually Representative, what's his name? Andrew Murr. He looks like Wyatt Earp. He just looks like he's trying to look like Wyatt Earp. Let's see. Oh, that's right. It was on the second day, you guys. It was on day 2, I think, that he got to actually tear into that first witness. I'll find this for you. And here it is. This is it right here. Now I'm going to share this tab with you guys. Okay. Keep this one. I'll refresh that one later. Here you go, guys. There's somebody humming right outside my apartment window, and it's kind of creepy. So let's see. Oh, what they're gonna say next. I hope they get a different witness soon. I'm tired of this guy's. All right, this is me talking from yesterday, so I'm going to mute myself so that you can hear this. Now, let me put on this recap.
I watched the whole Amber Heard and Johnny Depp trial, but I did. Team Johnny for life. It's been
I've been Team Johnny since forever, since before her. Anyway, he's very theatrical, like Amber Heard was theatrical, but in a bad way, not in a good way. This witness. I agree with Miss Firecracker, who said he seems like a sissy. I agree. That was
Missing one juror. Senator Miles and Senator Colcourse with their staff. Senator Miles, thank you. Senator Colcourse.
Remember, these are the ones that were standing by him. Colcourse, Creighton, Campbell, Hall, Parker, and I lost my list. Oh, and Betancourt. Okay, so it's Colcourse, Betancourt, Creighton, Campbell, Hall, and Parker. These senators are standing by Paxton. This whole thing is ridiculous. So you know we're at least going to get 6 votes against impeachment unless the defense somehow pulls it out of the hat and does a really good job. Unless they change their strategy, we might get a lot more because this is a I think it's a non-issue, but we'll see. We sure hope they have evidence, right? So, what's up, Curtis Cross? How are you?
Had sent.
We might get a lot more because this is a I think it's a non-issue, but we'll see. We sure hope they have evidence, right? So, what's up, Curtis Cross? How are you? Thank you for being
Okay,
here,
members of the
guys.
jury, just a reminder, if we take a 10-minute break, be here 10 minutes, even if I'm not here. I need the jury to be here because I don't like walking out and not having the jury here. So just moving forward best we can. Mr. Busby.
Oh, it's Cross. It's time for Crossfire
Mr.
Hurricane.
You told us Ken Paxton was your friend.
Just kidding. I didn't mean to trigger anybody with that.
My friend, yes.
And you were trying to protect him.
That's correct, sir.
And you were trying to protect him from himself.
Correct.
And when you found
this
out
guy's
that
a
this young
leftist.
man, Brandon Kamek, had sent a subpoena to a bank, you guys sent everybody on the 8th floor home and had a meeting, right?
I don't recall us sending everybody home. I do recall we had a meeting.
And in order to protect Ken Paxton, what you did was then call the FBI, right?
This
That's how
attorney
you
is
protected your
based.
friend.
That's not correct, sir.
Did you not go to the FBI thereafter?
Not that day, sir.
What day?
The next day, sir.
Okay. Did you talk to Ken Paxton before you went to the FBI?
General Paxton was out of state.
Did you talk to Ken Paxton before you went to the FBI?
I talked to him on the 28th, yes.
Sir, listen, you found out that Brandon Kamek had served a subpoena on a bank, right? Right?
That is correct, yes.
You thought it was a crisis situation, right?
That is correct, sir.
You rallied the troops together and had a meeting, right?
We had a meeting, yes, sir.
The next day you went to the FBI.
We did, yes, sir.
Did you, after your meeting, talk to Ken Paxton?
I did not talk to Ken Paxton.
Okay, so in order to help your friend, a guy that had given you a really plum of a job, instead of asking him some questions, you instead circled up and decided to go to the FBI. That's what happened, right?
I did have conversations with General Paxton.
Not after that meeting, right?
Not after the meeting on the 29th, correct, sir.
You had no clue that Brandon Kamek had received a second referral from the DA's office, did you?
I did not.
You were wondering why they were serving subpoenas on a bank when the complaint that you knew about had to do with the FBI and the magistrate judge, right?
That's correct.
You had no clue that there had been a second referral from the DA's office directly to Brandon Kamick. Isn't that right?
That's right. No one had shared that with us.
So you thought this Kamick fellow is sending subpoenas to banks related to some FBI thing, right?
I didn't know what he was doing.
You know how you could have found out? You know how you could have found out? You could have picked up the phone and called your boss and said, hey, boss, what's up with this Brandon Kamick? He sent a subpoena to a bank. And he could have told you, well, I have the authority to sign a contract because I am the elected AG. And he's sending subpoenas based on a second referral. You could have done that, right?
I could have done that.
But instead what you did was rally your troops, get your stories together, and go to the FBI. Isn't that right?
That's not how I'd characterize it.
Nah, that about sums it up for
Did
me.
you also talk to Dick Trabolsi?
Not at that time, no.
How soon after that did you talk to Dick Trabolsi? You know who I'm talking about, don't you?
Devastating.
It's the leader.
Tell us who he is.
I believe he's the leader of Texans for Lawsuit Reform.
He sent you a text, didn't he?
There's blood
He
in the
sent me
water.
a text after I resigned.
A text of support?
I got many texts of support. He was one of them, yes.
Where are your texts, by the way?
I don't keep texts.
What do you mean by that? You don't keep texts?
Oh,
You
my
deleted your
Lord.
texts?
After I left the Attorney General's office, when I'm no longer employed at the Attorney General's office, I didn't keep texts.
You didn't
Oh
think
my
anybody might want
God.
to look at your texts?
I adhere to zero inbox policy. And I think anybody who's ever worked for me knows that.
Is that right?
That's right.
So just so we're all clear, and everybody's watching is clear, you were having conversations with the leader of Texans for Lawsuit Reform, who was showing support for you after you'd went to the FBI and resigned, right?
I had one text message that I received from Mr. Trabolsi.
We don't know that.
How did he have your phone number? I thought you weren't the kind of person that would talking to people like that. How did he have your phone number?
A lot of people have my phone number. Probably General Paxton gave it to him at one time.
You know we do have some of your texts, don't you?
I assume you do if others produce them. Yes, sir.
Yeah, we don't have any from you because you say that you delete them. Tell me how you delete them, by the way, because that seems like a challenge. How do you delete every text that's sent to you?
I look at email, I look at texts every day, okay, within a 24-hour time period. If it requires an action, I then note it as a to-do item. If it's unrelated to anything, then I delete. That's been my policy.
Oh
for
my
years,
God,
sir.
who does this
Well,
sound like?
You worked for the government, right?
Well, this was after I worked for the government.
Guys.
Right, after you were no longer working for the government, you deleted your texts. Is that what
Is
you're
he
telling
Hillary
me?
Clinton without
Or you
makeup?
delete them real time?
Is that what Hillary
delete
looks like
them
without makeup?
basically real time.
He
within a
sounds like
period of
Hillary.
time.
Did anybody else in the office do that, or was that just your practice?
Well, the other person that probably did that was the Attorney General.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so.
Did he have a burner
slander.
phone, by the way?
You know, someone mentioned that to me at one time.
Who mentioned that? You read about that in the newspaper?
No, I don't think I read about it in the newspaper. It would have either been Mr. Wicker or Mr. Rylander.
Mr. Ricker didn't mention it to you because he was questioned. He said he didn't know what a burner phone was. Who told you that he had a burner phone?
Again, my best
Oh, this
recollection
attorney
would
is
have been
baked.
Mr. Wicker or Mr. Rylander.
Did you ever see a burner phone?
I know the Attorney General had several phones. I don't know, what a burner phone.
You know what a burner phone is. This would be a burner phone. You can go to 7-Eleven, you can buy it, you use it for a certain amount of minutes, you throw it in the trash. That's called a burner phone.
Okay.
You ever see Ken Paxton with a burner phone?
He had a flip phone.
Did you ever see a burner phone? One that he bought at 7-Eleven so he could do some sort of illicit business?
I don't know, sir.
Okay. How about a secret email address? You ever see him with a secret email address?
Y'all, please like and
He
share
had a
this out.
Proton
Please
email.
share this
Did
out
you have
there
a
when you
Proton
can.
email address?
I sure did, yes.
Oh,
This
goodness
guy's-
gracious. So he had
This
the same
attorney
kind
is
of email
ripping him
address
to
that you had.
shreds.
Okay.
We've been told that's a secret email address, but you had the same kind of email address, didn't you?
I think a lot of people had them.
Sure.
I think your co-counsel has one.
They do have it. You know why people use a Proton email address?
Because I know why we did, because we were concerned that Google might be monitoring our conversations. We were investigating Google.
Right. And also Ken Paxton and several others
now I
went to
smell a
China
rat.
and they wanted to make sure that their email did not get hacked, right?
Okay, correct.
But yet this board of managers, the House of Managers, claims that that's some kind of secret, weird thing to do, and everybody in the office was doing it. Isn't that right?
I don't think everybody in the office was doing it, but there were some, yes.
Sure. Now, back to your text.
He just said everyone, even maybe
Just so
even your
the court is clear and the jurors are clear, your testimony is when you receive a text, if it needs action, you note it, and otherwise you delete it.
That's correct.
And you still do that now? I do.
Okay, Hillary.
Well, the good news is Mr. Brickman didn't have that same practice. Let's look at what is marked and in evidence, AG 170. And Eric, if you don't mind, go to
Y'all, please share this out. This
the
guy's being
page is
fucking taken
Brickman
apart. Dude,
187.
this is
Let's
awesome.
put it on the screen so the jurors can see it.
This is better than I expected.
What we're going to look at, sir, is a text string that you were on with Brickman and several others, okay? I need you to speak into the mic, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Eric, let me know when you're ready. Go to 187, Eric. We're looking at it, AG Exhibit 170. Seven. All right, here's a text you sent at 3:02 p.m. on 9/29/2020. Is that right?
That appears to be correct, sir.
And you said, we have a major problem. The kid has served a subpoena on a bank, showed up there in person at the bank, right?
That's what it says, sir.
And you were thinking in your mind, why the devil was he serving a subpoena on the bank? Nate Paul's complaint has to do with the FBI, right?
That was one of the things I was thinking, sir.
Because you had no clue that there had been a second referral, true?
I did not know there was a second referral at this time.
Is this the first time that you had found out that the kid, you're referring to Brandon Kamick, right?
I am referring to Mr. Kamick there.
And you didn't say, hey, Brandon Kamick, you said the kid. Everybody knew who you were talking about, right?
That's right.
They're being derogatory gossip
so
girls.
Kamick wasn't a surprise, was it?
Disgusting
Kamick
behavior.
wasn't a surprise in the sense that we knew who he was. That's correct.
And you actually got a copy of his contract too, didn't you?
At some point, I got a copy of the contract, but not through the DocuSign.
Wow.
Right. I mean, I know you're, and we're going to talk about your bureaucratic procedures. What did you call it? Your executive action memo? What do you call it?
Executive approval memo.
Yeah, executive approval memo.
Yes, sir.
Some procedure and writing put in place of how things should work at the AG's office.
That's what it was, yes.
Right. It's in some policy manual.
It's a policy, yes.
Okay. It ain't the law, though, is it?
No, it's not the law.
No. The power of the Attorney General derives from the Texas Constitution. Is that not true?
From Texas Constitution and Texas law statutes.
The Constitution is what gives the Attorney General the power to act. Isn't that right?
The Constitution and the statutes passed by the legislature, yes.
Your power to act, if any, derives directly from the AG. Isn't that right?
It's derived from the AG, but it's also derived from the statutes.
Yeah. You're not authorized to take his name off his letterhead, are you?
Am I authorized to take his name off the letterhead?
I'm sorry, is that a question? Or
yeah,
you saying...
I'm repeating your question to make sure I understand it. Could you restate it?
I can absolutely restate it. You, as deputy, as first assistant, are not authorized to remove your boss's name from his letterhead, are you?
I don't know if that's true or not.
Did you not look? I mean, aren't you a lawyer?
Wow.
Isn't that something you better look at before you do it?
I don't recall doing it, sir.
You don't recall sending correspondence with the Attorney General's name removed?
I do not.
You wouldn't have done that, would you?
by implication of your question, it must have happened, but I don't remember.
Oh, it happened. My question is that legal?
Holy shit.
I don't know it's illegal.
Well, did you check before you guys were sending correspondence without your boss's name on it?
I didn't personally check, no.
Well, I thought you were a rule of law guy. Isn't that what you told us? I'm a rule of law guy.
I am a rule of law guy.
Okay, rule of law guy. Is it legal to send out
Greg,
correspondence
Dana, on
without your
Rumble, you
boss's
can
name
feel free
on
to
it?
post any names down there. I'm
Official
keeping track of them
correspondence from
too.
the AG's office?
I don't think
Feel
it's
free to
illegal.
post any
no.
You
names.
don't think it's illegal?
I do not.
Is
They
that how
only
you
voted
decide
on-
your legal,
they only
your
voted
legal
on
analysis
pretrial
is by
motions.
just whether you
The
think it is or
impeachment's
not?
still going on.
No, it's supposed to be based upon what I believed and what I know about the law.
Well, what do you base that on? Why don't you inform
What I
us?
believe is, what I do recall is before I became first assistant, the
They were
prior
on
first
field.
assistant, actually one of the complaints that the Attorney General had with the prior first assistant was that the original letterhead didn't have Mr. Paxton's name on it.
So you knew that the official letterhead, according to General Paxton, had his name on it. That was his, that's what he insisted upon, right?
Well, he insisted on it, and I don't know about the word official.
And yet you were party to correspondence where his name was.
I don't know how
removed.
official it
That
was.
I don't know, sir,
This
but if
guy
you're
should.
saying that, then I must
This
have
guy
been.
should. Ugh,
So let's make sure we're all
I feel
clear
sorry for this guy's wife.
that you did get the contract because it's in the text even. Eric, turn to same exhibit, AG 170. Go to Brickman 180.
Wow, that was nuts. This is the best. This is way better
Vassar
than I thought it was
texted
going
you
to
a
be.
copy of the executed contract, didn't he?
It looks like on October 1st.
Yep. Did you go back then? Was that the same day you met with the FBI?
No,
What day did you meet with the FBI?
I believe we met with the FBI on the 30th, sir.
Okay. So did you go back to the FBI and say, hey, you know what? Ugh, I made a mistake. There actually is a contract. My boss signed it and there's a second referral. Did you do that?
Not on October 1st.
You went to the FBI uninformed. Isn't that true?
No, I wouldn't say that, sir.
I just want to try to get the timeline because the jurors may wonder. You spoke to the FBI about what do you call it? A good faith belief that a crime had occurred? Is that what you said? Did you go to the FBI with a good faith belief that a crime had occurred? Is that what you told us?
That's correct.
Okay. And that was on October the 1st?
No, sir.
What day?
That was on the 30th.
September the 30th?
Yes.
Okay. That's when you called Mr. Sutton before that, right?
I didn't, no.
What?
I had not, no.
One of you did.
Look at how he's trying to
believe that's
confuse me. He's
true, yes, sir.
nodding.
One of the
and
group
he's
called
saying
Mr. Sutton
no.
before that, right?
I believe that's true.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. So on September 30th, you went to the FBI and you made your good faith complaint, right?
We told the FBI the knowledge that we had.
Did you then go back and give them a copy of the actual signed contract from the duly elected Attorney General?
I did not.
You did not?
I did not.
Did you go back and tell them, hey, you know what? There was actually a second referral. It didn't even come into our office. It, in fact, went directly from the DA's office, Travis County, directly to Brandon Cammett. Did you tell them that?
Not on October 1st.
Did you tell them at some point?
I think at some point we did tell them that.
Okay,
Yes.
did they indict Ken Paxton?
As far as I know, they have not.
Okay, so let's try to get our timeline right. That was September of 2020, and this is September of 2023. It's been 3 years.
Your math is correct.
So in 3 years, they've done nothing with the information that you provided them. That's the subject of this impeachment, right?
I don't know what they've done, sir. You
Well,
ask them.
Well, they certainly are pretty good about letting us know if somebody's been indicted, aren't they?
That's your area. I would assume we would. Well, I don't know.
Okay. Your Honor, I know you were concerned about timing. This might be a good break for me. If you want to do it, it's up to you, though. Of course, it's noon. I'm getting ready to go into another topic, and it's going to take some time.
We have a good half hour, 45 minutes.
Okay, I'm all for it.
Keep
Okay.
going.
You know, before I get into some of these other areas like the MIDI Foundation, which you approved of the intervention, right?
I did approve, yes, sir.
The MIDI Foundation where you approved to investigate them, right?
I did sign that memo, yes.
I mean, let's just make sure we're all clear here. One of the articles of impeachment, in fact, the very first article of impeachment has to do with the AG's office intervening in the MIDI Foundation lawsuit, right?
No. If you say so, I'll accept that.
I know you're a rule of law guy. Let's look at Article 1, make sure we're all clear. Article 1 of the impeachment, first article. Just confirm with me, if you would, Mr. Mateer, that is, in fact, the very first article of impeachment that we're here arguing about.
Correct, sir.
And just so we're all clear for our jurors, you, Jeffrey Mateer, approved, along with multiple other people in the office, of that particular intervention. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
We're going to come back to that. I believe you have said that you resigned, and it was on October 2nd, 2020, right?
That's correct, sir.
You resigned because there was no longer a trust between yourself and General Paxton.
That is true, sir.
And we know that on September 30th, after talking to, or at least some of you talking to a lawyer, you went to the FBI to make a good faith report that you thought a crime had been committed.
Yes, we went to the FBI on September 30th. That is correct, sir.
Where else did you go? Who else did you talk to?
Later that day, we had a meeting with the office of the governor.
Wait a minute. So we're all clear about this. You had a meeting with the office of the governor? Is that what you just told us?
Yeah, we met with the office of the governor sometimes weekly, sometimes every other week. That was normal course. The governor was our largest client.
Right. I'm just trying to figure this out. You didn't talk to, after your meeting, you didn't talk to Ken Paxton. You instead spoke to, 1, the FBI, 2, the office of the governor. Who else did you speak to?
I'm not recalling anyone else.
Well, we know you got a text of support from TLR, right?
That was after I resigned, sir.
Did you talk to George P. Bush?
I've never talked to George P. Bush.
Never?
Never.
Can you tell us why he just recently, or I guess sometime in May, applied to renew his law license?
I have no idea. I've never talked to George P. Bush.
Okay, we'll come back to that too. Do you recall that at some point after you resigned that they did an inventory of your office?
Yes.
Now, you're a guy that keeps journals, aren't you?
I keep notes, yes.
Okay, where are your notes in the time frame that you're here to testify about?
At some point, I began using a program called OneNote. The office had provided me with an iPad with the pencil, Apple Pencil. And I started, for my one-on-one meetings, I started a practice that actually I do even through today, although I now use a different program. But I used a program called OneNote. I mean, whenever my written notes end, that's when I started using OneNote. And those were on my iPad that I turned in when I resigned. And I think it's a Microsoft Word. I'm not a tech guy either. I think it's a Microsoft Word, Microsoft product that was part of the Word suite. And so when I turned in, and it did link to my computer and my iPad, sir.
I don't really understand anything you just said. I'm trying to figure out where your notes are.
Well, you're not representing the Office of Attorney General. The Office of Attorney General would have those notes.
No, you
They're on
wiped it.
OneNote.
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
I'm sorry.
You wiped it clean.
I wouldn't know how to wipe something clean, sir.
Well, you know how to delete text, that's for sure, right?
That's just hitting delete and have an automatic delete on your device.
Eric, let's look at AG Exhibit 127 and go to Exhibit 36 within that exhibit. Hope that's not too confusing. This document is in evidence, and we're going to look at what was found in your office and what was not found after you left. Eric, we're going to Exhibit 36 within that exhibit. We're almost there. Now go to the 4th page of that exhibit. We're looking at Exhibit 127, Exhibit 36 to that exhibit, page 3. Now, you can see that in your office, there was an inventory made, right?
Correct.
And we can see that you're a guy that kept a journal, right?
I kept notes, yes, sir.
And we can see that these notes, if you flip back the page prior, Eric, you can see they go from 2018, January, and they go all the way to June of 2020, right? June of 2020. And that's where they stop. Isn't that right?
That's what that reflects, yes.
Where are they?
Where are what, sir?
The notes that are missing.
Again, sir, I began using a program called OneNote. And OneNote, what it does, I know you don't understand, but OneNote, what it does is it's an electronic note-taking system. And you can do it by, and what I had it, the way I had it organized was I had civil lit, I had child support, I had admin, I had criminal justice, I had law enforcement. And so that was a tab. And so it let me more effectively organize my notes by deputy. When I turned in my machines, OneNote was there. It may still be there. I don't know. When I turned in, I lost access.
Who is Jordan Berry?
Jordan Berry is a political consultant who is a political consultant for Mr. Paxton, among others.
Among who others?
Good question. Probably some individuals in this room. I don't know all his clients. So I'd be guessing.
You don't know who Jordan Berry represents?
I don't know all of his clients. I mean, if there's in this room, maybe Senator Middleton.
I don't want to talk about the senators. I'm talking about other entities that Jordan Berry may represent. Do you know of any?
Other entities that Jordan Berry may represent. I know he represents members of the House.
Entities.
Entities. I don't know, sir.
No. Okay. So I guess we kind of all got to know, when you went to the FBI, what crime did you have this so-called good faith belief had occurred?
The good faith belief that we believed he had occurred was, I believed that he potentially could have been subject to blackmail. And as a result, he was taking illegal actions on behalf of what we then knew was a campaign donor, but he was taking actions on behalf of Mr. Paul.
You believed he was being blackmailed?
At one point, I actually believed he was being blackmailed, sir.
So you didn't think he was committing a crime? You thought somebody was committing a crime against him?
At one point in time, I believed that, yes, sir.
That's why you went to the FBI?
Well, eventually we went because I had tried on several occasions to have, as I think in one of my memos says, that you probably have on here, asked him, I mean, I really wanted him to come clean.
Yeah,
I
this
even said,
lawyer
are
is
you
based.
under undue influence, sir?
And he said no.
He did say no, yes.
He never said, I'm being blackmailed. I'm under undue influence.
But his actions didn't reveal that. I mean, when we found out
Oh my
that
gosh.
this woman that
is
he'd had
so
the affair with
bunk.
from years ago, that had moved up to Austin and was now employed by Mr. Paul, and then he was taking these unusual actions. It just didn't make sense to me, Mr. Busby.
I hear you.
Oh my gosh.
You made some assumptions, did you not? You made some assumptions.
I made some reasonable assumptions, yes, sir.
You made some assumptions,
I
right?
made some, yes.
Okay. And you know that sometimes assumptions are wrong, right?
I remember that Odd Couple episode. We're probably similar age. Probably no one else gets that, Mr. Busby.
No one's laughing.
You believed he may have a potential conflict of interest. That's what you said at some point, right?
You'd have to refresh my memory on that, sir.
Really?
You said, I do not have any specific evidence, right?
You'd have to refresh my memory, sir.
Let me ask you something. When you, do you remember there was a hearing in Travis County District Court where you testified?
That by Zoom, I believe, yes.
Yeah.
I was subpoenaed.
And you were asked point blank, let me make sure I get this exactly right, because this might be something that's important to our jurors. You were asked under oath whether you believe the AG was engaged in ongoing criminal activity in connection with Nate Paul. Do you remember being asked that question?
I don't think that's the question I was asked, sir.
You don't think that was what was asked?
I do not think that was the question that was asked.
Okay. Do you remember, what question do you think was asked? Just so maybe we can refresh your recollection.
I'd love to see the transcript. That would be the best evidence.
No,
Were you ever asked whether you believe that Ken Paxton was engaged in criminal activity?
I don't believe I was ever asked that question during that hearing.
Okay. You believe you were asked about the AG's office itself?
The best, again, if I could look at the transcript, that would tell us all what it was asked.
Let's do that. We're going to look at the transcript from Travis County District Court, the 250th Judicial District, a hearing that was held on the first day of March 2021. We're going to turn to page 189 of that transcript, Eric.
This attorney is so based. Y'all enjoying this? Like and share, okay? Thank you guys for watching.
You were asked point blank under oath 6 months after you'd went to the FBI this question. Line 15, page 189, Eric. I'm going to read it. You make sure, tell me if I read it right. And did you come to believe that the Office of Attorney General was being engaged in ongoing criminal activity in connection with Nate Paul? That was the question, correct?
Which is different than the question you asked me.
That's why we're looking at it.
I know.
That was the question you were asked, true?
That is true. Yes, sir.
Let's
You read
look
it
at
correctly.
what your answer was. Page 190, line 15. You said, tell us what you said. If you don't want me to read it, you can read your testimony yourself.
Objection. I don't believe this is in evidence, Your Honor. I stand to be corrected, and if so, I'll withdraw the concern, but I don't believe it's in evidence.
This is House Board of Managers Exhibit 466 that was offered and received by this court. We're looking at page 190, line 15. You said, and I know it called for yes or no, but it's a question that it's hard to give a yes or no. So that makes it difficult for me as the witness. But I would say it could have led to that. Certainly did I have concerns? I had
Pardon me, I
potential
apologize
concerns.
again, Mr. Busby. Excuse me, please. I think this comes under the heading of, it is one, of course, our exhibits. I don't object to it being introduced, but I don't believe it has. It is not one of those that was agreed to by the parties. And if you recall, they wouldn't originally agree to any of our exhibits, and then we reached some agreements we read in this morning. I don't think it's one of them. So if he wants to offer it, I'm not going to object, but I don't believe this document is in evidence.
Would you like to offer it?
Well, first, it's in evidence, but just to satisfy my co-counsel or
Sure.
colleague over there,
Sure.
I'll offer it again.
He did not object.
Yeah.
It's submitted to evidence.
So now let's
Thank
focus on this
Good job.
document.
You did
that's in
something.
evidence.
You did something.
You were asked point blank, and this is 6 months. I mean, come on.
Take the
6
wins where you
months
can get them. Am I
after
right, Democrats?
You left the office. 6 months after you went to the FBI. This is after some of your colleagues had filed a very public lawsuit, right?
Correct.
And this is even after that you had been interviewed in the press, right?
I believe one time, yes.
Yeah, and all kinds of things were going on in the press about these so-called whistleblowers and crimes and all kinds of things. And then here you are placed under oath in March of 2021, and you were asked point blank whether you believed the office of the AG had been engaged in ongoing criminal activity in relation to Nate Paul, and you couldn't even give an answer. Could you?
With regard to the office of
Guess what
Attorney
he's
General,
about to
correct.
ask him again.
You're making some distinction between the office and the AG himself?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because you didn't want to say that you had been engaged in criminal activity, right?
I don't believe, no.
I mean, part of the so-called criminal activity is the MIDI intervention, isn't it? And you were dead in the middle of that, weren't you?
Straight up, you authorized
I
it, remember?
approved
Yeah, you
The
approved it
executive memorandum.
Isn't it ironic that the
Remember?
first witness
when we established that.
called in this case for the House on the first article of impeachment that was passed, that this witness, you, approved that intervention? Isn't that ironic?
I don't know, sir.
Don't you think that really kind of reflects the whole House's case? That they put you up here as the witness to tell us how bad Ken Paxton was, and on the very first article, you approved it. Isn't that ironic?
They didn't have this kind of time to think about it.
The irony, I
Busby,
guess,
they
is
only had
lost on
4
me, sir.
hours.
Is it?
It is.
They had to get these articles filed and passed. They didn't have time to cover all their tracks.
Before I get to some of these other more difficult topics, would you help us? And we have people watching, and of course, some of our jurors are not lawyers. I want to talk to you about the burden of proof. You know what the burden of proof is, right? You know what that concept means?
I do, yes.
Okay, there's one burden called more likely than not. You understand that concept?
Okay, yes.
What does that mean?
Whether a fact is more likely than not, like the preponderance of the evidence.
Yep. And that's the easiest standard of proof if you're somebody advocating for something, right?
That's the normal standard in a civil court.
Okay, let's focus.
With some exceptions.
Sure. There are.
Turn your microphone on, please.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. I'm sorry. He's not being offered as an expert on the burden of proof, and that's something for the jury to decide in their own mind. His view of what it is or not. He didn't bring these charges. The House managers did. He's not here for that purpose. It's unfair to be trying to, and irrelevant for him to be being asked what his definition of the burden. In fact, I must say I've never heard that done before. And so I object to it as being totally irrelevant and improper for this witness to be even cross-examined about. What difference does it make what he thinks the burden of proof is? It's what they think the burden of proof is.
Wait a minute, Your Honor. With all due respect, this counsel asked this man many times about his opinion on whether law has been broken. Many times. And so I'm entitled to ask him about the burden of proof, especially on illegality, which remember, he sat up there and said that Ken Paxton signing a contract was illegal. So you can't open the door and then close it now.
He has not testified as to what this jury ought to do or how they ought to look at the burden of proof. He was asked whether or not he thought the conduct was unlawful. He said he did.
He wasn't asked to speak on what the jury should do.
Two different things. The burden of proof is decided by the jurors out there, not this man or any other witness.
I'm entitled to explore why he would say something like that. Like what is the burden of proof? And I'm going to get to that if I quit being interrupted.
Overruled. You open that door.
Now, let's talk about the burden in this case for the senators, our jurors. Beyond a reasonable doubt. What does that mean?
Well, it means what it says. It means that you don't have any reasonable doubt.
In other words, any doubts I have are not reasonable.
I'm not a criminal lawyer, but that's beyond a reasonable doubt.
When you went to the FBI and you offered up a good faith belief that Ken Paxton had been engaged in criminal activity, in your mind, was that beyond a reasonable doubt?
I didn't think about that at all, sir.
You just suspected. Isn't that true?
I didn't think about the burden of proof at all in those conversations, sir.
I would think that you portrayed yourself, and I'm not challenging that you were a good and trusted friend, a good and trusted advisor, a good and trusted confidant in some cases, right? To Ken Paxton.
I don't know about confidant.
Well, confidant.
Confidant, sorry about that. Sometimes my speech impediment comes through. I apologize.
No worries. I'm not picking on you. I just want to make sure you understand the concept. I mean, you told us, the entire public, that you had a meeting with Ken Paxton. He talked about his marriage. Told us that, right?
Well, Mr. Paxton, Mrs. Paxton had a meeting with senior staff and talked about their marriage, yes.
Okay, so I guess it brings me to the point. Wouldn't you want to make sure that you were absolutely sure that Ken Paxton was doing something untoward and illegal before you went to the FBI? Wouldn't that be what a trusted confidant would do? Somebody who's a trusted friend, somebody who's been trusted to run the office. At least you should make yourself sure.
Right, yeah.
You know what? Before I do this, because when I pull that trigger, when I do that, all bets are off. I'm out. You even said, I knew when I did that, I wouldn't be the first deputy again, right?
First assistant, yes,
First
sir.
assistant. So shouldn't you be sure before you do that?
Or we were confident.
You were confident?
Yes,
You
sir.
thought that Nate Paul had made repairs on his home?
Oh, that's true, guys. We should get the body
I've been
language
told that,
expert to
yes.
Who told
analyze
you that?
this. That's a great comment,
I
Victoria.
believe, again, it was either Mr. Wicker or Mr. Rylander.
You think that Mr. Wicker said that to somebody?
Yeah, again, it was either Mr. Wicker or Mr. Rylander.
It seems to me that would be so important. You'd remember who told you that. I mean, you're telling me somebody told me my boss was having a campaign donor pay for renovations of his house, and you can't even tell us who told you that?
I said I believe it's Mr. Wicker or Mr. Rylander, sir.
So if it's not Mr. Wicker, because it wasn't, you're saying it would be Mr. Rylander?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You ever played the telephone game with your kids?
I played the telephone game in youth group, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Not with my kids.
Okay, well, how many kids you got?
I've got 3.
I've got 4. So sometimes I play the telephone game, and you know what that is, right?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay, that's a game where somebody whispers something to somebody else, and then they turn around and whisper something to somebody else, and then they turn around and whisper something to somebody else, and so on, and then they let the last person repeat what they think they were told.
It's a game of telephone.
Yes, sir.
And sometimes it's comical how different the story is that's been passed from person to person to person and person, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what happened here.
I don't know
A stray comment from Drew Wicker claims he heard that he
He's
misunderstood.
gonna say, I don't know that. Well, you don't know what you're saying is
a
true. So
trusted
all he's saying is he
advisor,
doesn't know that what he's saying
a
is not true.
trusted friend. You believe that Nate Paul had paid for the renovations of Ken Paxton's home.
I believe that was possible, yes, sir.
Do you know that it's not true?
I do not know that it's not true.
Have you ever tried to find out?
No, that's why we went to law enforcement, for them to find out.
Why didn't you just ask Ken Paxton?
I had resigned.
Oh.
You know, he could have shown. He
Didn't know how to get a hold of
you
him.
The invoices, the wires, the receipts, the samples. You didn't ask him.
I saw them because you had a press conference where you had them. That's when
I only shown a few. I'm going to show them all in this trial.
I haven't seen them.
How many times have you told people that Ken Paxton had somebody pay for the renovations of his home? How many times you said that to people?
I don't know if I've ever said that until you asked me the question.
You wouldn't say that to somebody, would you?
You wouldn't.
I don't have a recollection of saying it.
I mean, you shouldn't say it, should you?
Shouldn't say it.
In other words, you don't know it's true. You shouldn't be out there repeating it, should you?
I don't believe I've been repeating it.
Okay.
All right. Glad we're all on the same page.
I think you said, if I'm not mistaken, let me just ask you point blank. You remember you talked about your potential concerns about the office? Remember that question?
From the transcript?
Yeah. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have said that in 2020, you became aware that Nate Paul had donated to Ken Paxton's campaign. Is that right?
That's when I became aware of that campaign contribution.
And when you became aware, you learned, I'm sure, that one campaign donation was actually made in October of 2018, right?
That's correct.
And you learned that October 2018 campaign donation was $25,000, right?
That is correct, sir.
And that Nate Paul was a campaign donor, played a part in your belief that Ken Paxton was engaged in unlawful conduct with regard to Nate Paul, right?
That was part, yes.
Okay, so let's make sure we ferret that out a little bit. You learned in 2020 of a campaign donation almost 2 years before, right?
That's correct, sir.
And the fact that a donation had been made 2 years prior played a part in your belief that Ken Paxton was doing something wrong with regard to Nate Paul. Is that right?
That was part, yes.
Okay. You know who else he gave money to?
Who else Nate Paul gave money to?
Did you check?
No, that wasn't my concern.
Do you know how much money Ken Paxton raised in 2018 for his campaign?
I did at the time. I know it was several $1 million.
What did you say?
I knew I would have known the number at the time. I know it was several $1 million.
Where is that? Where is that blow up? You have it blown up? You know what percentage of, in 2018, what percentage Nate Paul's campaign contribution was with regard to the total amount raised by Ken Paxton?
Well, if your math is correct on this demonstrative, it's there, but I wouldn't have known that then, no.
0.37%.
Paxton moves money, okay? Paxton moves
That's what
money.
your demonstrative says.
Okay. $25,000 is nothing.
2018, Ken Paxton raised $6.7 million.
They'll buy you a table at a tournament circle event.
Yes,
you checked into that?
For one
no,
county.
he would have told me.
Chump change.
And Nate Paul donated 25,000 of that, right?
I know Nate Paul donated 25,000, yes.
And the illegal activity that you complain about, or at least you claim you had a good faith belief had occurred, is 0.37% of that.
If that is the correct math, then I have no reason to dispute you on the math.
So let me just make sure I'm clear. When somebody feels aggrieved and they came to the AG's office to get help, that's the job of the AG's office, right? To help constituents?
That's part of our job, yes.
I mean, isn't that what we taxpayers are paying for?
That's part of our job, yes.
So when somebody feels aggrieved in some way and they don't know where to turn and they go to the AG's office, do you check to see if they're a donor of some sort?
Because of allegations made in the past against Attorney General Paxton, we were very sensitive when we were asked to do things on behalf of folks who had contributed to his campaign.
No.
So
y'all just wanted
yes,
to totally undermine the people who
we
put
were
him in
concerned
office. You
about things like
absolute
that.
establishment
So
shill.
you decide whether
you
you're
deep
going to
state shill.
do your job
No, sir.
Hey,
No.
let me finish my question, please. If you
Sorry,
don't mind.
I apologize.
No worries.
Yeah, be quiet. You have a
You
problem.
decide whether you're going to do your job based on
Uh-uh.
whether the person is donated to your boss. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm not telling you that, sir, no.
Okay. You
Well, that's
look
what
at
I'm hearing. Why
someone
is that
with a jaundiced
what we're
eye,
hearing? Yeah.
if they're asking for assistance and they've also given money to the elected official that you're working for,
No, sir.
you're skeptical of somebody
Whom you
who's
claim to want to
just
protect, but
asking
threw
for
under the
help
wheels
how
of the
to deal with a
FBI.
situation, and you're skeptical because they might also be a campaign donor.
No, I'm not skeptical. No.
Okay.
Sir.
But you already told us that Nate Paul was a campaign donor, played a part in your belief that Ken Paxton was engaged in unlawful conduct. That's what you said under oath, right?
That's correct, sir.
Is it possible, Mr. Mateer, that you jumped to a lot of conclusions really fast?
I don't believe so, sir.
And you could have put all this to bed if you'd just talked to your boss.
I attempted to talk to him starting probably in June, July, August, September.
No.
I did.
No.
Take it easy.
I did talk to him, sir.
No.
Take it easy.
Yeah, you talked to him, but no, not about.
You could have, once you met up with the rest
just
of
complained
your
about hiring
colleagues on the
an
8th
outside attorney.
floor, you could have then, as the leader, you were the leader, right, of the group?
I was the first assistant.
Yeah, you're the leader.
That was
First
the
among
first time
equals.
he's the
Yes.
first assistant.
You even
to the-
said in your
to the assistant
testimony, you said,
manager.
look, I manage the day-to-day business of that office. Remember saying that?
I did manage the day-to-day
And
office.
I control the office. Remember saying
Assistant
that?
to the manager.
Control the office. I don't know if I said it in that way, sir.
We'll get to it.
Okay.
But you, as the leader, once you heard all these foolishness concerns, some of which you might have believed, some of which you didn't, your job at that point in time was to go to the boss. Isn't that right?
I had tried to go to the boss.
Is it because you wanted to be the attorney general? Is that what was going on?
Anybody who knows me, Mr. Busby, knows that that is not one of my ambitions. I had my dream job. I came to help Ken Paxton, came down here, a city I didn't want to move to.
Wait, your dream job was to be a federal judge, and that got squelched. Isn't that right?
Oh.
No, actually, my dream job has always been to be at First Liberty.
Weren't you supposed to be a federal judge, and then the two senators objected to you?
What two senators, sir?
The two that would have the ability to object to you. You know who I'm talking about?
You're talking about our senators?
Yes.
They didn't object to me.
They didn't.
Senator Cruz certainly didn't.
Somehow something went awry, and you know you're not a federal judge, are you?
That's absolutely true. My nomination was withdrawn by President Trump.
Yeah. And that's the
Imagine
job
that.
you really wanted, right?
Imagine that.
I did want to be a federal judge.
Sure.
This
But my
clown
dream job
would
was
have been.
First Liberty.
You see the kind of snakes that approach Trump? You see the kind of snakes that surround him and try to worm their way into positions of power? See the kind of snakes that try to worm their way into positions of power with him? This
Now, I understand
soft-ass
that
stowaway would have been
you
a federal
took
judge.
the place of Chip Roy. Is that right?
That's correct.
Chip Roy was the
If Cruz didn't
first
object
assistant
to it,
before you.
That's correct, sir.
I'm writing Cruz a
And
letter
you
about it.
mentioned kind of in passing that Ken Paxton at some point became unhappy with Chip Roy,
That's correct.
that Chip Roy was not doing what he wanted him to do.
That's correct.
And he felt the same way about you during the conversation about Kamek, right?
The Attorney General never expressed that to me.
Well, you
Has
told-
never expressed that to me.
I'm sorry. You told us all that he compared you to Chip Roy, remember?
What I said was Mr. Penley said that.
Penley said that Paxton had said that.
And I asked the Attorney General whether he was frustrated with me, and he didn't respond about being frustrated with me.
Have you seen the second referral from the DA's office to the AG's office?
I may have.
Why would you have seen it at this point?
Yeah, he acted like he.
I had a conversation with Margaret Moore after I resigned.
Wait, so he did know about. Wait,
and may have seen it during that conversation. Who was the Travis County District Attorney at the time?
But
Yeah, I know who
just
she was.
earlier
Listen,
today, he said that he had
because
no
we're
idea that there was a
running
second
up against the
referral from
lunch
the DA.
hour, I
That's
want to
absolutely
focus on MIDI real
nuts.
quick so we can just put this MIDI thing to bed, okay?
Okay,
You going to help me here?
you're asking the
Y'all
questions.
can rewind
I'll
and see
answer
where
them.
earlier he
Let's
said
look
that
at
he had never
AG
heard that there
Exhibit
was a second referral. Now
151.
he's
It's in
admitting that he
evidence.
did know. He's a liar. And he's soft. Looks like he's cut out of soap.
And just so the members of the jury understand how the office worked, there's some policy or procedure there that you described as what you could, executive action.
It's approval. It's the title's there, Mr. Busby. See, executive approval,
No.
civil litigation membership. He just
Executive
highlighted it for
approval.
us.
Sorry. Executive approval, civil litigation memorandum. Yeah. Okay. We see here the letterhead. Letterhead is Ken Paxton.
I see that.
Okay. And basically it takes us through various people within the bowels of the AG's office who would approve something like this, right?
Starts with someone in the division and goes its way up. Yes, sir.
And this is just found in some policy manual somewhere, right?
Oh, it was a policy of the office.
Is it written down?
It is written down, sir.
Okay. Now, so let's just look. With regard to intervention on behalf of the public interest in charity, we have a sign-off of Mary Henderson, who's a senior attorney, right?
Correct.
We have, looks like Josh Godby, who is the chief of the Financial Litigation and Charitable Trust Division, right?
That's correct, sir.
We have also signed off here Darren McCarty, who is, what is he for civil litigation, head of civil litigation?
He's the Deputy Attorney General for civil litigation.
And then at the top of the chain is your name, where you signed off on June 8th of 2020, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And of course, all of these people here that we see on Exhibit 151 derive their authority from the Attorney General. Isn't that right?
From the Attorney General and the statutes and the Constitution, yes.
I mean, it doesn't matter whether you think it's a good idea or not. He, the Attorney General, is a decision maker ultimately. Isn't that true?
I mean, that authority is delegated down to through.
I understand. You can delegate authority, but you can also take it back, can't you?
I think that's correct, sir.
Right. So let's make sure we're clear.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any authority you had only existed as long as you served the Attorney General. Isn't that right?
I think the government code gives the first assistant authority when the Attorney General is absent.
When he's absent.
Yeah, that's correct.
Right. Not when he's on a business trip doing work on a case for Google. You don't get to just say, oh, he's out of town. Now I'm in charge. That ain't how it works, is it?
I certainly never did that, sir.
Yeah. And you better not do that, because that would get you fired, right?
You better not.
I mean, if you were to do that, that should be a fireable offense, right?
Right. Isn't that true?
Again, as long as the Attorney General were exercising his proper authority as well, pursuant to the Constitution.
Yeah, that's not up to his
Let's look
discretion.
at why
So that's not up to the assistant
the person
to
that
the general
generated
manager's
this
discretion.
executive approval civil litigation memorandum. Let's look at why they thought it was the right thing to do to intervene into this MIDI litigation. Turn over, if you would, to page 2 of this document, Eric. I mean, it goes on for several pages with the justification as to why it's a good idea for the AG's office to intervene. Is that true?
That's the purpose of the memo, to set forth the reasons why to take an action.
Did you review it before you signed it?
I did.
Did you have the opportunity to say, you know, I don't think that's sufficient justification?
I would have had that, yes.
And can we agree that even if you thought it wasn't a good idea, that you could be overruled by your boss?
Yes.
Okay, just so we're clear on that, I want to make sure everybody hears that. That even if, let's say just as an example, using the MIDI intervention as an example. If you'd have looked at this and said, you know what, I don't think this detailed memo that goes into line by line of all the problems that the MIDI Foundation has had, I don't think that's sufficient justification to intervene. And you said, you know what, I'm not going to sign that. The Attorney General could overrule that. however he chose. Isn't that right?
I believe that's correct.
Because you're not in charge, are you?
Ultimately, the elected official is the Attorney General.
Because you've never gotten any votes, have you?
No,
You didn't get 4.2 million votes, did you?
I've never run for any office.
Right.
Never any desire.
He did, right?
He did.
Yeah. He's the one that's elected, right?
He is elected.
He's the boss, true?
He is ultimately, yes.
And you serve at his pleasure, isn't that right?
The first assistant serves at the Attorney General's.
You're a political appointee, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And if he doesn't trust you anymore,
It's a bloodbath.
then you're out the door.
It's
Isn't
a
that
fucking
right?
bloodbath.
That's correct.
And that's how it works with political appointees, isn't it?
That's correct.
It's at will. When he doesn't trust you anymore, you leave, right?
Or vice versa, yes.
Sure. Let's look at all the problems with the MIDI Foundation. Go, Eric, if you would, to page 4, where they're laid out, the bullet points are laid out, the justification of the intervention by the AG's office. Do you see them there?
I see the allegations, yes, sir.
And are those sufficient still in your mind for the intervention?
Again, I approved that memo at the time, yes, sir.
You stand by it today, don't you?
That I approved the memo on that day, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Nobody tricked you to get your signature, did they?
No one on that date tricked me,
Okay.
yes, sir.
And we can see all the problems. They apparently or allegedly the former chairman attempted to conjure a sale of the investment properties in a self-dealing transaction. See that bullet point?
I see it there, sir.
It says that they hadn't filed the proper IRS forms. See that?
Is that the fourth bullet point?
Yes, sir.
I see what it says.
They refused to disclose certain fee agreements, right?
I see that bullet point, sir.
You knew, of course, that one of the individuals who had been involved had gotten in trouble criminally. You knew that, didn't you?
I don't know if I knew that, sir.
Don't remember that?
I do not remember that.
Okay. You know, there's been some saying here. I want to make sure because we're putting Article 1 to bed, which I think puts the whole case to bed. But look at Article 1. Impeachment Article 1, please. It starts off, it says, protection of charitable organization. Do you see that there?
Oh, at the top, yes, I see.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
I'm kind of doing you like
I
you
was
did me.
reading the paragraph, not the title.
That's false in itself, isn't it?
What do you
AG's office is not there to protect charitable organizations, is it?
No, I think that is part of our role.
It's there by statute. It says by statute, the authority to intervene is to protect the public interest in charity. Isn't that true?
I think that's what that means.
It's a whole different thing than protecting charities, isn't it?
No, I don't think so, sir.
I mean, the reason for the intervention is because they thought the people within the charity were doing things that were wrong. And so we're protecting the public's interest in the charity, correct?
I don't think they're necessarily exclusive, sir.
You also authorized an investigation of the MIDI Foundation, didn't you?
I remember seeing those documents, yes, sir.
Let's see. Keep an eye on our time. I didn't know what time you wanted to do lunch. Is it now? It's a good time to break for me if you want.
Good time for you?
Yes, sir.
All right, we will break until 1:30.
Okay, and they should be back any minute now. They're running late a lot today, which is kind of annoying, but We are back for the most part. They'll be they'll be back on a little bit. What y'all talking about over in the Pilled chat? Let's see. Over in Pilled and Foxhole. Yeah, I was replaying day 2. Day 2 was when they got the Busby, Paxton's attorney, got his first shot at the first witness. And it was devastating. So they should be back on any minute now. Yes, Fact Finder. Here, I'm going to share this so that y'all can see this instead. Fact Finder, I agree. That witness is incompetent and narcissistic. Yeah, he's very narcissistic, and his face bothers me too, Stacks. Stacks, his face bothers me too. He just seems to carry a disgruntled posture. Yeah, very much so. He wears it in his face. He's sort of like victim. You can tell it's in his face. He's like, why does this have to be? You can tell he's a guy that goes, what is, why would you do that to me? I don't like that. Thank God this moron never sat the bitch, right? He was a Fact Finder theorizes that he was a disgruntled virgin until he was 35, and he's still mad about that. Over on Rumble chat, let's see. Raging Smirk. Everybody's giving me a 5x5. Thank you so much. This is what TXPC guy says. This is what I've told the Senate. When I called, the defense has destroyed the credibility of the witnesses, and the public knows it. Ms. Firecracker says, reminder of the estrogen-dominant witnesses that were destroyed by the defense. Yep, absolutely. Ms. Lopez says, hysterical. To protect Paxton, they reported him to the FBI. Yep. Classic. Says, Ms. Firecracker says, my district state house representative said they were under gag order to not talk about this trial. Also read that Dan Patrick ordered it. Read on Twitter. Yeah, well, no, I don't know about your state house rep, but your senators right now and everything, like, I would just, not try to get a hold of them necessarily. You can leave your comments and send your emails, but they're working on being impartial. Ms. Lopez says, interesting on gag order. Glad to report that I felt Hancock's local office took time and notes of all my call concerns. Yeah, they'll take them. They're just right now, they got to get through this trial. So, and they're just chilling right now. So y'all keep talking. I'll go back and read your comments here in a little bit, but they should be back on any minute now. We'll be able to do our commentary.
All rise. The Court of Impeachment of the Texas Senate is now in session.
All right, we are back. I'm about to put my music back on. They don't quit playing around. Nope. All right, I think we're actually about to start now. Miss Lopez says that was a forest fire and the dude was a cabin. Wait, the salt of the earth, yeah. That was funny. Destroyed Subpack Vet says, I really like your comment earlier about worming their way into power. Yep, they do. They worm their way into power.
To both parties, you gave us a lot of homework during lunch, I'll assure you.
We're just trying to assure you keep your day job and don't ever wander, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Can I have both parties come up? Mr. Harden? Both.
Yes, sir.
Everybody quit joking around. If people want to hear jokes, they'll listen to my live streams. Anybody trying to hear jokes from you guys, y'all are impeaching our boy, Ken Paxton. Shut up. This is the second time they've convened this way. And they're all discussing, whatnots, things and whatnots. I don't know, really. I really don't know what they're discussing when they're doing this kind of stuff, but gosh, take forever. All right, what are y'all saying over here? Raging Smirk and Salt of the Earth. Raging Smirk says, amazing that our state rep voted against impeachment when he generally votes in lockstep with Phelan. Well, that's a good sign. If your House rep voted against impeachment, that's a good sign, because that wasn't them saying that necessarily that they are friends with Paxton. They don't think Paxton's guilty. That was just them saying, I have not had any time at all to look through this, and this is not proper. This is not due process. So I can't vote for this. Whether Paxton is guilty of something or not, what happened in the House was so bad. And that's a really good sign, actually. And it doesn't even mean that they're on Paxton's side. It just means they're on the side of due process, that they weren't like, I'm not going to go with the flow because this is my reputation and I'm representing all these people, who sent me up here, and I can't vote to freaking impeach somebody with 4 hours notice to read 20 shaky ass articles with no witnesses sworn in and no actual evidence. So that's really good then. I would give your representative a pat on the back. Say, hey, you know what? You did great. Should have put up there that was did I do that? Yeah, recap from day 2. I put that up there. So thank you guys for being here. Really appreciate it. Hello, Steadfast Studio. Hello, Bong Hall. How are you? Carrie Lake. How are you? Nice name, Carrie Lake. Nice name. Diddy, what's up? Did y'all enjoy seeing Busby destroy the first witness? He was like a shark in the water, and the witness was like a man with a big cut on his leg. That was awesome. They'll be done negotiating soon. Looks like Bill Nye, the science guy, has some terms that him and his girlfriend are laying out. I like Busby's suit today. That shade of blue makes him look extra tan, which I think is what he's going for. I think he likes the tan look. He looks like he's been working outside with his horses all day on the ranch, and now he's coming in to defend Ken Paxton from the deep state as his attorney. All right, you guys, please like and share this out. Again, donations are not required, but they are very much appreciated. You can send donations to Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. I accept cash as well. If you're ever at our events or at some of the events that are with our partner groups and you want to donate, that would be wonderful. That'd be great. All right, guys, y'all, come on, y'all got to consider the audience, right? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, guys. Now I sound like the people I was complaining about earlier. Like, I'm working here, you know. I thought that during lunch they could work some of this stuff out, but it's okay. Hey, look, is that the young guy, Osco, right there with the gray suit next to Busby? That might be. Maybe he's up next. That would be cool. These fancy attorneys with their suits. Let's all get suits. Okay, let's not let the attorneys have a monopoly on wearing nice suits, okay? I know they make a lot more money than us, but we can each afford one nice suit. Now, don't get a light color, get a dark color in case you spill your coffee on it. It's not totally ruined, okay? So get a dark color. Let's all get dark colored suits. If you're risky, get a light colored suit. If you don't drink coffee, if you don't spill things like I do, all right? Because, look, we can't let Busby and Osco, or even the House impeachment attorney, Rusty Hardin, we can't let them run up on us with this fashion, okay? All right, look at Busby with his blue suit and his green tie. Look, he is feeling like summer today. He said he wants a little bit of summer before the fall comes in. One last homage.
Just let me focus on that. You do that.
Anyways, most of these articles have been debunked. We can go over that again later. I hope eventually they get to, a point, because I'm curious. Did Paxton commit a crime? Because it doesn't seem like it so far. It really does not. They keep saying all this stuff was improper. It's not against the law. He has the authority to do all of this stuff. He was acting on a complaint by a citizen investigating
Court's back in
FBI abuse
session.
warrants.
Mr. Harden, Mr. Cogdale, we're sustaining the objection on 686 and 691. And then the other ones we'll bring up one by one as we walk through.
Yes, sir.
So 686 and 691 will not be admitted. Bailiff, call the witness. Mr. Harden, your witness, and now we'll start the clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Harden, that saved you some time on the clock by resolving some of those issues. So you got your extra 5 minutes. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Something just came up at the well, how do we pronounce your name by your preference? We've said Kamek, we've said Kamak.
Kamak.
Kamak. All right. Thank you. Mr. Kamak, I have several documents I want to go over with you. I first want to show you and ask you to look on that hard copy you have there. Do you have a hard copy of 649 with you up there?
You take a look. Yes, sir.
All right. And I want you to look at that 649 and without testifying as to the contents yet, tell me if that is a document that was prepared by you.
No, sir.
All right. Who was it prepared by?
This document was prepared by Michael Wynn.
By Michael Wynn?
Yes, sir.
And would you tell us the circumstances real quickly as to how you got that document from Michael Wynn?
This was emailed to me.
Emailed to you? Did you ask for it?
No, sir. This was unprompted.
All right. And then in this particular document, it's still not in evidence. I have a couple more questions for you.
Yes, sir.
When you received that from Michael Wynn.
Mr. Harden,
Yes,
excuse
sir.
me. So there was an objection on 649?
Yes, sir. I haven't asked him questions about the content yet for that reason.
Because I'm going to sustain the objection on 649.
But I understood at the bench you wanted us to extend a predicate if we were going
Yes,
to try to
yes.
overcome it. That's all I'm trying to do. But it's not in, you understand as a lawyer, it's not in evidence. Objection's been made, preliminary sustained. I'm being allowed to ask you a few more questions about it without describing the contents.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Now, when this particular document, and notice here, you forwarded that document to whom?
I sent this document to Mr. Paxton.
All right. And in the case of Mr. Paxton, when you sent it to him, is this an example of how you kept him informed of things that were being done?
Yes, sir. This was one of the ways.
All right. And this particular document, then, did you, that you got from Mr. Wynn, did you use it as a basis to prepare any documents yourself?
No, sir.
All right. Did you do anything with this document?
No, sir.
So is it your testimony you received this document from Mr. Wynn, you passed it on to the Attorney General. Did you and the Attorney General ever discuss this document?
No, sir.
Did you ever have any personal or over the phone contact with the Attorney General about this document?
Yes, sir.
All right, when was that?
It would have been around the time that I received this on this 9/16 date, but I don't recall the exact date that I spoke with him.
Can you discuss that conversation without referring to the contents internally of this document?
Yes, just like in other things that I forwarded to Mr. Paxton, if I had a conversation about it, I would have said, yes, sir, I sent you over something that I got from Michael Wynn or Nate Paul, or Michael Wynn, actually.
Did you represent Mr. Paxton personally, individually?
I'm sorry, could you?
Did you ever consider yourself Mr. Ken Paxton's personal lawyer?
No, sir.
All right. And at that time, had you been retained by, I believe you testified, the Attorney General's office. Is that correct? Or who did you think you had been hired by?
The Office of the Attorney General.
Okay. All right. So now, was anything with this document done in your preparation for any of the things you did?
No, I believe I skim read this document and just sent it on to Mr. Paxton.
Without ever discussing it with him or anything?
Just discussing that I'd sent him over what this document is, but not going into any detail about what was in this document.
And is this a fairly typical process you had through this whole representation during the investigation?
The process of forwarding him emails and maybe discussing things with him?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. And were you regularly getting emails from Mr. Wynn that you would just pass on to the Attorney General?
I don't know about regularly. I would just have to look at the emails that.
Let me change the word regularly. Then would you frequently pass on to the Attorney General documents or emails you were getting from Mr. Wynn?
I had sent him some things. I just don't recall what those specific documents were. So I don't know if I can say that I frequently did it, but I did send him things and this is one example of it.
All right. And then let me ask it another way. Finally, that's all I have on this. Did you attempt throughout your representation or throughout your retention as investigator, try to keep the Attorney General updated on all of your activities?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, I'll move ask the court to reconsider the exclusion of 649. It does, there's a basis here. There's no privilege from anyone. There is on this document. The business record had been filed with this. It's covered by a business record. There is no statement here by anyone other than Michael Wynn. It is not hearsay, though, because he's not making a statement that's being forwarded somebody else's statement. And so for all kinds of reasons, I respectfully request that this be admitted.
May I speak with Mr. Kamek, sorry, Brandon, Kamek, on the predicate question, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Kamek, if you could look at the top of House Manager's Exhibit 649, and I think the fourth line down regarding the subject, it says, does it not, discovery plan dash work product?
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming based upon your designating the document with that description that you considered this to be part of the work product that you were performing in your role as an outside lawyer for the Attorney General's office. Correct?
Yes, sir.
You acted like that was a trick question. It wasn't meant to be.
Okay.
So would you agree with me, Mr. Kamek, that the act of reviewing it and then forwarding it was consistent with your description at the top of being work product? Agreed?
Yes, sir.
So it would be covered by the work product privilege, Mr. President.
So your objection is work product?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the work product privilege on this document belongs to this witness and witness alone. And the question would become, if he considers it his work product, he's produced it to us, which waives his work product. And I suspect he would concur again that he's not claiming the work product, and he's the only one in this equation that has the right to, and he's provided it to us voluntarily through this production. So it's waived, even if he did. But
with respect, I don't agree with the last.
I've never heard of a third party waiving somebody else's work product privilege.
I'm simply directing the witness to answer the question, which is it was sent pursuant to, I'm sorry. Brandon, are you okay on water? You good?
Yes, sir.
We will sustain the objection on hearsay.
Yes, sir.
Good. I think Brandon Kamek's helping Paxton out. I don't think Brandon Kamek or Paxton did anything wrong at all.
Mr. Kamek, did Michael win? What is your testimony as to whether or not he regularly or frequently throughout this kept providing you information to assist you in your investigation? Did he?
He did send me information throughout the course of this investigation.
Many times was it unsolicited?
Towards the end, it was.
All right.
Yes, sir.
And would he send you things that were to be, that gave you names that he was trying to get you to issue grand jury subpoenas for?
Objection leading.
That's not leading. That question was, would he do so-and-so? He can
Oh,
answer
he's
yes
getting
or no.
mad.
It doesn't tell him which answer to give.
Overruled.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, could you?
Yeah. Would he? Did he send you things did he give you names that he was trying to get you to issue grand jury subpoenas for?
No, sir. Not in. He gave me names in an Excel spreadsheet that I think we discussed, but it was never, these are the people that you need to.
But Mr. Kamek, did he also?
He gave him a list of
Excuse me,
people
may
that
the
he thought
witness
were
be
abusing
allowed
his
to
rights. Yes.
Finish answering the question.
Certainly. I thought you were through. Were you through?
Are
Yes,
you
sir,
through,
I'm
Mr. Kamek?
Pardon me?
Yes, Judge. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, what all the kind of information was Mr. Wynn regularly providing you, if he was?
I'm so sorry.
Was he regularly providing you information?
Yes.
And what type of information was he providing you?
There were a couple Excel spreadsheets that he had forwarded to me that had the names and demographic information of individuals as they related to the referral that I got. There was a timeline that I was given early on. There was a memo that was provided to me, like a prosecution memo. There was, and as I sit here right now, I can't think of anything else.
Would you look at 650 up there, please?
Yes, sir.
All right. You've got 649 already. We talked about that, correct? The contents are not in evidence. You looked at, we talked about that, did we not?
Exhibit 649, yes, sir. We talked about it.
And now you've got 650 in front of you.
Yes, sir.
You just mentioned a prosecution memo that he provided you?
Yes, sir.
And what was the purpose of him giving you a prosecution memo?
Objection, conjecture, and speculation.
Sustained. Just rephrase it.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. What was the stated purpose of him giving you a prosecution memo?
That was also an unprompted email to me with this prosecution memo.
Were all of these things he were provided designed to help your investigation of the allegations of Mr. Paul?
The information that he gave me was helpful to my understanding of what the investigation was about and what was to be done.
Yes. And of course, you were conducting an investigation. Your view, you've mentioned before, was that Mr. Paul was your sort of complaining witness as a prosecutor in your mind, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were these different things that Mr. Wynn was providing you, were they intended to help you in your investigation of the complaint that was filed by Mr. Paul?
They were helpful to the investigation. Yes,
All right.
sir. I don't know what, I'm sorry, I don't want to speak for Mr. Wynn about what the intention was, but they were helpful.
Well, Mr. Wynn was representing Mr. Paul, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
We can kind of agree, can't we, that he's not going to be providing things to you that are harmful to Mr. Paul? Can't we agree on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So would you agree with me as you think about it, that Mr. Wynn was frequently providing you with information that was potentially helpful to Mr. Paul's complaint that you were investigating?
Objection, leading.
And also, it's like the
Sustained.
stupidest question I've ever heard. Like, obviously,
Were
Mr.
you
Wynn was
getting
Mr. Paul's
information
attorney. Of course,
regularly
he's
from Mr.
helping
Wynn?
the investigating
one,
attorney
were
out
you?
with stuff that's going to help Nate Paul. Of course.
sir.
And was that information
Okay, I need to calm down.
information designed to help you in investigating Mr. Paul's complaint?
Obviously.
It was helpful.
All right. You know it was helpful then, right?
Yes, sir.
See,
All
this
right.
is what they do when they have no
Did
case. They
Mr.
ask the silliest
Wynn
questions.
provide you a prosecution memo for you to adapt into one of your own?
He provided the prosecution memo to me unprompted, but that was kind of my jump off point for the investigative report that I was going to ultimately put together and turn back into the Attorney General's office.
Yes, sir. He actually, did he not, provided you a prosecution memo that is 650 that was designed for you to help write your report at the end of the investigation. Is that a fair statement?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
What was the purpose of this prosecution memo?
I viewed it as giving me information about everything that had happened. More detailed information than just the timeline that I got initially at the first meeting.
Yes, sir. It was all information from the perspective
He's
of
literally
Mr. Paul,
asking,
was it not?
did you get
Objection,
information from
leading.
Mr. Paul that would help
I'll
Mr.
ask you another
Paul?
way. Was this information,
Sustained.
excuse me, was this information
Are you saying they
offered to
provided you
you
with information
for help,
that would aid you in investigating
Paul?
what they were asking you
Conjecture
to
and
investigate?
speculation. You can't know what the purpose of it was.
I'll overrule.
I'm sorry, could you repeat it?
You can answer the question. Was this information provided to you to help Mr. Paul or to harm Mr. Paul?
It was helpful.
The dumbest questions ever.
It was helpful from my perspective to be able to wrap my mind around all of the different moving parts within that investigation.
All right, sir. I'm going to refer you to Exhibit 650 in front of you. You have it?
Yes, sir.
It's not in evidence yet. But is this a email sent that you got from Mr. Nguyen, or is this an email you created yourself?
This is an email that I created myself, and an email that I sent to Mr. Paxton.
All right, was this email, is this the prosecution memo we've been talking about?
Yes, sir.
And was the prosecution memo prepared by you?
This document was, yes.
All right. And did you use as a basis for this a prosecution memo proposed by Mr. Nguyen that he sent you?
Yes, sir.
And then did you forward it on to the Attorney General?
I didn't forward Mr. Nguyen's memo. I created my own.
All right.
And then forwarded it on.
So did you forward 650 to the Attorney General?
Yes, sir.
As far back as the date of 9/13, is that correct?
Yes, sir, 9/13.
Now, you're not here today claiming any type of privilege on this document, are you? Did you produce it to us?
Excuse me, those are two different questions.
Down at the bottom, I'd ask you to look and see if you see your name.
Could you repeat
Third
the
question.
Yes, did you produce this document to us?
I believe my counsel did.
Yes, your counsel did. I know. In total openness, you provided us about 2,000 documents, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
It was a bunch, right? And 650 is one of those documents you provided us, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you weren't claiming work product privilege at that time or anything, were you?
My lawyers are the ones who produced all of it. I didn't make any claim one way or the other with respect to privilege.
Right, to both sides, correct?
Correct.
All right. So my question to you is this a document you prepared and just forwarded to the Attorney General for his information?
Yes.
Did you ever discuss this document with him?
I did.
When?
I believe it was around the time either just before or just after I had prepared this. I spoke with him about it to let him know that I had sent it.
That you intended what? To prepare a prosecution memo?
Yes, that I had sent this.
To him?
To him.
Did you discuss the contents with him at that time?
I did briefly, just to let him know that I had sent this over here and then it had some ideas about the case.
All right. And so was this designed to let him know that you were working on the case and this is where you were in the middle of September?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, again, Your Honor, I move to introduce Exhibit 650.
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, there are about 3 different reasons it's not.
Overruled.
All right. Now,
The exhibit is admitted to
Thank
evidence,
you, Your Honor.
650.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry, I said overruled, 650 has been admitted to
Thank you.
evidence.
now, if we go over to the Bait Stamp 1986 of Kamek, Stacy. All right. Up at the top, number 6 says establishing a predicate to issue legal process. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And it has a list of names there. Where did you get those names?
I got these names from Michael Nguyen.
All right. And if we go over to the first page of it, Stacy, can you tell us where you got this heading and the dates of what it is, the factual summary, where it says a more detailed chronology is attached to this memorandum? Did you get the information that you used as a basis of that from Mr. Nguyen?
Yes, sir. From that original prosecution memo.
All right. So would it be a fair statement that everything you prepared in this document, that the research and writing of it was information provided by Mr. Paul or Mr. Nguyen?
So, yes.
All right, I'll let you explain. You said so I want to give you an opportunity if you wanted to explain that.
Sure. Well, the prosecution memo that I got initially from Mr. Nguyen, I'd reached out to him about it after I'd spoken with Mr. Paxton about sending it to him, and as lawyers, I checked with him. I said, I'm going to prepare this and send it over. Would it be okay if I use some of the things that you put in here, statutes, and reviewed some of the case law that was in there? So, he said, no problem, have at it. So I used that as the basis of what was going to ultimately be an investigative report to turn in at the end.
All right, I'm going to show you what is a new exhibit marked 696.
696.
I don't think you have it up there. I want to ask you just to look at this document, first of all, and see if you recognize it. Don't testify about the contents or anything. Okay?
Mr. Harden, I don't have 696.
No, sir, it's a proposed new exhibit.
Okay.
I don't either.
And my question is simply, do you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
Can you identify what it is without talking about the internal contents?
This is an email from Michael Wynn, dated 9/25/2020, with what appears to be like a Word document attached to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And what did you do with that document? If anything.
With this, I read it and I kind of just one ear out the other with it.
All right. Now, is that additional information Mr. Wynn prepared for you?
Yes, sir.
And without going into the contents of the documents, what was the purpose of that particular document?
This document appears to be a list of individuals to approach about an interview.
All right. So let me ask you this. May I have it back?
Sure.
I move to introduce 696.
Objection, hearsay.
Hearsay, we already have a business records affidavit, which addresses whether the reliability of it. It is not a statement. It is a suggestion to this man by a co-conspirator in this case, not a co-conspirator with him, but a co-conspirator with the Attorney General and Mr. Paul, as they keep feeding this information in pursuit of their conspiracy. That's the reason we offer it.
And therein lies the problem. Mr. Harden suggests as they keep feeding the information. There is zero evidence that Ken Paxton saw this document, participated in this document, created this document before it was sent by Mr. Wynn to Mr. Kamek. And for Mr. Harden to suggest there's not a statement is belied on the face of the document. Look at the very
The objection
first
is
page.
sustained.
All right, may I just for the record add one thing. Mr. Paxton doesn't have to have seen this if there's an actual conspiracy going on. It only needs to be somebody that is a member of that conspiracy. Any overt act or making any statement like that. I just want that in the record, Your Honor. I certainly don't want to quarrel with you.
Yeah, we sustained it to hearsay.
All right, thank you, Judge. Now, let's move forward. You are going to issue grand jury subpoenas, were you not? I
Yes,
said
sir.
are, but you were. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in preparing those grand jury subpoenas, I think we testified you used the assistance of the AG's office or the district attorney's office to get the forms prepared, correct?
That's correct.
Did anybody in the district attorney's office work with you or anything as to the content or the people they would be sent to or the wording or anything like that?
I believe I received a form from them in an email, like a sample form. That's the only thing that I received back from them as far as assistance goes.
So is what you said, what you received from them, what I'm really asking is, did any lawyer or anyone working on behalf of the content, did anybody try to talk to you about the content or the people to subpoena or anything like that?
No, sir.
All right. Was their duty simply aiding you to get the grand jury subpoena before a judge to sign?
Yes, sir. They facilitated.
Did you discuss with anybody in the district attorney's office anything about who you wanted to subpoena or anything like that? Or did you simply provide them the information, they helped you with format, and presented it to a judge for you?
Yes, sir. So I just emailed the application for the subpoenas. They did not offer any assistance or make any comments or anything about the contents.
Was there anyone in the Attorney General's office aiding you at all in terms of investigating this complaint of Mr. Paul?
Objection, conjecture, and speculation.
Sustained.
All right. Now, at the end of the time, when you issue these subpoenas, let's go to the dates and times you did it.
Yes, sir.
Did you issue some subpoenas originally by email? You got your billing record up there?
Yes, sir. I'm looking at the
And your records or your memories show you when you did it? When did you first start serving these subpoenas?
Would have been September 25th.
Pardon me?
It would have been September 25th, 2020.
All right. And then after you sent, do you remember how many of those you sent out by email?
It was roughly 35 to 40, somewhere in there.
All right. And then after you sent out some by email, then did you reserve some that you were going to serve and serve personally?
I think there were a few that I was going to serve personally for the second referral.
For the second one?
Yes, sir.
So why did you decide to send email for the emails on Mr. Paul's complaint, but decide to serve personally those in the second referral?
Because can I explain myself?
Sure.
So I have this list that I'm given of individuals that are subject to either the first or second referral. I get that from Michael Wynn. And the grand jury subpoenas were going to go out for email address, like to and from, the email log, to, from, what time, around the time that this search had taken place. And then there were also phone numbers to see if any contacts had been made around that time between cell phone numbers. So I say all that to say this: most of the people who were on this list either had a Gmail account or a Hotmail or a Microsoft account. So rather than piecemeal, let me get a couple subpoenas here, there was no intention of it to be this big shock value of sending out so many subpoenas. It was like, let me get all this information together. I will go through it and then go from there. And with respect to those that I emailed out, that's the way I look it up. I went and looked that up. Like, okay, how does Microsoft receive a subpoena? Well, you can fax or email it. With respect to the banks that I've served those subpoenas on, I just did it in person.
Well, and then you notice you sent out, did you not, on the emails you did, so that you were subpoenaing personal cell phones records? Did you send that out by email?
Those were by email.
Yeah.
The cell phone records.
So were you sending out subpoenas for personal phone records of law enforcement officers, state and federal?
I'd have to look back, but I believe some of them were.
And were you sending out, did you even send out subpoena for the cell phone records of somebody who worked as a deputy for a federal magistrate? A courtroom deputy?
I would have to look, I believe so.
Okay. And then you don't happen to recall on the top of your mind right now who all you did, correct?
I do not, sir.
Okay, that's all right. So then, when you send out these different subpoenas, did you have any knowledge one way or the other that some of the people that you were sending subpoenas to were opposing counsel to Mr. Paul in civil litigation? Did you know that?
No, sir.
All right. If you had known that, would you have done it?
No.
All right. Who did you get the list from as to who subpoenaed?
I got the list from Michael Wynn and Nate Paul.
So is it an accurate statement to say that you issued grand jury subpoenas on behalf of the person that was under a state charges? You issued subpoenas to his agency, the Securities Board.
Objection, assuming facts not on evidence.
Did you realize that? That's really my question. Let me rephrase it. Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Let me put it this way. First person out of the box in that prosecution memo we went over is Mr. Ronnie Saban, right? Did you know that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you knew him as one of the agents involved in the search, correct?
That's correct.
Were you aware that he was an employee of the Securities Board and was involved in the criminal case where charges were filed and pending at this moment still against the Attorney General?
Objection, assume facts not in evidence.
Did you know that? That's all I'm asking.
Sustained.
Were you aware of what his role was?
Of the gentleman, I think you said Ronnie Saban?
Yes.
No, sir.
All right.
Just only knew him as one of the individuals who had searched Mr. Paul's residence.
Fine. All right. And then different other people. Did you know that Mr. Ray Chester, who was on your list, was opposing counsel in a lawsuit with the Mitty Foundation? Just did you know?
No.
All right. So did Mr. Wynn provide you these names without informing you that part of what they were seeking was information with people that were either in litigation against the Attorney General, namely the criminal charge pending, or in litigation against Mr. Paul,
Okay.
namely the Mitty Foundation? Were you aware of any of that?
Multifarious, assuming facts not in evidence.
It's all in evidence.
No, it's not. And it's multifarious.
We have heard, well, excuse me, let me let the court rule.
Overruled.
Thank you very much. Were you aware of that?
I'm sorry, could you please rephrase that question?
So did Mr. Wynn provide you these names without informing you that part of whatever they were seeking was information with people that are either in litigation against the Attorney General, namely the criminal charge pending, or in litigation against Mr. Paul in the Mitty Foundation litigation? Did he inform you of that?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, then you move on to the subpoenas that you were going to serve personally. And as you're testifying, those subpoenas were based on the second referral that Mr. Paul had filed originally with the DA's office on September the 23rd.
Those were for the second referral.
All
Yes,
right.
sir. Yes, sir.
And that's the referral that you had said you got on the 24th, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at the time you sent out these subpoenas the previous week, after you sent them out and the judge signed them and they were ready to be sent out and you sent them out into the world of the internet, did you inform the Attorney General?
I did.
How did you inform him?
I believe I sent him an email.
All right. Did you send him an email at any time letting him know which people you were subpoenaing?
No.
All right.
I don't think I individually named.
If you need to stay with the microphone, please.
I don't believe I individually named each person, but
All right.
I just don't recall that.
Now, when you went out to serve the subpoenas in person, what dates did you do it and how did you do it?
That would have been on September the 29th of 2020.
September the 29th?
Yes, sir.
All right. And had you made arrangements with Mr. Wynn for him to go on these services of subpoenas with you?
So he was insistent on going.
What did he, I mean, how long had he been insistent talking to you about wanting to go with you?
Just maybe a day or so. I told them, I was informing them of what I was going to do to serve. I was going to go drop off the subpoenas, and he was insistent on going, and I was like, you don't really need to do that. I didn't really think it was appropriate. But he said, I'm Nate Paul's lawyer, and it's important for me to be there in case they ask you any questions about his case or anything that's going on. And so, I felt a little pressure to say, okay. And he rode along with me.
Share with us why you felt pressure to accede to that.
I think just kind of pressure to perform. I wanted to do a good job, and I frankly trusted Michael.
Right. Did he inform you there was a statute prohibiting an interested party from serving subpoenas?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. And then, so when you made arrangements to go with him, where did you first meet up?
I forgot the hotel I was staying at down here, and he was at a hotel, and I just picked him up and we went.
What day of the week was it? 28th was a Monday, was it not?
I don't know. It was September 29th.
September 29th. I don't think anybody's going to argue if I can say it's a Tuesday.
Okay.
By the way, by this time, Tuesday the 29th, how much contact did you had with the Attorney General about this investigation? How many times? Just first of all, how many times did you talk to him by phone?
Between phone calls and text messages, I mean, it had to be somewhere 15 to 20 times range over that 3.5, 4 week period.
Yeah. So that'd be 15 or 20 times that you were in contact with the Attorney General about the case, correct? And leading up to the 29th. And would you agree that you really actively get involved on the 3rd of September?
Oh, I'm sorry, one more time?
Roughly the 3rd.
The 3rd?
Yes. Remember the billing records, the first thing you billed is September 3rd.
Yes, sir, that was a typo. The date that I actually went out there was on 9/4.
All right. So can we say that those 15 to 20 times that you're in personal contact about this case with the Attorney General was 15 to 20 times in the days between the 3rd and the 29th of September?
I think that's accurate.
All right. And how many of those do you think they were personal phone calls?
I'm sorry, what?
How many of those 15 to 20 times were phone calls?
I would have to.
Roughly, just approximately.
I mean, maybe 7 to 10 times.
All right. How many of them were personal visits?
I didn't have any personal visits during that time.
During that time, you had the first meeting that you described when you were hired. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I had the 8/26, the 9/4 day, and then throughout the month of September, I didn't meet any more in person.
Okay. And by the middle of it, he is communicating with you by a particular type of encrypted app. Is that right?
Mostly through cell phone, text, and then I was asked to download the Signal app, and I don't even think we had a conversation on the Signal app. Maybe. I mean, I had that and then my cell phone.
Now, did the Attorney General, you did give the Attorney General advance notice that you were going to be going out on the 29th and serving subpoenas?
Yes, sir.
Had you sent him any preliminary list of who you were serving on?
No, sir.
Had you told him approximately how many you were going to serve?
No, sir.
How many were you planning to serve?
I believe there were 4 in person. There were the banks who were kind of the ones that were being accused in that second referral of this bank fraud deal.
All right. And so the email subpoenas that you sent out had to do with Nate Paul's referral number 1. Is that correct?
The emails that I sent out?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Those subpoenas.
Yes, sir.
And then the subpoenas you served in person had to do with referral number 2. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
All right. And when you took, would you just tell us in your own words, recite to us how you served those subpoenas?
We went to 2 banks.
Yeah, let me stop you there just a second. In each of these banks that you went to, did you identify yourself as a special prosecutor for the Attorney General's office?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And Mr. Wynn was with you at each one, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you attempt at each of these banks to do some interviews of the people you served them on?
Just talking to them, yes, sir.
Yeah.
And giving the subpoena.
And did you talk to each of these people during it, in some cases, a little bit about why you were there in terms of the case?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you were there about a case Mr. Paul contended was a mortgage fraud case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was a case in which he wanted you to subpoena also or investigate a federal bankruptcy judge, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then did you conduct an interview of the husband of a court deputy during one of these services of subpoena?
There was I wasn't serving a subpoena. I don't believe it was that was trying to talk to him.
All right, that was an interview without serving a subpoena. Without giving the person's name, unless counsel asked for it, and I think it's in the records, Without giving the person's
Yeah, it
name,
was just an
who did
interview.
you go interview?
Investigations.
Was it the husband of a deceased deputy?
Yes, I think she was a clerk of the court.
And where had the deceased clerk of the court been a clerk?
She was I forget which court it was.
Oh,
It
now they're
was
going after
the court
emotions.
basically where this first initial referral came out of, the search warrant that came out of that made the basis of the first complaint.
So she was a previous clerk for the federal magistrate?
Yes.
And who were you talking to, her husband?
Her husband.
And did you have some suspicions or so that made you inquire as to how she died or anything?
I think there was I can't think of the right word, but there was like an indication that maybe there was some kind of foul play or something there with this clerk.
Now, Mr. Kamak,
Oh my gosh.
that had been a suggestion to you by Mr. Wynn, had it not?
And Mr. Paul.
And Mr. Paul.
Yes.
So Mr. Paul tells you a deputy at the court that issued the warrant that I'm complaining about died under suspicious circumstances. That's what Mr. Paul tells you, right?
I don't remember those exact words, but it was something like that.
And maybe not that tone of voice, right?
Yes, sir.
But my point is, he actually led you to somebody that you in good faith interviewed, making you think that this husband might tell you suspicious circumstances of his deceased wife's death, correct?
Objection, leading, and argumentative.
Is that correct?
Sustained.
Thank you. Now, my only point was you issued those two. You served those two, were they on the 29th to these two financial institutions?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember what the names of the two financial institutions were?
I don't recall. I don't recall.
All right. After you issued those subpoenas on the 29th, what happened?
I get back to Houston the following day, and I've received an email from, I think, Microsoft at that point, and then also an email from counsel for one of the banks saying, we need some credentials to.
And of course, you had been saying all along to the Attorney General you wanted credentials, right?
Yes, sir.
In order to take care of this particular problem. Is that right?
Excuse me. Third time. Objection, leading. Both questions.
Sustained.
Well, when you how many conversations did you say you'd had with the Attorney General trying to get credentials for this kind of work?
I think 4 or 5.
All right. And then once you got those emails, were those emails, if you served them on the 29th, were you receiving those the day after you served them, or would you receive them all the same day that you served them? If you remember.
It would have been after, and you can't quote me on that exact day if it was the 30th, but I do remember receiving emails to the effect of units.
And then what was the next thing that happened in your relationship, in your conduct with this?
I got a cease and desist letter.
From whom?
From a gentleman named Mark Penley.
What did you do?
I responded to his cease and desist and said, okay.
And then did you do anything else besides respond to it? You reach out to anyone?
I reached out to Mr. Paxton once I got the cease and desist.
Were you successful in reaching him? How'd you reach out?
I believe I called him.
All right. Were you able to talk to him?
I don't remember if it was if I spoke with him that day.
Did you also get a visit from federal law enforcement?
I did get, the U.S. Marshals showed up at my office down in Houston.
Yeah. Do you remember what
That's
day that was?
absolutely crazy.
Maybe October 1st.
When Nate Paul was the one that was alleging the conspiracy, and now they're trying to turn the tables.
They came by my office.
Who was the first person you
State's trying to
contacted?
turn the tables.
I called Mr. Paxton, blowing his phone up. Like, why are there U.S. Marshals at my office?
How many times you called him?
Probably 5, 6 times, text messaging, and he answered his phone.
On the 5th time?
There are marshals at your office
One of the
because
times.
somebody did not want you looking into
And
what Nick Paul was
how often
alleging.
were you calling him until you got him?
Well, my secretary comes back and says, there's U.S. Marshals here at the office. And I'm like, what? What's going on? And then I just start blowing his phone up until he answers it.
In your mind, certainly, had you done anything wrong that would merit anybody in law enforcement coming to see you in your mind?
No, sir.
All right. So the first person you called was the Attorney General?
Yes, sir.
And when you got him, what did he say?
He told me don't talk to him without counsel.
So he told you to get a lawyer before you talk to them.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, because he doesn't want them
Did you talk
trying
about the
to
merits
blame
or
him for
anything
stuff.
of why they were there? Do this? What did you say to him, and what did he say to you?
Yeah, so there's U.S. Marshals at my office. What is this all about? And he told me, well, don't talk to him without a lawyer. I don't know what it's about either.
Okay.
And then hung up the phone.
He hung up the phone, or you hung up?
Don't remember. We both hung up the phone.
They got off the
Went out
phone,
there and
so
greeted those gentlemen and
minutia
went to
that
my
doesn't
conference room and I said, hey, with all due respect, I can't talk to you without having a lawyer present, but can I have a business card? And I got the business card from those two gentlemen, took a picture of it, and I sent it to Mr. Paxton. Said, these are the guys who showed up at my office, and that was that.
All right. What's the next thing that happened to you in connection with this?
I had sent my invoice back to Mr. I got a cease and desist letter, and I sent my invoice back.
There's a mutiny in
over,
Ken
and then I get
Paxton's
an
office,
email the
and they
following
reached out
day
and made
from
sure they wanted to be the ones to look into this
Jeff Mateer.
St. Paul
And
complaint
what did Mr. Tier
and to
tell
close
you?
it out without doing
They
any
sent me another
investigation.
cease and desist letter,
Like we established
accusing
earlier.
me of crimes and all this other stuff. I'm like, whoa, what is going on here?
All right. And then at some time, did you go back to Mr. Vassar with the request to be paid, and then he
Brandon Kimmick
responded
did
to you?
nothing wrong.
They said there was no valid contract, and so I sent him the contract that I had for Mr. Paxton.
And all along, had you believed you had a valid contract?
Yes,
He
sir.
did have a valid contract.
And when you sent him the valid contract, was it signed? Who was it signed by?
It was signed by Mr. Paxton.
By Ken Paxton, the duly
The one
elected
you sent
Attorney
back to
General.
him?
He
The
has
one
that
that
authority.
they said that I didn't have a valid contract. I sent him the contract that I had
the
for Mr.
mutineers
Paxton
said
with
the
Mr.
contract
Paxton's
wasn't
signature
valid.
on it.
Was Mr. Paxton's signature on the one you sent them?
Yeah.
The one that I sent them. I'm sorry.
When did you get a contract that had Mr. Paxton's signature?
They have no case. So
I believe I got that on September 28th.
How had that happened?
So this was about the time that I'm getting ready to go with the subpoenas, and I still don't have my badge or credentials. And I was talking with Michael Wynn about it, and I was kind of frustrated at the time because I'm like, well, I'm supposed to go serve subpoenas and do this work. I don't even have my credentials, which my contract, don't have a badge. I don't have a governmental email address.
I can understand
and
being
Mr.
frustrated
Wynn
with
asked
that.
me, I guess, well, send me over your agreement. And I had planned on coming out to Austin the following day to come do these subpoenas. So I get out to Austin to go over to.
Now let's put a day on it. What day do you get to Austin?
That was on the 28th.
All right, the 28th would be a Monday.
September 28th.
All right. And you arrive in Austin on the 28th. And what happened when you got, who do you go to see?
I'm meeting over at Nate Paul's office, and Michael Wynn is there.
All right. And what do you find when you get there?
My contract was there on the table.
And was it signed by whom?
Myself and Mr. Paxton.
Had you ever seen a contract signed by Mr. Paxton before September the 28th?
No, sir.
And in fact, all this time that you thought you had a valid contract, did you have a contract that was only signed by you?
I sent
What?
I sent Mr. Vassar my signed copy back on the 4th and said, please send me back an executed contract. And I never got one. I didn't know.
From Vassar, but his was signed by
I just want to make
Paxton.
sure real quickly here. You got back from you sent Mr. Vassar your contract, which had only your signature on the 4th. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then from then until the 28th in Mr. Paul's office, did you ever see a contract that had the Attorney General's signature on it?
No, sir.
And when was it that you complained to the Attorney General, if you did, that you did not have a contract signed by him? When was the last time you did that before you saw it on the 28th?
I don't recall the exact date, but I had told him about a badge, credentials, and email address. And so I just never received it.
On the morning of the 28th before you left, did you have a conversation to go up there? Early in the morning, did you have a conversation with Mr. Wynn?
I did.
And what did you tell Mr. Wynn?
I believe he had texted me the night before and said, because I was frustrated. So I was telling him I don't have my credentials, like meaning my contract or my badge or any of that. So he texted me. I think I was already sleeping, and he said, "Send me your contract." So I wake up at like 5 a.m. and I send it to him.
The contract you sent to Mr. Wynn early that morning,
about 5 a.m.
5 a.m. had only your contract, your signature?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then how soon after that was it that you arrived in Mr. Wynn's office where they had a contract signed
He's
by the
not
Attorney
making
General?
a point here.
We
This
went,
point,
to Nate
there's no
Paul's
point
office,
that he's making. The
not
point is
Mr. Wynn's office, and
that Paxton
we
signed the contract. It's signed by Paxton. He has the authority
had
to
to be
do
around
that.
lunchtime, maybe.
And you walked in and saw what?
My contract was there on the deal signed.
Signed by the Attorney General?
Yes, sir.
And that was the first time you'd ever seen one?
Yes, sir.
Signed by him. All right. Now, finally, when things got a
That did
little
not
hectic for you
establish
after that, did
anything
they
at all
not,
except
after
that it was signed by
after
Paxton.
the
It's
29th
so
and
stupid.
30th of September?
Yes, sir.
When was the next time that you saw the Attorney General?
I don't remember the exact date. I'm sorry.
On the 29th
See,
or
this
the
witness is
30th, did you
thinking
see
so
him?
hard
Or the
as though
or
this
the
might be
1st
like
of
a gotcha
October or the
question.
2nd
No, the House
October
is
or
going
any of
nowhere
those
with
dates?
this. He has nothing.
Did
They
you
have
have
absolutely
occasion
nothing.
to have contact with the Attorney General again?
I did. I just don't
When?
remember the exact date. It was after I had received the second cease and desist letter from Mr. Mateer.
And what were the circumstances of you seeing him?
I got a phone call from Michael Wynn, and he had said, "Hey, I need you to come out to Austin." It was like last minute, and it was in the evening. And I'm like, he's like, "You need to come out to Austin and come over to Nate Paul's house."
What time of day were you supposed to get there?
I don't remember what time I got there. Maybe it was in the evening. My sun was going down.
All right. And so when you drove up there to Austin, to Mr. Paul's house, did you have any idea why you were there?
I mean, I figured because at this point, I've gotten a cease and desist letter, gotten basically the rug pulled out from under me. Like, I'm going and working, everything is okay. I'm getting affirmation that everything is good. And then all of a sudden, I've got cease and desist letters, U.S. Marshal showing up at my office. And I'm trying to figure out, how did we go from that to this? And I'm just trying to get answers about what's going on, because
The deep
I
state
still don't
didn't
know.
want you getting those answers.
So that's what I figured this
why.
was all about. So yeah, I get out to the house. I drive to Nate Paul's house. Tell my fiance at the time, like, "Hey, I'm going out here. I'll be back later." And then, yeah, I get out.
So what happens when you walk in? Could you basically describe the meeting?
Yeah, I go in, and Michael Wynn is there, Nate Paul is there, and Mr. Paxton's there.
Where's Mr. Paxton, and what's he doing?
Shook his hand, and he was like on the phone, and then just spent most of the time just out on the balcony on the phone.
Was there anything surprising about him being there to you? Did you know he was going to be there?
I didn't know he would be there.
Pardon me?
I didn't know he was going to be there.
And then, what was the circumstance, the scene? How was everybody dressed? What was everybody doing? All that jazz.
I mean, I was dressed in a suit because I was, for business, and, they were dressed casually. I think Michael had a suit on. Mr. Paxton had like running shoes and running shorts on or something, just casual.
Did they talk to you? Why were you there?
So while Mr. Paxton was out on the balcony, Michael Wynn and Nate Paul, they were just kind of commiserating about all this stuff that had happened in that last few days. And when Mr. Paxton came in, as I was going to leave, I think I was there maybe an hour, he had mentioned, that Mr. Penley didn't have any authority to tell me to stop working. He told him to stand down and just to continue to work on this report.
At that time, when you say he came in, was he outside the room but there when you arrived?
He was in the house and then went outside on the balcony or in the back and was on the phone the entire time.
All right, after Mr. Paxton told you that, how long were you there?
Oh, I mean, I left.
Again, a bunch of pointless, stupid questions because they
what
have
did you think?
nothing.
What was the meeting about?
Just a lot of talking about, how I can't believe that this happened. I can't believe what these guys are doing. The fact that Mr. Penley had reached out to Michael Wynn asking for documents, even though Mr. Paxton had told him not to work on the case and this type of stuff. But I still left there like very, in my mind, I'm like, hey, I got 2 cease and desist letters. I'm not doing any more work. And I haven't been paid for anything. And so I'm just kind of listening, trying to get answers on what I should be doing.
So did you wonder on the way home why the hell you had been there?
Yeah, I mean, yes, sir. That was annoying to have to drive out a 3-hour drive for an hour meeting and then come back.
When is the next time you saw the Attorney General about this matter?
I think within the next couple of days, I got a call to come out to his office and meet with him and some of his staff.
And what did they want?
Mr. Paxton wanted me to meet Brent Webster.
Brent Webster did you know who he was by that time?
No, sir.
Did you know what position he now had?
I knew when I got out there that he was, I guess, the first assistant.
And when and where did y'all meet? What did you do? Just walk us through it.
So we met in the conference room over at the Attorney General's office with 2 other individuals, and Mr. Paxton wanted me to just debrief what I had learned, what the first referral was about.
What did you tell him?
What I had done. I spent the first few minutes kind of just venting my frustration about how I felt like I had been treated to that point, still not having any clear answers. And, the fact that I had a whole entire life before of all of this, a docket, I had clients. I mean, I didn't ask for any of this. You guys reached out to me to come do a job, and then now you're pulling the rug out from under me, and I'm getting cease and desist letters, and now my name's being thrown through the mud in the media, and it's just totally new world to me. So, I let that out and just told them, what we kind of talked about here today, right now, that I'd issued subpoenas. I had this PowerPoint presentation where they showed me this. And
what did they say? What did he say? What did the Attorney General say?
I believe he asked me, or Brent Webster asked me, to send him any documents that I had sent the Attorney General, to email it to him.
Did the Attorney General apologize to you?
I don't think he apologized to me, no.
And then did y'all stay there, or did you go somewhere else?
No, I left there. Went back to Houston.
And then when was the next time that you saw the Attorney General?
Yeah, the next time, and I'm sorry, but I just don't recall the exact date, but it was.
The deep state has thrown his name through the mud to
I get a
intimidate
call
him
from,
and anyone else in the future
well, that last
that might
meeting, it was like, hey,
take
you
on
need
an
to, just
investigation
continue
from
to work on the
a
report.
patriot like
Everything is fine. And in the back
the
of my
position
mind, I'm
that
like, yeah,
Attorney
right,
General
I'm not
Paxton is in.
doing anything else. And then a few days go by and I get a call to come back out and meet with him, just like a very short notice, maybe even the same day, to come out to Austin again.
You drove up again?
Drove up again.
You recall what that date is?
No, sir. It had to be the first week of October sometime, though.
All right. And then where did you go when you drove up?
I went to the AG's office again.
And then who was there?
Brent Webster and Mr. Paxton.
And what happened there?
I thought we were going to meet to talk about the contract and what is going on, and but instead, they were like, well, let's not meet here in the office, and they walked me over to a Starbucks outside of the office to have a meeting.
Did you ask why?
No, but it was uncomfortable. It was not professional to me at all.
So when you go to the Starbucks, who all was there?
Mr. Paxton, Brent Webster, and then a couple other gentlemen who I don't know.
And what happened at that meeting?
At that meeting, Mr. Webster did all the talking and told me, well, in fact, your contract is not any good anymore. Stop working, don't do anything at all. I asked him, okay, well, what about, paying me?
You recall exactly how you put it about whether you were going to get paid? Did you put the amount in there?
I think I ballparked it and I said, what about my $14,000 invoice? And he's like, well, you're going to have to eat that invoice. I've had to eat $40,000 invoices.
Webster said he had eaten a $40,000.
That sticks out in my mind, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Why does that stick out in your mind?
Just because it was offensive.
Yeah, it's rude. That
What
sounds
was
like
the
a rude
Attorney
thing to
General
say.
doing during this whole conversation?
He was just listening in.
Did one of them tell you your contract was now terminated?
What Mr. Webster said.
How long did you at the Starbucks?
15 minutes, 20 minutes tops.
Did you feel better knowing that Mr. Webster says he had eaten a $40,000 debt before? Did that make you feel any better?
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
How did it make you feel?
This is so stupid.
I don't know
They
if I
have
believed him or
literally
not, but I
nothing.
know it was offensive to me.
And then what happens?
The mutineers
anything
weren't
you
letting
remember?
Ken Paxton
What
pay
happened then?
this guy.
Yeah, they left the Starbucks
Part of the
and
intimidation
tried to
campaign.
get in a car and drive off. I said, excuse me, can I get a ride back to my car?
So these guys take you to, are you saying that these guys took you over to a Starbucks outside the office, terminated your contract, told you you weren't going to get paid, and then drove off? And if you hadn't said, wait, I got my car.
Oh my
they'd
God, the
left you in the
Democrats
street.
have absolutely nothing. This is
what it
pathetic
looked like.
theatrics.
Pass it with.
Mr. Cogdill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kamek.
Hey, Mr. Cogdill.
We know each other distantly, I guess is the best way to put it.
Yes, sir.
You also know my associate, Mr. Oso.
Yes, sir.
Once upon a time, there was a lot of discussion in the court about young lawyers and 5-year lawyers and whatever. At the time you got involved in the Paxton matter, Mr. Kamek, you were a 5-year lawyer, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Oso, younger than you or older than you?
He's younger than me.
Let me begin sort of near the back and the marshals.
Mr. Oso
coming
did
to
a
your
really good
office.
job the other day.
You learned eventually, did you not, that the purpose or the reason the marshals came to your office was because of the visit that you'd made to the I guess the widow or the widower at the clerk's office, right?
I learned that from my lawyer, Andy Drumheller.
Okay.
Yes.
And Mr. Paxton hadn't sent you to that clerk's office or anything of the sort, right? That
No,
was
sir.
That was Nate Paul. You met with Mr. Hardin how many times before you testified?
I've spoken with him 3 times.
When was the first time?
I believe it was in the last 2 weeks. I'm sorry, I don't remember the specific date.
About how long was that meeting, Brandon?
That was approximately 4 to 5 hours, I believe.
And the next time you met with him?
Wow.
I met with him
Wow.
last week when I came out here. I thought I was going to be testifying on Friday.
And about how long was that?
Hour and a half to 2 hours.
And did you meet with him again last night?
Met with him last night for maybe an hour.
So that's a total of how many hours that you met with Mr. Hardin?
Roughly 7.
Could we see article of impeachment, article number 5?
Here we go. They're about to debunk another one. Another
Have you
article
studied,
debunked.
I assume you have not, Mr. Kamek, the articles of impeachment in this case?
No, sir. Not studied them.
But if I suggested to you, this is, quote, why you're here, close quote,
That's,
could
yeah,
you agree with me?
that's weird. He should have studied
Yes, sir.
because even we
I've read this. I've
even
seen
all
this.
we've all been
Did
studying.
Mr. Hardin ask you or show you this article in any of those 8 or so hours?
I don't recall seeing this.
So in the 8 hours
That's weird. That's
that
going to
you
be
met with
against.
Hardin, he never showed you the relevant article that brings you here. So let's take it apart.
That's weird because he should.
It
Because
says, while holding office
kind of the
as
whole
Attorney
point.
General, Warren Kenneth Paxton misused his official powers by violating the laws governing the appointment of prosecuting attorneys pro tem. Will you agree with me, Mr. Kamek, that you were not a prosecuting attorney pro tem? Agree with me on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It goes on to say that Paxton engaged Kamek, a licensed attorney, to conduct an investigation into a baseless complaint. Mr. Hardin never asked you about that? That language?
I'm sorry, could you
Sure.
rephrase that? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir, sure. Mr. Hardin never went over this language in the article of impeachment with you, right?
No, sir.
And you will agree with me, Mr. Kamek, that you certainly never believed that you were a part of an investigation into a baseless complaint, right?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. 8 hours and you've never asked that question by Mr. Hardin, right?
We didn't talk about a baseless complaint.
Okay. Let's go for strike 3, although you just need 1. It says, during which Kamek issued more than 30 grand jury subpoenas in an effort to benefit Nate Paul or Paul's business entities. You would agree with me, Mr. Kamek, that was not your purpose. You were not there trying to benefit Nate Paul or his business entities. That's not why you agreed to get involved in this. Agreed?
Absolutely not. I didn't even know Nate Paul or his entities or anything like that.
Mr. Hardin has a reputation
looking
as
for the truth,
not
right?
a good lawyer, a great lawyer, right?
That's all
Yes, sir.
Paxton wanted.
Could you give us a reason why a lawyer as good as Mr. Hardin would have never asked you those critical questions?
In the words of a great American, Your Honor, it's calling for speculation.
Sustain.
Well, if that's a suggestion that I'm a great American, I'll take it.
They're so polite.
Let's go back. I think what may be lost in some of this, Mr. Kamek, is this is in the late summer or fall of 2020, right?
Yes, sir.
And this is when, I don't want to say COVID is raging, but COVID is ever present, omniscient. It's taken over the world, right?
It's peak COVID. Yes, sir.
Peak COVID. So here you are, a younger lawyer. If I understand it correctly, you had just left not too long before this practice with your father, right?
That's correct.
He is also a criminal defense lawyer.
Yes, sir.
So you have your own practice, right?
Yes, sir.
You had tried a number of cases with your dad, I assume, a number of cases with others, right?
And myself. Yes, sir.
And yourself. And you had tried, I guess, I'm assuming, anything from misdemeanor cases to felony cases,
Yes,
right?
sir.
You weren't some kid straight out of law school that couldn't find a courtroom door with a CNI dog and a search warrant. I mean, generally speaking, you knew what you were doing at the Harris County Courthouse, right?
Absolutely.
So along comes COVID, and like a lot of Americans, what you took for granted suddenly was an issue, right? Meaning your business, our business stopped. It didn't slow down. It came to a screeching halt, right?
Yes, sir.
Arrests went way down. Courthouses literally closed, right?
They did.
So you're rolling along, I assume, and you get a call from Mr. Wynn that the Attorney General might be calling you, right?
That's right.
Now, I assume you never aspired to be a prosecutor or you would apply to the DA's office, but still, when the Attorney General calls, that's a big moment, right?
It was a big moment.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You trusted Mr. Wynn, right?
I did.
He's a Harvard-educated lawyer. You were aware of that?
He's a serious lawyer.
He's a serious lawyer. And I assume that up to this point in time, Mr. Kamek, you didn't have any real personal connection in terms of going out and having drinks or having dinner or whatever with Mr. Kamek, but you knew him professionally slash socially, and you respected him, right?
With Michael Wynn?
Yes, sir.
Just an acquaintance who was part of a couple clubs I was, and we had worked on that COVID-19 panel with some of the district court and federal judges, and he seemed like a nice person.
Okay.
So,
he had a significant practice, at least from your perspective?
serious practice, yes.
So it's good news. And if I'm remembering your direct correctly, the call from Mr. Paxton or from General Paxton came on your birthday.
Yes, it was on my birthday.
You're thinking, what a great birthday present, right?
Something at the time I was like, oh, wow, what a coincidence.
And look at you now, Mr. Kamek. Didn't turn out to be that perfect, did it?
I never would have imagined in a million years getting that call to sitting in an impeachment hearing, sir.
Got it. So let's go completely sideways for a second. If there has been a suggestion, Mr. Kamek, that
Happy birthday, you're
it
the most
is
experienced
wrong
deep state
or
investigator
illegal
Texas has
to
right now. other than
challenge
Paxton.
or investigate the legality of a search, that is not your worldview, right?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Sure. If there has been a suggestion made in this courtroom before these 31 senators that it is somehow wrong or illegal to investigate the legality of a search or a search warrant, that is not your worldview. Agree with me?
I agree with that.
I mean, it's sort of born and bred in a criminal defense lawyer. That's part of what we do. You would agree with me?
That is what we do.
And any criminal defense lawyer, I think, that's been practicing longer than 6 weeks has probably challenged the legality of a search warrant. You would agree with me?
Yes, sir.
And has probably looked into the conduct of law enforcement agents in either the creation of a search warrant, right?
This is a really good
That's right.
point. This is a really excellent
The
point.
execution of a search warrant, right?
That's right.
Again, that's called Wednesday in our business. That's what we do.
That's a Wednesday on our business. Yeah.
Now, would you also agree with me that not only do we have, I guess, the choice of challenging or investigating the legality of searches, but we have the obligation to do it on behalf of our clients, right?
Right. We're just on the other side of it.
Yes, sir.
That's right.
And if we don't do that on occasion, we can get sued by the client, right?
That's right.
We can have a grievance filed against us by the client, by the state bar or someone else for failure to investigate that sort of claim, right?
That's right.
And I guess my long-winded point there is when you were asked by Ken Paxton, and we will get to that conversation, but when you were asked by Ken Paxton or told by Ken Paxton he wanted you to investigate the possibility of an illegal search or the creation of an illegal search warrant by agents, that was like, great. That's in my wheelhouse. That's what I do, right?
Well, it was an investigation into potential violations of the Texas Penal Code, which is what I'm familiar with doing. So it would be in my wheelhouse.
Right. So it's in your wheelhouse, in your strike zone, whatever, right?
Right.
And the fact that, and oh my God, it's a federal agent, or oh my God, it's a federal magistrate. I mean, again, they deserve and are owed their deference, but there's nothing sacrosanct about an AUSA in our worldview, right?
I have complete respect for government officials, but Mr. Paxton also believed that, hey, this is a serious accusation. It requires a serious focus. And, if someone's doing something like that, they should be held accountable for it.
And I assume,
And Paxton's
Mr.
inner
Kamek, you
office,
felt
the
the same way.
mutineers, had already
I
decided
did
it
feel
wasn't
that
worth
way.
investigating.
Now, jumping ahead a little bit, but I think in one of the conversations, Mr. Kamek, you had, or one of the answers to one of Mr. Hardin's questions, that somewhere along the line you heard either Mr. Wynn, I believe, or Mr. Nate Paul say something, quote, and this is a statement attributable to Mark Penley, there's no amount of information that could be presented to him that would ever convince him that a federal official could commit a crime, right?
That's right.
And which person said that? Was it Mr. Paul that said that about Mr. Penley, or Mr. Wynn that said that about Mr. Penley, or do you know?
It was Mr. Paul said that.
Okay.
Mr. Wynn was there when he said that.
Okay. And that's just not the house that you live in.
I don't live in that house.
You don't feel that same way, right?
I don't feel that same way, no.
I'm assuming.
Excuse me, can the witness be a little closer to the mic and speak up a little bit?
All right, Judge.
I'm assuming, Mr. Kamek, that you view federal prosecutors and magistrates and judges just like defense lawyers, bankers, bakers, trash truck drivers, whatever. There are good ones out there and there are bad ones out there.
Base people off of their character. I mean,
that's right.
That's it.
And you do not automatically foreclose from your mind or from your obligations an inquiry into the legality of a search warrant simply because it was signed off by a federal magistrate, right? That's a mouthful. There's nothing improper in your worldview about investigating a search warrant or the validity of a search warrant simply because it is signed off by a federal magistrate, right?
No, I mean, as a defense lawyer, that's what we do, is challenge the validity of a search warrant. I mean, this was just on the other side of it, where that person could be held accountable for it.
Now, let's get to your first meeting with Ken Paxton. On your birthday, I think the 22nd, he calls, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure you have been asked this question 287 times, but the best of your recollection, he says what to you when he calls you, Mr. Kamek?
I didn't speak with him that day. It wasn't until the 23rd that I spoke with him, and he said that he got my name from Michael Wynn. I think the words were, my name was dropped in a hat, and he got my name from Michael Wynn and wanted to see if I'd be interested in coming to talk to him about working on a criminal investigation.
And that would have been, if it's the day after your birthday, that would have been August 23rd?
Yes, sir.
And did he give you any detail about what he wanted to, what was the job description specifically that he wanted you to do?
Not at that time. It wasn't until I went out there and met with him in person that I found that out.
Okay. And if I'm recalling it correctly, there was some request by someone to bring a resume, right?
Yes, sir.
And it had been a while since you had a resume, right?
Yes, sir.
But you figured, well, if I've got to audition for the beauty contest, I'll find the swimsuit. I'll get a resume together, right?
Just trying to remain humble and do what he asked me to do.
Okay. And you met with him, right?
Yes, sir, on the 26th.
On the 26th, Mr. Paxton, General Paxton you knew him by sight, right?
Yes, sir.
He's gracious, professional, nice enough to you.
He was nice, yes.
And on that day, on the 26th, Mr. Kamek, can you share with us the description of what he wanted you to do?
At that time, he told me that he was looking to hire a special prosecutor to investigate whether, I guess, these federal agents had tampered with or altered a search warrant. basically violations of state law.
Okay. And again, we've talked about that's kind of in your wheelhouse.
Correct.
You spend 20, 30 minutes with General Paxton.
Probably 20, 25, something like that.
And he uses the phrase special prosecutor, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
So we've heard that sort of go through the evolution of your story, but it is true that he was the person that first put those words into your mindset, right?
Yes, sir.
If I heard your testimony directly, then Mr. Kamick, you go down the hall and you meet with Jeff Mateer, right?
Yes, sir.
And did he act like he knew why you were there?
He did.
And just collapse the conversation succinctly that you had with Mr. Mateer.
Yeah, so I had another copy of my resume. I handed it to him, and I said, well, it's kind of awkward for a second, just communicating with him. But he said, I said, I'm here to interview about the special prosecutor position for this investigation with respect to the search warrant. And he acknowledged that, okay, and said, oh yeah, I know a little bit about
Jeff
that,
Mateer's
and
the first.
just kind of act disengaged.
Gotcha. And
Jeff
I think
Mateer is
that
the
was
first
the
witness,
phrase
and
that
yeah,
you
good to know
used
he's always awkward.
with Mr. Harden, disengaged, right?
Yes, sir.
But I guess my point, at least right here, Mr. Kamick, is the phrase special prosecutor was discussed with Jeff Mateer, right?
That's correct.
And at no time did Jeff Mateer say, oh, no, you're not going to be a special prosecutor. We can't hire special prosecutors. That never happened, right?
No, sir.
Did Mr. Mateer, disengaged as he was, did he ever indicate to you, Mr. Kamick, that there was no need for a special prosecutor being hired?
He did not.
Did he ever indicate to you that he felt like this investigation was a baseless complaint?
His attitude was kind of like that. Like he didn't feel like it was important or worth pursuing.
It didn't rise to his level of importance.
That's fair to say.
Which is exactly
but
why
he certainly
Paxton
never
hired
said or
outside
suggested
counsel.
to you that this was a crime or illegal for you to be interviewing for this job.
He did not. He did not.
Okay. Now,
Because it was not illegal.
you don't get the thumbs up that day, but you leave. You're optimistic, hopeful about it, right?
That's right.
And to put us back in your worldview at the time, again, we're in the middle of COVID. Let me stop back. I over theatrically demonstrated or referred to how long you'd spent with Mr. Harden. You and I did meet last night, right?
Yes, sir.
Spoke for 45 minutes or so.
45 minutes.
It was late, right?
It was late.
And it was after Mr. Harden had
I met with Mr. Harden, and then me and my lawyers came and talked to you for about 45 minutes.
Gotcha. So we have discussed this before. I'm not just getting lucky with every single answer.
We have talked about this. Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're hopeful. Again, we got COVID. You're thinking the Attorney General. This is great. I believe that on your drive home, you call your grandmother, right?
I think I told you that. It's like,
did.
hey, I met the Attorney General.
Right.
Yeah.
And your grandma says, I guess, would act like any other grandma. So good for you. That's awesome.
That was her attitude.
So you then go through a series of exchanges about whether or not you might have a conflict, right? Potential conflict with any other cases at the Attorney General's office.
Yes,
correct?
sir. Mr. Vassar at some point reached out to me about a contract.
Okay.
And told me that I needed to do a conflicts check.
Did Mr. Vassar ever suggest to you, Mr. Kamick, that you were unqualified?
No, sir.
Did Mr. Vassar ever express to you that hiring, whether we call you an outside counsel or special prosecutor, whatever, did he ever express to you that the hiring of you was unnecessary?
No, sir. He reached out to me to set up a phone call. And then on that phone call with him, I said, yeah, I'm interviewing, or he's calling me, I guess you're calling me about the special prosecutor position. And then he's acknowledged that, asked for my email address. And I think we talked a little bit briefly about where he had gone to school and that type of thing. So he's, I told him the same thing that I told Mr. Mateer as well.
But he never gave you any pushback on the idea of you getting hired for this job, right?
I never got any pushback from anyone at the Attorney General's office until I got a cease and desist letter.
Say that again.
I never got any pushback from anyone at the Attorney General's office or the Travis County District Attorney's office or anything until I got a cease and desist letter.
In fact, Mr. Kamek, it's true, is it not, that in your, I guess, effort to be compliant, appropriate, righteous, that's probably overstating it, but in your effort to do the right thing, you called the State Bar of Texas ethics hotline and described what you were going through, right?
I did, sir.
And without getting into what they told you, you walked away from that conversation after explaining to the ethics hotline at the State Bar of Texas what you wanted to do. You felt like you had a blessing from the State Bar of Texas to do exactly what you do, right?
Told me congratulations on the job.
So in the middle of this alleged conspiratorial dark worldview effort, you're calling the State Bar just to make sure you are literally dotting your I and crossing your T.
That's
right?
correct.
Now, I think Mr. Harden had you talk about your expectations about your sort of bell curve or what have you of ability. In other words, when you first met with Mr. Paxton, I think you thought, I can investigate, I can issue grand jury subpoenas, I can appear in front of a grand jury, I can make recommendations to the grand jury. Heck, I might even get to go try this case. That was kind of your worldview when you went into this, right?
I didn't think there would be any limitation all the way up into potentially presenting the case for a charging instrument, whether it be an indictment, a complaint, an information, or trying the case in front of a jury panel. So once I got my contract, then I realized how limited of a scope it was.
Yes, sir. You anticipated my next area question. Once you got the contract back, it was sort of the real world of, no, I'm not going to be presenting this case to a grand jury. No, I'm not going to be making recommendations. No, I'm not going to be trying the case, but I'm going to be investigating the case, right?
Yes, I was just still happy to be working for the Attorney General.
Got it. Now, and I don't know when you want to break, Mr. President.
I was going to go to about 3:10, about 15 more minutes.
That's fine. At some point along the way, you and General Paxton had a discussion about your hourly rate. You said $300 an hour, right?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree with me that all things being equal, that's a pretty reasonable, moderate rate, right?
Yes, sir.
I guess, Mr. Kamek, the more important than the money,
yeah, right. For
was
white collar
sort of
people, for
the
white collar
prestige or the
Austin and
opportunity
DC
or the
people,
resume,
maybe.
if you will, of getting to work for the AG's office on this particular matter.
I thought it was a fair rate, and it was not about the money. And I have a whole business before all of this that I still have today. So it was not about the money. It was about trying to help out.
All right, so refresh my memory of when you get a contract from, and refresh my memory, I should know, but I don't. You got a contract from whom and on what date?
I'm not mad at this guy. I'm just saying.
I received a contract. This was my mistake, but the contract came in on September 3rd in my email, and Mr. Paxton asked me, did I receive it?
Okay.
But I didn't see it. It got lost in the shuffle of all the other emails. So I responded back and said, no, I didn't get it. And then Mr. Vassar resent it to me on September the 4th of 2020.
So you have a recollection of Vassar specifically sending you this contract, right?
I do, sir.
And when you received this contract from Mr. Vassar, you think that is an offer. I mean, neither one of us are contract lawyers, but you think that's an offer. And by signing it and sending it back, you think that's an acceptance.
Yes, sir. I spoke with him, Mr. Vassar, about the contract.
Right.
I spoke with Mr. Paxton about the contract. He followed up to see if I got the contract.
Right.
He said he could get me the hourly rate. I told him I was coming back out there. I mean, to me, it was very clear that I was being hired for this position. And so I signed it and returned it to Mr. Vassar that day when I got home.
Gotcha. And no one suggested to you during that month of September that they had their fingers crossed and you really didn't have an agreement. In other words, you went through that month believing you had a valid contract with the state of Texas. to be an outside lawyer, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, I think you told us that you, Mr. Kamek, attended a meeting with Nate Paul on September 4th, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And that's here in Austin, right?
Yes, sir.
Let me back up. So Michael Wynn tells you, hey, the AG might be calling, the AG calls, right? And then you learn at some point that Michael Wynn not only had recommended you, but was Nate Paul's lawyer, who was the complainant, for lack of a better description, in this illegal search warrant claim, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know when it was, Mr. Kamek, that you learned that Wynn was representing Nate Paul?
Yes, sir. It was once I got confirmation about the job, I guess, and I sent Michael reached out to me and said to come meet with him and the complainant, Michael or Nate Paul, on September 4th.
Now, Mr. Harden asked you if you did any research about Nate Paul, or you Googled Nate Paul, or words to that effect, right?
He asked me that, yes, sir.
And when is the first time you have a recollection of doing that? Before you met with Paul or after you met with Paul?
Before I met with him, I just Googled him.
And you knew, obviously, at some point that he had a search warrant run on his home and his properties and his business and all of that, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't come across news articles about that in your search, however long that was or wasn't, right?
No, sir.
But what you came across were articles where, for lack of a better description, he's the new golden child of commercial real estate in Austin. He's the new king or whatever, right?
It was just headlines about his career as a real estate developer.
From your perception, Mr. Kamek, you thought you were sitting in front of or meeting with a valid gentleman or person of substantial economic means, I guess.
I thought, okay, serious guy, businessman, serious lawyer, serious case. So took it very seriously.
Okay. So nothing about this, I guess I'm stumbling into, nothing about this was off-putting to you. You didn't think that there was, in fact, you thought this case just keeps getting better and better for me, right?
I was just trying to focus on the facts of what I was being presented with. I didn't know any of these people.
Okay. So you meet with him in Austin. I believe you said you met with him for an hour and a half, 2 hours, right?
Yes, sir.
And I say him. Nate Paul is there. Michael Wynn is there, right?
Yes, sir.
Ken Paxton is not at this first meeting, if I understand it, correct?
No, sir. He was not there.
And they are explaining to you, that is Mr. Wynn and Mr. Paul are explaining to you their theory about why the search warrants may be invalid and why they might have been altered, right?
Yes, sir.
And I wasn't there, but as I understand it, Mr. Paul showed you, made a pretty convincing presentation utilizing a computer, diving into the metadata, which at least convinced you that this probably happened or this might have happened, right?
I was convinced.
You were convinced?
Something there.
Okay.
I didn't make a judgment either way, but it was a persuasive presentation.
How computer literate are you?
Yeah, he
Mr.
showed him that
Kamek?
the metadata was different.
And that's a vague question. You know much about metadata?
No, I've never really worked with metadata in that way.
Okay, but it at least appeared to you at that time that Mr. Paul was literate in that area, made this explanation, made this explanation, and you accepted it, right?
Yes, sir. I was told that this presentation was also given to Mr. Penley and Mr. Maxwell as well. So it was just me, my set of eyes looking at it, and I thought it was persuasive.
And you leave there, I think, and go meet with Ken Paxton at his office here in Austin the same day.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Do you recall how you described your worldview of the explanation that, I don't know why I can't talk. I'm paid to talk. You told Ken Paxton, I think, Mr. Kamek, words to the effect of, I think there may be something there, General.
I told him I was convinced, like it was convincing what I was shown, and he agreed with that.
Okay. Now, let's go there. When you say it's convincing, exactly what words did you say?
I said it was convincing. It was persuasive, and he agreed with that. He said, "Yeah, I agree."
Paxton agreed with you.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Now, at no time, you would agree with me, I think, that did Paxton ever suggest to you that this investigation was a baseless investigation, right?
No, he never indicated that it was a baseless.
You believe, recognizing that you don't know what's in his head, but you believe that he believed the same thing that you believe, right?
Yes, sir.
At some point during this meeting with Ken Paxton, after you had met with Nate Paul, I think it is then that General Paxton says to you, get me a wedding copy of the search warrant, right?
He said that after we got back from the press conference and I was getting ready to go.
That the same day?
Same day.
Okay, so.
You did say that.
And they probably understood it after Mr. Harden explained it, but just so that I'll be on the same page with it, a wedding copy is a copy that is actually signed with ink by a judge, right?
It would just be the original document.
And your understanding of why a wedding copy was important is it could, if not definitively, then go a long way in establishing whether that warrant.
Remember that the warrant wasn't even left with Nate Paul, and that's part of what Paxton was asking this man to investigate. These are not impeachable offenses. This is the right thing to do.
I think we're along the lines of
when someone comes with a complaint like this.
If you can find me a wedding copy of this search warrant, that's all I need. Game's over, right?
It was, if the wet ink copy is the same as the PDF document that was provided to Nate Paul and his lawyers, if they're the same, then it's over.
It's over, meaning he would be satisfied.
Would be satisfied with that. And if they were different, then obviously this thing's going to take a little longer.
Okay.
To figure out.
Now, did General Paxton ever pressure you to find a given or a specific result?
With respect to the ultimate conclusions about what I thought happened?
Yes, sir.
No, he never pressured me one way or the other.
He didn't say, you got to do this, dude. I need one. I mean, if you get this done for me, you got a big job. I mean, there was never any suggestion of you engaging in any sort of impropriety or a request for any sort of impropriety on the part of General Paxton. Agree with me?
I agree with that.
Did he use verbiage like, look, I just want to know the truth. Just tell me find the truth in this thing. You remember that?
I do.
And when was it, Mr. Kamek, that General Paxton first told you, I just want to know the truth or find the truth?
That would have been in our first meeting on August 26th when I first went out for the job interview.
So to be clear, before you were ever hired, that was his directive to you. I just want to know the truth. Find me the truth.
And he wanted the truth about whether the FBI
I just want to know the truth, and if something happened, that would be an injustice.
Okay. Now, there has been a lot of discussion, Mr. Kamek, about evidence and what's not evidence and that sort of thing. At the time that you first met with Mr. Paul and Mr. Wynn, do you believe they gave you at least some type of evidence for you to begin an investigation in good faith based upon?
They gave me, they told me the story about what happened, and I took some handwritten notes. And then when I left there, I was given like this timeline of events to kind of, I guess, help me digest everything.
Okay. And so you set about doing what a lawyer should do. That is investigating, right?
That's right.
And you could have done a number of things in this investigation. I assume one of the things you could have done is knocked on doors and started interviewing people, right?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't do that, if I understand it correctly. Instead of knocking on doors, if I'm understanding what you did, you issued subpoenas or chose to have grand jury subpoenas issued, right?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me, Mr. Kamek, that the very intent and purpose of having the grand jury subpoenas issued was for you to be able to obtain that information without causing any alarm or concern on the part of the people of whom you were seeking the information?
That is correct.
All right. So for a week and a half, we have heard, oh my God, the grand jury subpoenas would intimidate these people and frighten these people and scare these people. It was exactly 180 degrees opposite from that. Your intention was to do the exactly opposite of that, right?
Can I explain that?
Yes, sir.
But yes, sir, to answer your question, when I spoke with Mr. Paxton about the idea of grand jury subpoenas, he said it was a smart idea because some of these individuals were people in positions of power, and this would be the most discreet way to get that information.
So if I'm understanding that conversation, then not only did you believe that was the most discreet way to obtain the information without alarming or frightening somebody, so did General Paxton, right?
Yes, sir.
Can we break now? Is that okay?
Members, we will stand at ease until 3:30, so a 25-minute break.
Okay, guys, thank you for being here. Over on the Rumble chat, they're talking about his office is definitely a mutiny. Context 2020, when Paxton had been in several federal lawsuits for elections and COVID-related issues. Yep, he's sued for a lot. Lots of theatrics. Michael Wynn has not been charged with any crimes. No, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I think the prosecutors have been trying to get Kamek to turn, but I don't think he's doing a good job. I don't think Kamek said anything really that hurt Paxton, other than I can understand why he was frustrated about not having the credentials. I can understand that, you know. Over on Pilled, what are y'all talking about? See what's going on over here. Let's see. It's all bull butter. Let's see. Diddy says, yep, that's exactly what it is. It's almost just like what they're doing to 45. Paxton was fighting election fraud and child trafficking and had literally the day before asked for the resignation of the senator that was drunk at the gavel. Yep. Subpack Vest says it's bull butter. Yep. Drunk on the job. Dade Phelan. Yep. Yep. And he's definitely a swamp creature. So sick of these dishonorable, despicable a-holes. Yeah. And they're all acting like we have no recourse against the federal government. Like, what a joke. What a joke. And Paxton disagrees, and that's why we voted for him. Imagine that. We all agree with the attorney general, who is actually duly elected, as opposed to all of these idiots that are just running around his office. I'd like to know what the bill is for this in the House impeachment. What a waste. Pisses me off that the taxpayers are paying for this sham. Lawyers and litigators and counsel, TikTok by the hour, the army of paper pushers supporting them is a significant portion of the population. Diddy says, man, tell me about it. The establishment loves nothing more than running up the money, though half of them run on lowering our deficit and taxes. This is the first witness who doesn't seem to be hiding something. Yeah, this is Kamek. This is the outside counsel that Paxton brought in, and they're trying to get him to be upset with Paxton, you know? Over on Rumble, let's see, Miss Firecracker said, sure seems like it, too. I think the prosecutors have tried to get Kamek to turn on Paxton. Raging Smirk says, after this faux impeachment, it's over. Can the House be sued? Lawfare in reverse. TXPC guy says, absolutely right. So we'll be back at 3:30, and I've got to run one errand, so I'm gonna hop it over onto, you know what I do sometimes, because I don't even care, because I don't care about the rules. But RSBN rules, okay? And I'm going to jump over to their stream, so that we don't miss anything, because every time it goes to a break, the Senate closes out that stream and reopens it. So if I'm streaming and I'm running an errand, I can't reopen it, you know what I mean, to the new stream. So I'm jumping over right now to So I'm jumping over to this right now, okay? And let's see. I'll be back in just a little while with some more narrative. All right, but you guys talk amongst yourselves. I'm gonna unmute this in a minute, and I'll be on a portable device to be able to monitor and give a couple of comments, but it won't be as interactive as whenever I'm here working from my computer. So thank you guys so much. We're working on getting the website back up, like I told you. Sorry about that. Donations are not required, but they're very much appreciated and definitely accepted. So thank you so much. And y'all enjoy. Enjoy this electric guitar. Okay, over on let's see, over on Rumble, you guys are talking about they got a weak case against Paxton, absolutely weak. They have nothing. Thank you, Sean Joe, over on Pilled for the cookie. Thank you so much. All right, Sub Pack Vet, we'll see you. That's okay. Yeah, I have to go and run an errand real quick too. I might have enough time to switch back over to the Senate stream, so I might do that. Diddy says, "Man, nothing tells me about the establishment." Oh yeah, no, that's right. That's what he said. They love running up the bill. Yeah. So how much is this impeachment costing? I mean, who knows? Honestly, who knows? Okay, so it looks like they are. I'm gonna jump back over to mine and show this one because it looks like they're ready to come back in a couple minutes. So that's good. All right, I don't have to piggyback off RSBN anymore. All right, you guys enjoy. Y'all share this out, like and comment and subscribe and share this out. We're about to get our website back up, takingbacktexas.org. Thank you guys for being here.
You may resume, Mr. Cogdell.
Mr. Kamick, by my notes, I'm about halfway done, but let me see if I can speed this up and get you.
Mr. Cogdell, would you raise your mic up? There you go.
Yes, sir.
We had you talk a little bit, Mr. Kamick, about the grand jury subpoenas and the reason for that. At some point, I think I heard you discuss with my colleague, Mr. Hardin, that Paxton made a statement to the effect that he was being critical of Mr. Penley and Mr. Maxwell because they won't do any work. Do I recall that correctly?
I don't remember the exact question that was asked by Mr. Hardin.
Do you remember back during this time, that is back in September of 2020, that happening, that is Mr. Paxton being critical of Mr. Penley and Mr. Maxwell, believing that or stating that they didn't do any work?
Wasn't critical in the sense that like he gave me any detail about what they were or weren't doing. He just said that he couldn't get the people at his office to do what he was asking them to do.
Fair enough. Now, there are different ways of conducting an investigation. You'd agree with me?
Yes, sir.
There are all kinds of different tools that law enforcement can use, TCIC, NCIC, every initial in the book sort of stuff, right?
Yes, sir.
And even lay people can do computer searches, Google searches, Intellius, Truthfinder, LexisNexis, all that sort of stuff, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you literate on LexisNexis, or were you at the time?
Yes, but more proficient in Westlaw.
Okay. And Pacer, do you do much work on Pacer?
No, sir, but I'm familiar with it.
And Pacer is public access to computer electronic records, something like that?
I believe so.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may. And the witness, if you can speak up, Mr. Kamick.
Yes, Judge.
Make sure all of our senators can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Acoustics, not your fault. Acoustics aren't the best. And some of our hearing collectively is not the best either. So. Hold on, get back to your microphone. There you go.
Yes. I'm showing you what's marked as AG Exhibit 1047. And I don't know that you've ever seen this, but I'm going to see if I can walk you through it. I would offer AG 1047, which is a docket sheet on the Contigo matter.
Any objection, Mr. Hardin? Sure.
If I may, please.
Take your time.
No objection. No objection.
No objection. Admit to evidence. AG Exhibit 1047.
All right, Eric, if you could kind of blow up the top. And again, I'm just using you as my ventriloquist right now because I don't think you've ever seen this, or tell me if you have. Have you ever seen this before?
No, sir.
Eric, blow up the top of it, which says obviously the style of the case, which is Contigo Information Management. Are you familiar with that name, Contigo Information Management?
Yes, sir.
And that is one of the entities, is it not, Mr. Kamick, that Mr. Nate Paul was complaining that an illegal search may have potentially occurred at that place right there, Contigo, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, if you will go to the second page, Eric, of 1047. Let me go back to the first page, my bad. And on the first page, it shows, does it not, that Judge Mark Lane is the judge in this case, right? upper left-hand corner, Mr. Kamick?
Yes, sir.
That's obviously public information, and that Mr. Gupta with the U.S. Attorney's Office is representing the government, right?
Yes, sir.
So the whole world can see that based on anybody that has a Pacer account has access to that sort of information, right? Now, if you could go to the second page, Eric, and what that shows, give us the top half of that page. And what we see, do we not, Mr. Kamick, is there's a motion for leave to disclose sealed search warrant that was filed on September 5th, right?
Yes, sir.
And an order granting that motion for leave to disclose a sealed search warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
So that would allow, and that was granted on the 5th, and then it is closed again on the 17th, where someone files an order, someone files a motion to extend the sealing, right?
Yes, sir.
But for those, whatever that is, 12 days, that search warrant would have been the warrant, not the probable cause affidavit. And they probably understand by now, but I know you do. There's a difference between the search warrant and the search warrant affidavit, right?
That's right.
But the search warrant would have been visible via Pacer for those 12 days back in September. Again, anybody with a Pacer account could have logged in and looked at that at least during those 12 days. Agree with me?
It was not sealed during those 12 days.
Fair enough. Now, when you were working on this matter, did you ever see, Mr. Kamick, any evidence that Mr. Penley or Mr. Maxwell had done anything in terms of investigating the same complaints that you were investigating? Meaning, did you see any reports, any memoranda, any conclusion, anything?
No, sir.
It is possible, is it not? Let's say that I want to investigate whether or not a given prosecutor might have at least been accused in a pleading of doing something improper. You or I can get on Pacer and enter that person's name and pull up every case that lawyer's ever been assigned to, right?
Yes, sir.
And they can do the same to us as well, right?
That's correct.
But if we wanted to investigate whether or not a given prosecutor was doing something, we could look at their history, or at least their history that's visible on Pacer, right?
That's right.
Same with the judge, correct?
It should be public record.
Now, let me be Captain Obvious because it's a cape I wear a lot. Every single search warrant that is a bad search warrant was signed by a judge somewhere, wasn't it?
Theoretically speaking, it.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I guess my point is, if someone is arguing, well, a judge signed it, therefore it must be good. Well, if it's a search warrant that was executed, chances are a judge signed it. That doesn't necessarily make it a good search warrant. It's just one more search warrant that one more judge signed. Agree with me?
I agree with that.
I think we heard you testify that Mr. Wynn, during, I guess, the latter part of September, stated that Penley had reached out to him out of the clear blue and asked for documents. You recall that?
Yes, sir. That's what I was told.
Do you know when, Mr. Kamick, ballpark that was?
It would have been, I believe, sometime in the fourth week of September 2020.
Okay, so if you were hired on September 4th, you had been working on this case for several weeks, or this investigation for several weeks by the time you heard that. Agree with me?
Sir, approximately 3 weeks.
Okay. Now let's get into the time. Mr. Harden had you walk through sort of the frequency of contact that you had with Mr. Paxton during this, and it was about a month. That's probably the easiest way to describe it, is about 30 days, right?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Harden had you describe your contacts with Agent Paxton, and I think you said, I don't know, 15 to 20 times, something like that, right?
Yes, I did say that.
And during that month or so period, you saw him a grand total of how many times face to face? 2 or 3?
Well, I can tell you the days. So the 26th was
Okay.
one time. September 4th was the second time.
Right.
Then there was the time at the end of September at Nate Paul's house.
That's 3.
And then there was another time when I drove out to meet with him and Brent Webster.
That's 4.
And then there was another time when we met at the Starbucks.
That's 5, right?
It's 5 times.
So let's use as a demarcation, artificial or not, I'm going to call it when the stuff hit the fan, and that is September 30th or October 1st, okay?
Oh, yes, sir.
So before the stuff hit the fan, and we're going to get to there, you had seen him a grand total of 3 times. That is Mr. Paxton, right?
2 times.
2 times, okay. Now, you said, I think in reference to a question by Mr. Harden, that you had talked to him 7 to 10 times on the phone, something like that?
Yes, sir.
And there were some occasional texts as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me, generally speaking, Mr. Kamek, that those phone calls are generally short, to the point calls?
Yes, sir.
Do any of them stand out in your memory for one reason or another? That's not meant to be a trick question. That's just an open-ended question.
I'm just thinking about what stands out in my mind about the conversations.
Okay. Let me keep going, and if it comes to you, we'll come back to it.
Okay.
Fair? Would you agree with me, Mr. Kamek, that Mr. Paxton has, General Paxton, whatever we want to call him, has a, let's say, unique style of communication? I'm sure it's not exclusive to him, but what I mean by that is when he wants you, he reaches out to you and you're generally accessible, right?
Yes, sir.
But the reverse isn't always true. When you need him, it ain't always, he doesn't pick up the phone as quickly as you pick up the phone.
I would agree with that.
Okay. And you had 3 or 4 of these occasions where you were saying, look, Mr. Paxton, or look, General Paxton, I need an email address and I need some identification, or I need a badge or something, right?
Yes, sir.
And the response that you get is more or less, yeah, I'm working on it. Yeah, right?
Yeah, I mean, every time that was kind of the
Fair
response
enough.
that I got.
And you would also agree with me that just about every time you're in the presence of General Paxton, he's either on the phone some of the time or on the phone all of the time. So is that fair?
The first 2 times that I met with him, it was not on the phone.
And those were the interview, right?
Interview, and then the second time that I went there.
Yes, sir.
And then after that, he was on the phone quite a bit.
I mean, in your mind, I think, not unlike perhaps others, he's kind of notorious for being on the phone when you need the man's attention. That's just how he rolls. Agree with me?
I mean, I didn't know him before all this.
I'm just talking about your experience with him.
Just figure he was busy.
And he is, as far as you know, right? Now, let's get to, speaking of busy, let's get to that point in time, Mr. Kamek, when you were asking for a signed contract and you told Michael Wynn you hadn't gotten a signed contract, and I think that was the night before, and then you roll into Mr. Paul's office the next morning, leaving at 5 or thereabouts, and lo and behold, there is a signed contract on the desk or at Nate Paul's office, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not Mr. Kamek, that on that date that Mr. Paxton was out of town? You know, one way or the other, if he was?
No, sir.
Okay. Would you agree with me that based upon your observations of the man, he traveled frequently? Agreed?
There was at least one other time that, yes, sir, that he said he was traveling.
Okay, so let's jump to the second, and again, I'm going to be quick running through these, but we've talked generally speaking about the first referral that you received from the Travis County DA's office, right? And that is the complaint about the search warrant.
Yes, sir.
Not too long after you're involved, you get this second complaint, right?
Yes, sir.
And that complaint is referred to you directly. It is mailed to your office, right? Somebody find that for me, a copy of it, the second complaint.
I believe it was emailed to me from Mr. Klimmer.
Okay, whether it was emailed or mailed, my mistake.
Yes, sir.
It was sent to you directly. Agree with me?
Yes, sir.
And if someone were to come in here and state that Travis County DA's office had no idea who you were or what you were doing, and you were just some sort of ghost out there in space, you would disagree with that, would you not?
That would be a falsehood.
And in fact, Mr. Klimmer knew exactly who you were and where to find you, right?
Yes, sir.
And can you estimate for us, Mr. Kamek, how many touches, for lack of a better description, how many touches you had with employees of the Travis County DA's office? And when I say touches, I mean interfaces, emails, phone calls, personal visits. How many touches are we talking about?
Well, and it's no disrespect to the folks over there. I just don't remember everyone's name.
Of course not. I'm not giving you that pop quiz. I'm just asking to estimate it.
Yeah, so I spoke with one individual who referred me to Don Klimmer, and then I think there was another woman named Amy Meredith, maybe.
Okay.
And then I got referred to a woman named Bailey.
So that now we're up to 4, right?
I think we're at 4, and then from there were multiple
repeat visits.
Well, just back and forth on an email exchange about the subpoenas, and then 5 or 6 times there, like with Mrs. Molnar, and then I got that other referral from Mr. Klimmer directly.
So if we are counting each subpoena as a touch, we've got 35, 40 subpoenas.
Well, I sent them on the application, just multiple per, just sent them out. There were several emails to their office.
I'm interrupting you. I'm sorry. I apologize. But there were several tranches of subpoenas sent to the Travis County DA's office.
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
And there were several people you communicated with, right?
Yes, sir.
Some were staff and some were lawyers, right?
Yes, sir.
And at least in your mind, Mr. Kamek, they were well aware of who you were and what you were doing, right?
Yes, sir.
And you certainly never tried to hide that fact from anybody. When you were working with the Travis County DA's office, you told them who you were, you told them your job description, you told them what you need. It's not like you were hiding, right?
I was not hiding.
The second complaint is different, Mr. Kamek, in kind, is it not, from the first complaint? Meaning, the first complaint is, may I approach, Your Honor? And just to satisfy of the second complaint, correct?
Yes, sir. That's the second referral.
So again,
I'm sorry, Mr. Kamek, I really need for you to speak louder when you're answering, because I know.
Yes, Judge, that's the second referral.
And again, like the point I made before you saw the document, although I don't think there was a dispute about it, that was sent to you directly with your name on it, with your address on it. Clearly, they know who you are, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the first complaint again focused on the potential illegality of the search warrants. The second complaint focused on a alleged fraud concerning people trying to steal my words, not the complaint word, Nate Paul's property too cheaply, right?
Yes, sir.
And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but you utilized the resources of the Travis County DA's office to issue search warrants, or I'm sorry, grand jury subpoenas for the first complaint, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you did the same thing with the second complaint, meaning part of the thing that you did to investigate it was send out grand jury subpoenas to try to obtain information, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, I think I heard you say, Mr. Kamek, correct me if I'm wrong, that you were not keeping General Paxton apprised of the names of the individuals that you had issued the grand jury subpoenas before, right?
I never spoke with him about like who specifically I was issuing subpoenas for, but that's not to say that I don't remember if I'd forwarded an email list or something like that.
Fair enough. It's possible that you sent him on one or more occasions a list of folks that, or some sort of detail on names, right?
That's possible.
Not certain one way or the other if it happened, but it's certainly possible.
As I'm sitting here right now, I don't recall that.
Fair enough. But you didn't in any conversation, as far as you can recall, Mr. Kamek, get so granular with General Paxton about the names of the people that were being subpoenaed that you said, well, Joe Smith on this day, Bob Hunt on that day, Travis Smith on the other. That didn't happen, right?
No, sir.
And I assume it is a safe bet to say that if you sent General Paxton an email containing a list with names on it, you don't know one way or the other whether or not he opened that email and read through it and assimilated or understood what was in it or not. Agree with me?
I'm sorry. Could you just rephrase that one for me?
That's a $500 question. I don't know why I ask it that way. You don't know if he ever opened up any email you sent to him and read it or not, right?
That's right. I don't know.
Okay. Now, in the thank you. In the investigation of the second complaint, did you think your marching orders from General Paxton had changed? Meaning, if I recall your testimony correctly, Mr. Kamek, in the first referral, he told you to go get the truth or find out the truth or whatever, right? I assume you were operating under the same belief system that General Paxton wanted you to do the same thing in the second complaint, correct?
That was my belief and my understanding.
And at any point, Mr. Kamek, that you were dealing with Ken Paxton, did he ever ask you to misrepresent anything?
No.
Did he ever ask you to, for lack of a better description, lie, cheat, or steal?
To lie, cheat, or steal?
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
And I'm including that in a broad sense, not in the literal sense, but also in the broad sense, not the literal sense. Mr. Kamek, never ask you to hide, secrete, destroy, never ask you to hide any record, conceal anything you did, dispose of anything that you obtained. There was never any suggestion of that, I don't think. Was there?
No, sir.
Now, there was the time when the stuff hit the fan, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was October 1st.
I believe it was October 1st, whatever day that I got a cease and desist letter from Mr. Penley.
Okay. And again, whether it's the 1st or the 2nd, 30th, whatever, you get the cease and desist letter. And what was your reaction when you got that? What was your thought?
I mean, I was shocked. I was confused and felt like a rug been pulled out from under me. And
I heard shocked and confused, and then I didn't hear the last thing that you said.
I just felt like the rug had been pulled out from under me.
Okay.
It just seemed like it came out of nowhere.
And it really did come out of nowhere, if I'm understanding your story, right?
It did come out of nowhere. I had never spoken with Mr. Penley over the course of those 3.5, 4 weeks.
And after Mr. Penley sent you that letter, Mr. Mateer sent you another letter, right?
That's correct.
And this is and he's basically saying, this is unauthorized, you're performing illegal activity, you're whatever. This is the very same Jeff Mateer whose office you sat in interviewing for the job that you took, right?
That's correct.
If I'm recalling it correctly, Mr. Kamek, when you got the first letter from the Penley letter, you responded very professionally, very appropriately, very succinctly. What he sends you this cease and desist letter, and what do you reply back?
I think I told him that I would just stand down and something along those lines.
Unlike some other people that you might have heard of, you didn't get volcanic on him. You didn't pick up the phone and slur a bunch of invectives or worse at him, right?
No, that would have been unprofessional.
And to be fair to you, Mr. Kamek, all you were trying to do was do a job, do it well, do it professionally, right?
Yes, sir.
Then it gets even worse because the press starts blowing up, right?
Yes, sir.
And speaking for you, you are a 5-year lawyer and you have authors, writers, people in the press that you've never spoken to, that you've never communicated with, that you've never heard of, just saying horrible things about you, right?
There were a lot of articles written, and I read a couple of them and then chose just to put that out of my scope of view, just move on with my life.
That was probably a wise decision, but it went into really needless detail about disagreements that you had with your family and it just blowing everything out of proportion. And it was a nightmare for you, simply put, was it not?
It had nothing to do with anything involved in this. It was just a bunch of trash. I'm sorry.
That's all right. And it was, if you understand the timeline, or I guess if I understand the timeline, I'm asking you if you understand it the same way, Mr. Kamek, that by this point, the so-called whistleblowers had gone to the FBI, and that's when all this volcanic eruption occurred, right?
I'm sorry, could you?
Sure. When the negative press started coming out, it was after the time, at least insofar as what the articles were claiming, that several individuals that used to be with the Attorney General's office had gone and made a complaint with the FBI or made the so-called whistleblower complaint. Is that consistent with your memory?
I remember reading, I think, about that.
And after this eruption, that is when you drive to Nate Paul's house, right?
Yes, sir.
And I mean, it's just a surreal time, fairly put, for you and for everybody else, right?
Yes, sir.
You go to his house. You had never been to his house before. You're hoping to resolve whatever issues are outstanding. Oh, by the way, you would like to get paid for your work, right?
Right.
And everybody's kind of standing around shell-shocked. When I say everybody, I mean you, Mr. Mr. Wynn, your friend or whatever, Mr. Paul, and Mr. Paxton, right?
Yeah, that's who was at that meeting.
And I mean, again, without engaging in a hyperbole, it's kind of like everybody's sitting around with PTSD, just like, what the hell was that, right?
Right.
You were asked to continue the good fight, keep working, and in your own mind, you say, no, I'm done with that.
No,
right?
That's right. I was done.
Okay. And then you have another occasion that you detailed for Mr. Hardin where Mr. Thank you, Mr. Webster and Mr. Paxton asked you to come to Austin. You come to Austin, and it's just as weird as as the time before. You don't go in the AG's office. You go over to Starbucks. Brent Webster says 15 grand ain't nothing. I had to eat 40 grand, and you're thinking that's not going to put post toasties in my bowl here. I don't really care. My word's not yours, right?
That happened.
Okay. And to this day, you've never been paid anything, right?
$0.
Okay. And the reward that you have gotten is not really a good reward, right?
I haven't received any benefit from any of this.
Let me apologize for that situation.
Thank you.
That should have never happened.
Thanks.
It should have never happened. All that having been said, Mr. Kamick, it is still true, is it not, that what Ken Paxton asked you to do, find the truth.
That's what he told me when we first met. He just wanted to find out the truth about this first referral.
And that's what you were trying to do.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Hardin, or redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Are both of you
You can be excused. Good
finished
luck,
with the
Mr.
witness?
Thank
You may be. Thank you, sir. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House calls Joe Brown.
Bailiff, please bring in Joe Brown. Mr. Brown, if you'll raise your right hand. I do solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence I give upon this hearing by the Senate of Texas of impeachment charges against Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr. shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Thank you. Please have a seat. And as they will instruct you, talk as closely to the mic as you can get. Thank you.
May I proceed, Mr. President?
Yes, you
Thank
may.
you. Sir, please introduce yourself to the honorable members of the Senate.
Joseph David Brown. I go by Joe.
Mr. Brown, how are you currently employed?
I have a private law practice in Sherman.
Could you please summarize for us, albeit briefly, your history as an attorney, your jobs, positions you've held?
I graduated from SMU Law School in 1995. I started with a civil law firm in Dallas, about 100 lawyers, Coles and Thompson. Did that work for about 5 years, returned to my hometown. Ran for district attorney in 2000 in Grayson County, was elected, spent 17 years as the district attorney in Grayson County, and then I was appointed as the Eastern District United States Attorney in 2018.
Was that a presidential appointment, Senate confirmation?
Nominated by the senators of Texas and presidentially appointed and Senate approved.
And under which administration were you appointed?
I was appointed by President Trump.
May I ask you, sir, at some point were you contacted by or on behalf of Attorney General Ken Paxton?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us the substance of that?
I received a call in late August of 2020 from a friend in McKinney who was a mutual friend of the Attorney General. He told me that Attorney General Paxton would like to visit with me if I'd be willing to about a potential criminal special investigation.
Did you meet with with Mr. Paxton?
Within the hour, I received a call from Attorney General Paxton. He introduced himself. We visited a little bit, and he asked me if I would come to Austin to visit about a matter that he had. He did not give much detail at that point. I knew it was criminal. I knew it was a special investigation, but I didn't know the role really. And he said he would explain that to me if I came to Austin.
Did you go to Austin?
I came to Austin on August 27th of 2020.
Did you meet personally with Mr. Paxton?
I did in his office about 45 minutes, and I met about 15 minutes with Jeff Mateer.
Can you give us a summary? I'll ask you, did he provide you some information concerning this potential complaint?
Are you asking me to?
Well, I'm asking you, did he give you information about the complaint?
Attorney General Paxton told me about the complaint, yes.
And if you could, in just a few words, tell me what the substance of the report was.
Well, I didn't know what role I would be playing, whether I was going to be an independent prosecutor or under the authority of the Attorney General. So we talked about that, but he told me it involved a guy that was had a warrant executed, and he believed the warrant could have been possibly executed unlawfully. So we continued to visit about that and flesh that out.
On the information that he provided you, just off the top of your head, did you have any? Well, let me retract that. Did you ask of him whether or not he had individuals within his own office who might be able to investigate this matter?
Yes, we talked about the fact. I remember him talking about that it involved potentially a phone line cut on some execution of a search warrant, and the warrant affidavit being changed. And I learned during that meeting that it was involving the FBI and the Securities Board and DPS, and the investigation would be involving that. So yes, we talked about that, and he said he could not get the people in his office to do anything about it. And I talked a little bit more about that, and he talked about the ranger, the retired ranger that worked for him, that wouldn't do anything about it.
Let me stop you there. Did you ask him a question after he told you that his own people weren't getting work done on it?
Yeah, I said, why don't you fire him?
What was his response?
It was complicated, and it just didn't work that way.
Fair enough. Did he advise you whether or not there were any other people in the race, whether you had competition?
He told me that there was another lawyer, young lawyer, that he was considering, but that he didn't have the credentials that I did. And so I assumed that if I wanted that he would choose me to do that.
You said that he had identified, if I'm correct, the FBI, the State Securities Board, and DPS. Is that accurate?
I remember those entities.
Did those raise any concerns for you? Just that first question.
Yeah, as we're talking.
And let me stop you there, just so I don't get an objection. The answer to the question is yes, correct?
Yes.
Did you relay those concerns to Mr. Paxton? And if so, what did you say?
Yes, I was aware of the fact that his indictment involved those three agencies, and I said I have some concern about the fact that it would be involving, that I would be under your authority and investigating the same agencies that were involved in your indictment. As we talked about it, I eventually, I'm having to process this during this meeting and learn all this, and the red flags are going off. So eventually I say, my preference is that I would write a report and be able to evaluate these conflicts before I would commit to any level of prosecution. And he said, we have people that can prosecute the case, that would be fine.
From your recollection, did he appear affected by these concerns that you raised? Did he indicate that it was a problem?
I'm sorry, conjecture and speculation as to whether or not he was affected.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes, sir. Go
From
ahead.
what you observed, sir, did you have any personal observations for how you believed he took that news?
Same objection.
Your Honor, if I may, we're talking about a lay witness opinion. This individual was in the room with him and spoke directly with Mr. Paxton and can testify as to what he observed.
I will abstain. I think you can phrase it better. So try one more time.
Sounds like a challenge, Your Honor, and I'm up for it, I hope. You told him these concerns that you raised. Is that correct? What did you observe, if anything?
He told me, when I said I'm concerned about these, he said, I understand. I'm not worried about that. I just want to find the truth.
Fair enough. Did he tell you, did he indicate to you whether the individual involved was a donor?
I did not learn he was a donor until I went to talk to Jeff Mateer.
Did you learn from Mr. Paxton that he had any other relationship with this individual?
No, I had no idea when I left the Attorney General that there was anything other than a guy that he was, that was wronged. And I was unclear on why it was going to a special prosecutor other than what he had told me.
So let's fast forward. At some point, do you speak with Mr. Vassar about a potential contract?
Within a few days, he made contact, Ryan Vassar made contact with me by email and eventually gave me a contract. It didn't have any specific terms. It was just a general contract. And we exchanged emails about the scope and some details of the contract.
What was your purpose in defining the scope?
I repeated what I had told to the Attorney General that because of my concerns about the conflicts, I would commit to investigating, to writing a report, and would not commit to prosecution until I'd been able to evaluate the conflicts further.
Was there an hourly rate that was addressed?
The hourly rate was, I can't remember, it didn't come from me. It was suggested with a contractor by Mr. Vassar.
Would a rate of $300 an hour be accurate?
That was the rate that was given to me.
Did you have any concerns about that rate?
I was in 2 months out from the U.S. Attorney's Office and just starting, and this was giving me an opportunity to stay involved in something relevant. I mean, the Attorney General was asking me to help with an investigation, so it intrigued me. So I wasn't worried about the money.
You were prepared to do any sort of investigation if you cleared conflicts for $300 an hour. Is that accurate?
What was described to me, yes. I mean, I knew I could, if I needed to, get out of it, I could.
Were you prepared to secure any insurance that was necessary as provided by the contract?
Well, the insurance thing didn't come up until when I get the contract, it says you have to have malpractice insurance. And I was 2 months out of the U.S. Attorney's Office, so did not have it. But, that was not what kept me from doing it.
Did you, as a matter of fact, indicate to anybody that you were willing to get insurance within 30 days?
I would have gotten insurance if that was necessary. I thought it was something they could waive.
And did you explain that to Mr. Vassar?
Yes.
Did you feel, in your opinion, that in any way stood in the way of you getting the job if you were to be chosen?
Yep.
I'm sorry.
That would never.
Excuse me, Mr. Brown. Objection, conjecture, and speculation. He doesn't know if it's in getting his way or not.
You also can speak up, Mr. Cogdell, when you speak. Sustain, you can rephrase that.
Did you get a response when you indicated that you could get insurance within 30 days?
We emailed and he said it was something that he thought they could take care of, or words to that effect.
Very good. After you have raised concerns to the General Paxton, after you've indicated that you wanted to limit the scope of your work so that you could make sure that those conflicts and concerns were taken care of, after you've indicated that you would work for $300 an hour and get insurance, were you chosen?
No, I followed up a couple times with emails and it just, nothing happened after that.
Are you familiar with federal filings or the process of performing federal filings as it relates to search warrants?
Yes.
You ran an entire office of Assistant United States Attorneys, correct?
Yes, I mean, I wasn't on the front line of the search warrants, but I certainly am familiar.
Fair enough. Are you familiar, sir, that when an application for a search warrant is filed, there is an application with accompanying affidavit?
Correct.
And then there is a search warrant order. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. And what we would call the application and the warrant. Is that fair?
Right.
Ms. Manello, if you would please pull up AG 1047. I apologize, Your Honor, we didn't have a digital copy, so we're putting it on the Elmo. If you could look at line number 1, please. Would you agree with me that on August 16th, 2019, there is a motion to seal the search warrant application and the search warrant?
That's what's reflected.
And the search warrant application, again, contains the application and the affidavit. Is that accurate?
And the proposed warrant.
If we could go to line number 6 on the second page, please. At the top, would you agree with me here that it indicates that there is a motion for leave to disclose the search warrant, the sealed search warrant, correct?
That's the entry.
Would you agree with me that there is nothing on that entry that indicates that there is a motion for leave to disclose the sealed search warrant application, which would include the affidavit?
There's nothing that mentions the application.
Very good. Sir, are you familiar with OPR as it relates to federal government?
Yes.
Could you tell us what those initials stand for, please?
The Office of Professional Responsibility.
Do all Assistant United States Attorneys who enter on duty, at least during your time, are they made aware of the Office of Professional Responsibility and their jurisdiction to investigate complaints regarding United States attorneys?
Objection, conjecture, and speculation.
I'm asking from his direct knowledge, Your Honor.
Oh, you asked for all.
Please answer the question.
Assistant United States Attorneys are familiar with what the OPR is and what their jurisdiction is, yes.
If there was a complaint regarding an AUSA and the conduct in any one of their investigations, would the Office of Professional Responsibility be charged with investigating them?
Objection, conjecture, and speculation.
Overruled.
Please, sir.
That's one agency that could.
As a former United States attorney, presidentially appointed, are you aware if there is an OPR investigation ongoing, whether the United States Attorney's Office, where that employee who is complained of works, has any jurisdiction over the matter, or if it is entirely within Office of Professional Responsibility?
I'm sorry, objection vague. I don't understand the question.
Your Honor, if I may, I think it's more important if the witness understands it.
Overruled. You may answer.
I'm not sure I do, so.
That answers Mr. Cogdell's question. Would it be fair to say, or let me ask you this, in your experience as a presidentially appointed United States attorney, if somebody within your office, an AUSA within your office, was being investigated by the Office of Professional Responsibility, would your office, the office in which they worked, have any sort of responsibility for the investigation, or would it be entirely OPR?
No, my understanding is it goes to OPR out of Washington, D.C., and they keep it separate.
So the office where the AUSA works has no responsibility for that, correct?
That was my experience.
Are you familiar with OIG?
Yes, the Office of Inspector General.
Similarly, based on your experience working as a presidentially appointed United States attorney, are AUSAs within your office made aware of and trained on the Office of Inspector General and their jurisdiction?
They're certainly aware of it, what the level of training on it is. It doesn't take very long before they know that there's oversight organizations within the different areas of the Department of Justice.
If there is a complaint for an agent within the Department of Justice, not an AUSA anymore, but an agent, would the Office of Inspector General have oversight and jurisdiction?
It's my understanding they do. That's who investigates the investigators.
Same question. Investigates the investigators, and it is taken out of the hands of the regional or local United States Attorney's Office. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Thank you, sir. Pass the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Donnelly. Mr. Cogdill?
Hi, Mr. Brown.
Good afternoon.
I think we met.
We have.
Okay, in Sherman.
The courtroom in Sherman, yes, sir.
Lovely courtroom, lovely judge. Nice to see you again. When you were meeting with Mr. Mateer, Mr. Brown, did he tell you that this is a bogus investigation and it shouldn't be investigated?
No, sir.
Did he, that is Mr. Mateer, give any indication to you that the investigation or that the job that you were applying for was unnecessary?
No, I sensed a little, I sensed something, but he never said anything directly other than he was glad that I was being considered because I would tell the Attorney General the truth.
Okay. And same with Mr. Vassar, when you were communicating with Mr. Vassar about the details of the contracts, did he suggest in any shape, form, or fashion that the job that you were applying for was unneeded, unnecessary, a sham, anything of the sort?
No.
And I hear you, Mr. Brown, on the potentially troubling fact that these are the same agencies or some of the same agencies that had charged Mr. Paxton with the state securities fraud case, which, by the way, do you know of your own personal knowledge if that thing is still pending after 8 years?
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevance as it relates to this witness.
Overruled.
Are you aware, Joe, that that case is still pending?
The case against the Attorney General?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay. That was what was potentially troubling to you, right?
That was part of it.
Yes, sir. But not the allegations or the claim or whatever that the FBI or these different agencies had potentially engaged in misconduct. You were still willing to investigate it, right?
I left it open that could happen. I was willing to.
And you are the former United States Attorney for the Eastern District, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, I think, and somebody said that the other applicant wasn't as qualified as you. Probably true, because there are very few people in the Eastern District that, on paper at least, would be more qualified than the former DA from Grayson County and the Eastern District United States Attorney, right?
That's your words.
Okay. In any event, you're a very qualified person. You weren't chosen, but you did make 2 or 3 calls trying to follow up to see if you could get the job. Am I recalling that correctly?
I was willing to do the job, and I didn't know what happened. Yes.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you, Joe. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Are both parties finished with the witness?
No problem.
Excused, Your Honor.
Okay, you're excused, Mr. Brown. Thank you, sir.
No,
Next witness,
Thank you, Mr. President. The House calls Kendall Garrison.
bailiff, please bring in Kendall Garrison. Mr. Garrison, if you'll raise your right hand. I do solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence I give upon this hearing by the Senate of Texas of impeachment charges against Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr. shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. Please be seated and speak as closely to the microphone as you can. Thank you. Ms. Epley, you're a witness.
May I proceed? Please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the Senate.
My name is Kendall Garrison.
Mr. Garrison, could you speak up a little for me? It's a big room.
My name is Kendall Garrison.
Thank you. And where do you work?
Amplify Credit Union.
What is your role at Amplify Credit Union?
I'm President and Chief Executive Officer.
As you might have heard, I want to go through this a little quickly, so I'm going to jump right in. I'm going to turn your attention to 2020. During that time frame, were you familiar with Nate Paul or World Class Holdings?
Yes.
How so?
Mr. Paul and World Class Holdings obtained loans from Amplify Credit Union.
Okay. And what was the status of those loans in the summer of 2020?
In the summer of 2020, we had issued a demand letter in as much as those loans were delinquent and were working their way toward foreclosure.
Okay. Did you, in the course of your employment, and does your staff create records specific to Amplify their banking and their foreclosures?
Yes.
Have you provided those to the House?
I have.
Would it surprise you to know that we have provided copies to the defense?
It would not surprise me.
Okay. Did you provide a business record affidavit for those documents?
Yes.
And for the Senate, for Mr. President, that's been on record for over 14 days, the business records affidavit. And as such, I've provided a copy to defense and I have a copy for the court. Mr. President, you'll notice I provided you an external document. I'll refer to that in a moment. In the meantime, the Exhibit 657 has been pre-admitted. Mr. Garrison, I would like to talk to you a little bit about those records. Do you remember 3 loans in particular related to Nate Paul in the summer of 2020?
I do.
And I'd like to move you forward to the end of July, early August of that year. What was the status at that point of those loans?
Those 3 loans had been posted for foreclosure.
And when you say posted for foreclosure, what does that mean?
That means we had requested a substitute trustee, and we had filed a notice with the various counties on where those 3 properties were located, that we intended to foreclose on those on the first Tuesday of August.
Was Nate Paul aware of your intent to file and proceed with foreclosure?
He was aware.
Is documentation consistent with that provided in Exhibit 657?
Yes.
Now, after providing notice to Nate Paul, does he immediately file a bankruptcy?
He does not.
And just so that we're all aware, does the filing of a bankruptcy create a legal automatic stay foreclosing the ability to move forward with a foreclosure, for example?
The filing of a bankruptcy does create a stay.
Would we call that a nuclear option, though, for Mr. Paul?
Objection, leading, argumentative.
Sustained.
Does Mr. Paul make an effort to prevent foreclosure and avoid bankruptcy?
Objection calls for speculation as to Mr. Paul's intent.
If he knows, Your Honor, which he does.
I'll overrule. You can answer the question.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes, sir. So at the end of July, early August of 2020, does Mr. Paul make any efforts to avoid foreclosure and also avoid bankruptcy?
He had discussions with our staff, and his counsel had discussions with ours about options to avoid foreclosure.
Yes, sir. Stacy, if you would for me, would you pull up Exhibit 657, specifically .190? Can you see that? Excuse me. Can you see that, Mr. Garrison?
It's small, but I can see it. It's more legible now. Thank you.
And what does this appear to be?
Hang on a second. We don't have anything on our monitor.
We'll hold one moment. Ms. Epley, you said it was admitted. We do not have that on our sheet as being previously admitted. Did I mishear you?
It is possible, Your Honor, and I'm happy to lay a predicate right now. This is easily correctable.
Mr. President, I can't see anything. It's not on my screen. I don't know if the jury can see it. I hope you can, but I don't have anything on my monitor. Hopefully everybody can see here.
And Your Honor,
Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
Sure.
Is it up now? You have it?
It is not.
Okay, hold on. Do the jurors have it? I have it. Can we have Damien, if you can take a look? We'll just pause there for a second.
Your Honor, could I ask that this not count towards my time?
Yes, ma'am, it won't count towards your time.
Thank you.
I'm getting a signal.
Jurors, are your monitors black now? Okay, they're all blank now, Damien.
It's up now, Mr. President.
All right, I'll go. And Your Honor, Mr. President, for the record, I want to ensure I'm getting confirmation that 657 was pre-admitted by agreement with defense. If, however, you would like me to lay a predicate, I can do that quickly.
That's not necessary. No objection.
Okay, we just didn't have it on our list. But
thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead, and I will be sure you get a minute back. So there
Thank
you go.
you.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Garrison, I'm going to draw your attention back to Exhibit 657 at page 190. Does this appear to be an email from Nate Paul?
It does.
And what's the date?
The date is August the 3rd of 2020, Monday, August 3rd.
Now, the senators and people viewing at home can read, so I want to move you directly to the link embedded in that email. Do you know what that is?
I do.
And what is it?
This was a link to an attorney general's opinion that we referred to internally as the midnight opinion.
Yes, sir, we refer to it the same. And I think the senators are familiar with the foreclosure letter or the midnight letter. Let me ask you, what was the impact of receiving that at Amplify Bank?
We had lots of discussions internally and with our counsel on how to proceed. This was highly unusual. And I am in my 44th year of banking, and this is the first time I've seen something of this nature. As a direct result of
Check
this,
to the narrative.
Sustained.
That's okay. I'd be happy to break it up. You mentioned that it's the first time you'd seen something like this, but to be fair, because I'm sure Mr. Little will ask, wasn't it in the middle of COVID?
it was,
So that's kind of unprecedented time anyway, correct?
in many ways.
So other than COVID, what was surprising about this?
It was surprising to see a ruling issued on a Sunday night or Sunday morning, I believe, maybe it was Monday morning, that essentially prohibited foreclosures in the state of Texas.
What's the impact of that for Amplify and for your resources and assets?
We had no choice other than to pull those bankruptcy filings. I'm sorry, those foreclosure filings.
Thank you. We've heard that no foreclosures in Texas were stopped because of the foreclosure letter. Is that your experience?
Objection. Leading.
Let me come back.
Sustain, re-ask. Yes.
Yes, Mr. President. In that case, I've provided defense a copy of Exhibit 676. They received a copy of this over the weekend. It is external to the business record you already have. I'll approach the court.
Is there any objection, Mr. Little?
To 676?
Yes.
No objection.
Please enter 676 into evidence.
And Mr. Garrison, what is this?
This is an email from Ann Wynn to Brian Elliott, who was the in-house counsel for World Class.
You'd mentioned a moment ago that you had changed your course in regards to the foreclosure. Is that right?
That's correct.
What did you choose to do?
We chose to withdraw those foreclosure notices and not proceed with foreclosure on that Tuesday, the 4th of August.
On all three properties tied to Nate Paul?
Correct.
What was the value of the bank's assets in regards to those properties?
We had...
Objection, vague.
Overrule.
We had loans outstanding to the world-class entities with Mr. Paul as a guarantor to the tune of about $11.5 million.
And were you receiving payment on that note?
We were not.
Hence the foreclosure, correct?
Correct.
And by forestalling or delaying that foreclosure, did it help make you money or cost you money?
It was a cost to us.
After delaying the foreclosure, did the bank sell the properties?
Can you ask that question again?
I sure can. So on August 4th, the properties were going to be foreclosed, but were not, correct?
Correct.
Did you maintain control of those notes?
We did maintain control of those notes for some period of time after that.
Okay. And then ultimately what happened?
Ultimately, on, I believe the date was September the 9th, we sold those 3 loans and assigned the deeds of trust to a third-party buyer.
And just to be clear, because of allegations made by Nate Paul's side of things, did you sell those at a great deficit? Did you lose money?
We did not. We essentially sold the loans at par, and we received our past due interest and some attorney's fees, as I recall.
So in regards to your dynamic with Nate Paul and foreclosures in August of 2020, who benefited from the foreclosure letter?
Nate
Objection, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Thank you. I don't think we heard you. Can you repeat that?
Nate Paul and the world-class entities.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Little.
Mr. President, thank you.
Counselor, can we have just a moment?
Please.
Ms. Epley, could you come up, Mr. Little?
Happy to.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
George, if you can take your seats again, we are ready to resume.
Mr. President, if I may?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Garrison, in front of you, I think somewhere, did you get a thick pile of papers like I did from Ms. Epley? Is it in front of you over there somewhere?
No. No, I don't have any documentation before me in this moment.
I don't like working in 2-inch piles of paper, okay? I'm going to show you exactly what happened. We're going to go document by document, okay? Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may. You can start the clock again. It was a brief pause. Mr. Little. Thank you for helping to clarify, Ms. Epley.
Now, Mr. Garrison, interesting times during COVID as a banker. Yeah?
Without a doubt.
I'm sure your customers took out PPP loans. Yes?
They did.
And you were probably working that all from March forward. Yes?
We were.
With major clients of the bank, I'm sure. True?
Yes.
You had loans in workout from customers who couldn't transact as much business probably as they wanted to. True?
No.
You didn't have any loans in workout during COVID?
Three.
Three total for the bank?
Yes, sir.
All right, we're going to go one by one through them here in just a minute. You familiar with the CARES Act that prompted the PPP loans?
Objection, Mr. President. Relevance.
It's about to get real relevant.
I'm willing to let that question in, overruled.
Okay. You familiar with the CARES Act?
I am familiar in as much as I know it exists. I did not read it in its entirety.
There was an eviction moratorium, wasn't there?
Objection, providing facts not in evidence. He said he's not familiar with it.
Sustained.
Let me try again. Did you know there was an eviction moratorium under the CARES Act?
Yes.
Did you know there was a foreclosure moratorium under the CARES Act?
Yes.
Did you know that it went until July 30th of 2020?
I did not.
As the president or CEO of your bank, was you president or CEO or both?
Both.
As the president and CEO of the bank of Amplify Credit Union, why don't you tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when the foreclosure moratorium ended under the CARES Act?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
If you would.
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
No.
Amplify wasn't Nate Paul Senior lender or anything, was it? You had three
Objection,
loans.
speculation.
Sustained.
Was Amplify Nate Paul Senior lender?
Objection, speculation.
If you know.
He asked the question, overruled. You can answer.
We were with respect to these three properties.
Three special purpose entities that Mr. Paul set up, true?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to take a look at what's been marked as Exhibit AG 1031. And Your Honor, at this time, we move for admission in bulk of Exhibits AG 1031 through 1044.
Any objection?
Your Honor, I don't know. He has not provided me a copy.
I handed it to you, didn't I? Big stack right there.
I don't know.
Got a sticky note, it's purple. That's the ticket.
I
Ms.
stand
Epley.
corrected. Your Honor, or Mr. President, I think they're exact duplicate of what I've already provided. No objection.
Not quite. These are actually in chronological order, but no objection, right?
No objection, Ms. Epley?
No objection, Mr. President.
Mr. Arroyo, if you would.
Hold on 1 second. Let me submit them to evidence. AG 1031 to 1044, please. AG 1031 through 1044, please admit to evidence.
Mr. Arroyo, if you would. AG Exhibit 1031. Your lawyers are Streisand, Landon, Osborne, and Lemon, correct?
Yes.
And Steve Lemon is a partner in that law firm, correct?
His name's on the letterhead, so one would presume.
Yeah, and he was actually the lawyer representing the receiver in a separate Nate Paul case, correct?
Objection, speculation, and relevance.
Overruled.
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. What's the date of this item here?
The date is May 27th of 2020.
Okay. And what is this document?
This is a notice of default and demand for payment.
Okay. At least as of May 27, 2020, the bank had hired, I'm referring to Amplify Credit Union as the bank. Is that okay with you?
Perfectly fine.
Great. The bank had hired an attorney, and it had hired an attorney to make a demand on WC Alamo Industrial Center LP, a Nate Paul entity, true?
In this case, yes.
Mr. Arroyo, Exhibit 1032, please. Same thing with regard to WC 707 Cesar Chavez, yes?
Yes.
AG 1033, Mr. Arroyo. Same thing with regard to WC Custer Creek Center Property LLC, correct?
Yes.
All three of those entities are in default at the bank as of May 27 of 2020, right?
Yes.
So you posted them for foreclosure in July of 2020, right?
We would have had to post those.
Object not responsive.
Sustain, answer the question.
So you posted them for foreclosure in July 2020, right?
Yes.
No, you never did you?
Then I object to relevance, Your Honor.
Did your bank post?
What, overruled?
Did your bank post these three properties for foreclosure in July of 2020?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Can you ask the question again?
Let me try for the fourth time. Did your bank post these three properties for foreclosure in July of 2020? Yes or no?
I don't know when we posted them for foreclosure, but they were posted for foreclosure.
That wasn't my question. And I believe the answer to my question is you don't know, right?
Okay, guys, I'm back.
If that's my only choice, then I don't know when we posted them for foreclosure.
They weren't posted for foreclosure in July of 2020 because there was a foreclosure moratorium under the CARES Act, true?
Y'all remember that? Y'all remember the foreclosure moratorium?
I am not aware of that, how long that moratorium was actually in place. But if you want to foreclose on a property, you have to file a foreclosure, I believe, 21 days before the scheduled foreclosure date.
That's right.
So filing is not a foreclosure. It is the notice of intent to foreclose on the first Tuesday of every month as foreclosures take place in Texas.
And surely the bank wanted to get its money back through foreclosure as fast as possible, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Did the bank want to get its money back as fast as possible through foreclosure?
We wanted to receive repayment by whatever means necessary.
Very good. Mr. Arroyo, exhibit AG 1034, if you would. Now, this is an affidavit of posting of a property for foreclosure, right?
It appears to be, yes.
And the date of this is July 10 of 2020, yes?
Yes.
And the entity that's being foreclosed upon is WC Custer Creek Center Property, LLC, yes?
Yes.
And that's in Plano, Texas, my neck of the woods, Collin County, Texas, right?
Yes.
So you posted this one on July 10th for August foreclosure, yes?
It appears to be that, yes.
Your testimony on direct was you posted all three of them for August foreclosure, correct?
That is my recollection.
That's not right, is it? Let's take a look at what's marked as Exhibit AG
That's
1035.
crazy. He didn't seem concerned over whether his statements were accurate just then. That was odd.
This is an email from Nate Paul to some people at the bank, yes?
It is.
And Nate Paul says, I'm writing to confirm you're aware of the attached announcement. Ms. Epley went through that with you, correct? Correct?
Can you ask that once again, please?
Ms. Epley went through this email with you, correct?
Yes, and I saw the email at the time.
Last sentence of that first paragraph, it says, in light of
Oh, remember
foregoing,
DOJ
please confirm
Aaron
before
Epley?
5 p.m. today that you will not be attempting to proceed with a foreclosure tomorrow. A foreclosure tomorrow, not three. True? That's what Nate Paul says in this email, right?
He does use the words a foreclosure.
And on when responds the next day. That's House Board of Managers Exhibit 676 that was on the screen earlier. And she says, Brian, it is, and she's writing to Brian Elliott at World Class, it is our position that the restrictions cited in the unsigned informal guidance would not apply to our particular foreclosure sales. However, as a courtesy to borrowers and per your/their request, Amplify is willing to postpone the foreclosure sale to September 1, 2020, right?
I don't have that document on my screen, so I can't confirm or deny that's what it says.
Would you like to look at my copy?
Sure.
Mr. President, the House is willing to concede that the email written by them, his client, is in the singular.
It's a little late for your concessions. I'd like the witness to answer my question if I could, Mr. President.
Let him read it, and then you can repeat the question.
Thank you.
She does use the word "the."
Mr. Arroyo, Exhibit AG 1036, please. You didn't even notice the substitute trustee sale for WC 707 Cesar Chavez until August 7, after the AG's opinion was issued, correct? Correct?
I have a different recollection of those events.
Well, that's why we have documents, right?
I believe this was the second posting.
Oh, really?
To make it for the September sale.
Do you have a document with you, perhaps, or in that massive pile of documents somewhere where your bank posted the other two properties for foreclosure in August?
I do not.
It seems kind of important-ish, isn't it? You don't have that, do you?
I do not have a document of that nature before me.
Well, in any event,
Sorry about that, guys. My computer glitched up.
WC Alamo Industrial Center also posted on August 7 of 2020 after the opinion was issued. True?
Yes.
Exhibit AG 1038, if you would. A separate notice regarding substitute trustee sale, August 7 of 2020 for WC Alamo. True?
Yes.
After the opinion, yes?
Yes.
And just to be clear for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and for the media who's gathering information on this, you told the media you had all three properties posted for foreclosure in August of 2020. And we read about it in the newspaper. True?
Yes.
In fact, not in evidence.
But you don't have...
Objection.
What is your objection?
Facts not in evidence, relevance, and counsel's testifying.
He just said yes.
Sustain the objection.
Come on.
You told the media you had all three properties posted for foreclosure in August of 2020, correct?
I don't recall my exact words, but I did tell the media that we had those, that we had world-class properties posted for foreclosure, yes.
You don't have a document to prove the other two, do you?
No.
Show you what's marked as Exhibit AG 1039. This is the affidavit of posting for WC 707 Cesar Chavez, correct?
Yes.
Exhibit AG 1040, if you would, Mr. Arroyo. We're going fast, but I think you can keep up. Mr. Garrison, was it? We're at August 10 of 2020. It says notice regarding substitute trustee sale. This is for WC Custer Creek. True?
Yes.
You re-noticed it for the next month. Is that right?
Yes.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, were any foreclosures being stopped in Collin County, Texas at this time?
I wouldn't have knowledge of that.
You don't know, do you?
No.
So when you testified on direct that for whatever reason,
All of them were.
this opinion disrupted the business of foreclosing these properties at the bank, you don't really know whether Collin County stopped doing any foreclosures at all, do you?
Objection, asked and answered. As to Collin County.
Overruled.
You don't know, right?
I only have knowledge of what Amplify Credit Union did in response to the midnight opinion.
That really wasn't my question, so let me try again. Do you know whether Collin County was doing foreclosures at this period of time or not?
I do not.
Mr. Arroyo, Exhibit AG
Yes, they
1041,
were.
if you would.
It wasn't for Nate Paul. This was a statewide and nationwide issue. Remember, we covered that already. We showed the articles confirming that, articles from that time confirming that it was a nationwide, statewide concern. They halted.
And this is your
foreclosures.
affidavit of posting of WC Custer Creek Center property for foreclosure on August 10 of 2020, correct?
Yes.
Now, you sold all three notes, right?
We did.
So you didn't have to foreclose any of the three properties, correct?
Ultimately, we did not have to foreclose on any of the three properties.
And you didn't have to foreclose any of them because your bank lost $0.
Yeah, they lost no money.
You sold all three notes and your bank lost $0
So it didn't hurt any process.
as a result of whatever this informal legal guidance was, correct?
That is correct. We ultimately sold those notes.
And you didn't lose a single dollar. Just tell the jury.
We did not.
Why? Well, let's put our heads together. How did all three notes get sold at the same time? Doesn't that seem coincidental?
It was not a coincidence at all.
It wasn't a coincidence because Brian Hardiman is a man who his name may or may not have come up in this trial at some point. He put together three special purpose entities and he had his agents come and buy these notes from your bank. Yes?
I have no idea. I know that the notes were purchased. I do not know who formed the special purpose entities. I only know who I interacted with.
Isn't it true that all three of these notes were sold to special purpose entities of Brian Hardiman?
I don't know.
Isn't it true this is the same Brian Hardiman who's the subject of the bid rigging investigation in Travis County District Attorney's Office referral number 2, and the same man who sent Ken Paxton a picture of a dead deer?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh my
I'm sorry,
Mr.
not quite
President,
done yet.
no, absolutely not. Facts not in evidence, and
Oh my
absolutely
God.
staining someone who's not here without any basis.
Wasn't quite finished, but
Sub.
Mr. President.
Sustained.
Oh, come
Very
on.
well. Do you know
No,
who
I
Brian
think
Hardiman
that's-
is?
I do not.
Okay.
Who did you interact with on the sale of these three notes?
Justin Bain.
Justin Bain. Okay. So I guess what we would need to do if we wanted to see if there was any connection between Justin Bain and Brian Hardiman, we could just probably Google Justin Bain
Objection,
and
Your
Brian
Honor, if I
Hardiman, right?
could, Mr. President.
Yeah, we can do that right now, in fact.
Sustained.
Thank you.
If you would, Mr. Arroyo, exhibit AG 1042, please.
We can do it right now.
Sold that note to somebody called Alamo Lanark, right?
Yes.
Justin Bain entity, B-A-Y-N-E, true?
Yes.
Didn't lose a dime, yes?
I'm sorry, say again?
The bank didn't lose a dime, right?
Right.
Exhibit AG 1043, if you
I'm
would,
going to
Mr.
put a link
Arroyo.
in the chat for you guys. Okay. This is a Facebook link, but still.
Sold this note to something called Cesar Rainey Street LLC, right?
Yes.
Bank didn't lose a dime, right?
Right.
Justin Bain entity,
All right, guys, check the
B-A-Y-N-E,
Rumble chat
right?
Yes.
for Justin Bain and Brian Hardiman.
Exhibit AG 1044, please.
Okay.
Mr. Royal.
Click that. All right, Pilled and Foxhole, y'all check your chats. All right. And
Sold this
anyone
note
watching
to
on
something called
YouTube,
Spring
check
Custer
this in the
LLC,
chat.
and the bank didn't lose a dime, right?
Yes.
Justin Bain entity, B-A-Y-N-E, right?
Yes.
Bain.
You've been in banking 44 years, did I hear that?
Yes.
That's a long time, right?
It is.
If somebody wanted to, I don't know,
Here,
foreclose
here,
on
I'm doing
a
another
piece
one.
of property themselves and wipe out the existing owner's equity, this is probably a good place to start, isn't
Putting
it?
another link in there, you guys.
Objection, Your Honor. The default has to occur first. He's implying things that aren't relevant.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Here's another link for both Rumble
Redirect,
and
Ms.
Pilled and
Epley.
Foxhole. Here's another one. y'all.
No, Mr. President.
Do both
Check
of
this
you
out.
excuse the witness?
Bain, B-A-Y-N-E.
Mr. Little, excuse the witness?
He is, Mr. President.
Okay. You're
Oh,
excused.
wait.
Thank you,
Hang
sir.
on a second. Let me
And I
fix
believe
that.
this was the last noticed witness of the day, if I'm not mistaken. I
That's
am mistaken.
inaccurate.
I am mistaken.
Okay, you guys.
Ms. Epley, who are you calling? Or Mr. DeGuerin? I'm not sure who's calling the witness.
There's a lot of information
Yes,
on
Your Honor.
that last link that I sent out, so please search
The
on
House
that
Board of Managers calls Darren McCarty.
Bailiff will bring in Darren McCarty.
All right, search in the page for the link that I just posted in both the Foxhole, the YouTube, Pilled, and the Rumble chat. I posted 2 of them. One's a video and it's like a YouTube link, and I
Ma'am,
don't have YouTube, but it
just
still
hold the
let me
witness outside for a
pull the
moment.
video up. The second one is an
Mr.
index
Busby,
sort of thing,
Mr. DeGuerin,
just found.
I understand that both sides have
Search in there
agreed
for
to
Bing.
exhibits, I
See
guess that was
what
earlier
info you
today,
can
this
find from
morning.
that. That's just very
That is correct, Your Honor.
There you
And
go.
we're going to
Yeah, we
read
can,
those exhibits into the record
just
now.
to prove his point.
correct?
We can Google them and find information.
Mr. DeGurin,
So
both
what
of you
kind
have
of
agreed, okay?
the actual
You may read
conspiracy
these
is whatever they were doing to
exhibit
Nate
numbers.
Paul, I believe.
I'm going to start.
Turn on the
And now
microphone,
they're
it's right
trying to
behind the
accuse and
laptop
frame.
there.
They're
There you go.
projecting, trying to accuse Paxton of conspiracy. Paxton
I'm
and
going to
this
start with the
Brian
House Board of
Camden.
Managers exhibits first, Judge.
And read through them relatively slowly. Don't race through them.
Yes, Judge. House Board of Managers 55, 62, 77, 85, 86, 91, 92, 94, 324, 346, 657, 677, 678, 680, 681, 682, 683, 684, 685, 693, and 694. And Judge Attorney General number exhibit numbers 17, 33, 42, 47, 48, 84, 85, 141, 151, 155, 161, 165, 219, 223, 305, 307, 332 through 354, 371, 398 through 422, 428, and 429.
Thank you, sir. Mr. DeGuerin, hold on one moment. You may bring in the witness now.
No.
Please step over there, Mr. McCarty. Raise your right hand. I do solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence I give upon this hearing by the Senate of Texas of impeachment charges against Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr. shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. Please be seated. And is that stack of papers there from the last witness?
It must be.
Okay, let me pick those up. And as closely as you can speak on the microphone, you might want to raise that. You're a little taller, just a little bit. There you go. Mr. DeGuerin, your witness.
Mr. McCarty, we've had trouble with the sound in here, so please get close to the microphone.
Absolutely.
And tell the senators your name, please.
My name is Darren McCarty.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a lawyer.
Give us the benefit of a brief statement of your training and experience.
After law school, I clerked for Karen Williams on the United States Federal Court of Appeals, the Fourth Circuit. After that, I went to work for Gibson, Dunn and Crutcher in Dallas. I did do a couple of stints at smaller firms and sort of finished my original stint in private practice at Alston and Bird, Dallas office. Actually helped found that office. And then after that, I came to the Attorney General's office.
What year did you come to the month and year did you come to the Attorney General's office?
I believe it was maybe late April, early May of 17.
And how did you get that job?
Jeff Mateer, who was the first assistant at the time, was somebody that I had known, I had met actually working as an intern for Congressman Dick Armey in DC when we were both quite young. I think I was 17 or 18 years old, and I think Jeff was a couple of years older than that. We lost touch over time, but got reacquainted because we were both doing pro bono work on religious freedom cases. You know, sort of kept up our friendship, et cetera. And when he took the job here, he initially approached me. I initially declined because I just had a lot of things going on at the time. I couldn't move to Austin. But then eventually, maybe 6-8 months later, recontacted him, or he recontacted me, something like that.
When did you first meet Ken Paxton?
When I was interviewing.
And did General Paxton interview you himself?
He did.
Okay. It may not matter, but are you a Rhino, a Republican in name only?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I think I started out when I was in 8th grade of my own volition, hanging door hangers for Ronald Reagan, and was a youth delegate of the Republican National Convention. I took a semester off of college to help staff a congressional campaign. It was actually the last campaign of a Republican against Jim Wright before he stepped down from his congressional office. And then, you know, I continued working sort of in politics while I was at the University of Texas. I think I was the press secretary for the University Republicans, and yeah, it's what I've been for a long time.
Okay, could we have the organizational chart up, please? I want to put on the screen in front of you and in front of the senators the organizational chart of the Office of the Attorney General. Highlighted to the far right of the chart is your name and photograph. What was your role in the year of 2020 in the Attorney General's office?
I was a Deputy Attorney General for Civil Litigation. In that role, I oversaw all of the civil litigation for the office. I think it was 12 divisions, roughly 325 attorneys, and I think total personnel somewhere north of 600.
Among those duties, among those responsibilities, was the charitable trust division within your purview?
Yes, it was the Financial Litigation and Charitable Trust Division.
And briefly, what is the Attorney General's role statutorily with regard to charitable trusts, charitable foundations?
Very briefly, the Attorney General sort of has broad powers to protect the public interest in charity.
The public interest in a charity, does that sometime include protecting a charity from attacks from without?
Absolutely.
And does it sometimes include protecting a charity from itself or from mismanagement?
Yeah, from breaches of fiduciary duties, some sort of mismanagement, yes.
Is there a requirement under Texas law that when a lawsuit involving a charity occurs, that the Attorney General is to get notice of that lawsuit?
Yes.
What does the Attorney General do then? What does your Charitable Trust Division do then when given notice?
They look at the lawsuit and you know, do some investigation to determine whether the charity is qualified to protect itself and is protecting itself. In other words, if there's some sort of mismanagement issue at the charity, or there's some inability to legally represent itself, the charity in the litigation, that might be a place where the Attorney General's office steps in to protect the charity.
Give us a rough estimate of how many charitable trusts exist in the state of Texas, if you know.
I do not. Quite a number.
Is it in the hundreds of thousands?
That would not surprise me.
Okay.
Yes,
And
but
give
I don't
us
know.
a rough estimate, if you will, of how many times the Attorney General's office, let's say in a year, involves itself in some way in a charitable trust litigation.
It's a handful.
A handful.
At most.
Okay.
So it may be, again, it may be a management problem. Sometimes charitable trusts, are falling into a state where they sort of can't be self-sustaining anymore, et cetera. And so, the AG's office will get involved, but it's not a common occurrence.
What procedure does the Attorney General's office go through to determine whether to involve itself in litigation involving a charitable trust?
Well, first, the Financial Litigation and Charitable Trust Division, as it was organized then, they have a group, obviously, within that looks at charitable trusts. So they analyze the situation. They make, the staff attorney will make a recommendation, I think initially to the head of the charitable trust group within the division, as to whether to intervene or not. And then that's sort of, if it's a non-intervention, typically it sort of stops at the division level. It won't necessarily come up to me unless they think it's a close call and they would need someone in my role's advice. If that's not the case and they believe that they should intervene in the case, then there would be an executive approval memorandum. And that would be signed off on, that would be signed off by the division chief. It would be signed off by me. I believe it would have been signed off by the deputy first assistant attorney general and also by the first assistant.
I want to ask you some questions about the Mitty Foundation and some litigation involving the Mitty Foundation and Nate Paul are World Class Holdings. You're familiar now with that litigation, aren't you?
Of course, yes.
We do not have an agreement on Exhibit 54, but I'm going to hand you Exhibit 54 and ask that it be introduced once he identifies it, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Any objections from the?
No, Your Honor. We'll allow this.
We'll admit Exhibit 054 into evidence.
Will you pull that up, please? I want to direct your attention to the first paragraph of this memo. First, what is the memo?
This looks like a memorandum that recommends, I shouldn't say it looks like, it is a recommendation by...
Keep your voice up and get close to the microphone.
I'm sorry, I was busy trying to read this. This appears to be the memorandum that
I'm sorry, it is on the screen if that's easier for you.
Okay, that is easier, thank you. This is the memorandum that declined to involve, for the AG's office to become involved with the Mitty Foundation. So this would have been prepared at the division level and highly unlikely that it would have come to me initially.
All right. I want to draw your attention to the first paragraph, and I'll just read it as you look at it. If you'll highlight that first paragraph, I recommend waiving the Attorney General's interest in this matter regarding a private real estate company's breach of fiduciary duties to its investors, one of which is a charitable trust, the Mitty Foundation. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And that's a memoranda recommending to waive the Attorney General's interest.
That's correct.
On the second side of that letter, if you go to the second page, I want to highlight the paragraph in the middle, in my opinion, starting there.
I see that.
This office does not have a role in this matter. The trust is zealously represented by counsel. Counsel stated that once the receiver sells the First and Trinity LP and WC Third and Congress LP, the trust will likely make a massive return on its investment. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And finally, at the bottom, I recommend the Attorney General file a waiver for the following reasons. The trust is represented by counsel, the trust's assets are diversified, and the litigation will not critically impact the trust's 2020 distributions. Is that right?
Yes, that's how it reads.
Following this, did the Attorney General waive waive interfering in this lawsuit?
Yes, we did not intervene in January or around that time frame in 2020.
Pull up Exhibit 55, please. I believe this is agreed. Entered by agreement. This is the Attorney General's waiver, isn't it? Filed in the lawsuit, styled the Mitty Foundation against WC and Trinity, so forth, the world-class or Nate Paul's organizations.
That's correct.
I want to highlight at the bottom of that first page of the waiver, if any pleading is filed herein that adds additional parties or causes of action, then that would constitute new or additional proceeding, and then the Attorney General might intervene, correct?
That's correct.
Did any new parties, additional parties, or additional causes of actions ever get filed in that case?
I certainly don't recall any new parties, and I was not aware of any additional causes of action.
Did General Paxton order that an intervention be made?
Well, yes.
Let me ask you this way. Did you have a conversation with General Paxton in which he expressed his request or order that the intervention be made?
Yes, I did. So General Paxton eventually came to me, and this was my first involvement with this case, substantive involvement, right? There are 34,000 matters.
Okay. So let me get it this way. Was this on your radar screen at first?
No.
How did it get on your radar screen?
It got on my radar screen because General Paxton particularly wanted to intervene in this matter. I don't think my first discussion about this matter was with General Paxton. I think it was probably with Jeff Mateer. But at some point soon thereafter, I had a meeting with General Paxton, and he expressed a high level of interest and some insistence that we should intervene in this matter.
In your experience, had General Paxton ever expressed interest in any litigation involving charitable trusts that the Attorney General was involved in?
Objection, Your Honor. That's speculation.
Sustained.
Had there been any other litigation involving charitable trusts that you'd had any conversations with General Paxton about?
I did not.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
There were not, no. I had no other conversations about any other charitable
So what was your thought about General Paxton getting involved in this litigation?
I did think it was unusual at the time.
I'm sorry?
I did believe that was unusual at the time. And that's probably all I thought about it at the time. We had so much going on in my divisions at that time with COVID and the Google lawsuit, et cetera. I did not spend a great deal of time thinking about it other than sort of a mental note that was that was out of the ordinary.
All right. So at any rate, did the Attorney General's office file an intervention in that lawsuit?
We did.
At the time it was filed, do you rely on advice from your staff of attorneys that generally have hands-on handling of the litigation for advice?
Of course, I always
If we could have the
advice for them.
Organization chart again, please. Down the list of people under you, there is a Joshua Godby. Who is he?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, Mr. DeGuerin. Our screen shows the previous document. I'm not sure why that is.
I think you've got a glitch over there.
Clearly.
We have the correct.
I can tell the court reporter does, but for some reason our table has something completely different. And I'm not trying to take away your time. I'm not trying to take the man's time.
We'll pause the clock for a moment.
Literally just our table.
It's just our table that keeps doing this. I'm not suggesting a conspiracy, Your Honor. I'm just saying it's happening.
Are the rest of the tables of your attorneys have the right screen? Damien will come to the rescue.
Okay.
It looks like the senators have the right one. I'd request an extra 15 minutes for this delay.
I bet you could negotiate him down to 1.
Nice try. They keep trying that.
We've given you 6 more minutes today. So. Plus, we saved you 5, so you're 11 minutes to the good.
There's some humor in this. It's not really a laughing matter.
Mine's still just frozen up.
Mr. DeGuerin. Mr. DeGuerin.
Y'all please like and share this out. Some people don't like my commentary. They just want just the plain stuff. Well, that's what Taking Back Texas does. We have Inside Baseball. Our website is down right now, unfortunately. So you can't see all of our reports, but it'll be back up soon. So thank you to everyone for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe. We do commentary. We have a lot of Inside Baseball on Texas
Members,
politics.
we're going to take this is the last witness of the day, but there's still more questions and cross. So let's take just a quick 10-minute break here, not our normal longer break, and then we may be finished by a little earlier this evening. So 10 minutes, come back at 20 minutes before the hour of 6.
Okay, quick 10-minute break. All right, guys. So y'all have any questions at all? What do you think?
Mr. President? Oh. Okay.
No, for her, the answer is no. Yeah, your mic is off. Go away. Go away. All right, 10-minute break, y'all.
Statute. I'm now opening the bidding. Do I have an initial bid?
This
It's
is
auction
the
day in the
Brian
state
Hardiman
capitol.
and Justin
The
Bain
schedule for
link that I
closure
put in
of
the
some of Austin's
Rumble and
priciest pieces of
Hill
real
chat.
estate, all owned by one of Austin's most famous real estate developers, Nate Paul.
11,750,000 right here.
They're auctioning off
More than
his
$11
properties.
million being bid. That's big money. And among the bidders is a familiar face, despite the mask, to us here at Dolcefino Consulting. His name is Ali Chowdhury. Why do you think so many people accuse you of fraud? Chowdhury's facing a mountain of
He
accusations
was
of
bidding
real estate
on some
fraud
of
here
Nate
in
Paul's
Houston,
property.
accused of owing millions to folks across town.
He always tell you a lie, promise you a law, and never make it happen.
Even the lawyer who helps Chowdhury a lot is caught on tape critiquing the Houston real estate investor.
I think he's so slick, he can everybody.
Chowdhury's latest trouble here at home, this failed condo project up in the Heights. Yet there he is, Houston's accused real estate racketeer with money to burn in Austin's frenzied real estate wars.
What?
Frenzied real estate wars, you hear that?
When the bidding was over, it looked like Chowdhury had won. But now he's gone to court, claiming the auction guy, Houston attorney Mark Riley, was conspiring with another bidder to rig the result. It's the guy standing next to Chowdhury, Will Hardiman, son of Austin car dealer Brian Hardiman. If you buy a car in the state capitol, chances are you got it from a Hardiman car dealership. But that fight between Chowdhury and Hardiman, it pales in comparison to the real estate war going on between Nate Paul and Hardiman.
We are tendering funds and you to full to pay the loan. You're not accepting it, right?
I understand
You're
now.
you're refusing to accept the funds, right?
Go around and go find you a court in this building to come and stop this.
Paul's company, World Class Property, had fallen behind on the payments on some of their biggest properties in Austin. And companies linked to Hardiman had swooped in to buy some of the debt. On video, you can clearly see Paul is trying to pay the debt off on the properties before the auction even starts. And the law says he can.
We've delivered funds to pay off.
Funds are here, cashier's checks.
By redeeming the amount, the deed is ours.
But the lender helping Paul pay off those loans said in a sworn affidavit, quote, "In my 30 years of experience, I've never encountered a situation such as this." But the trustee holding the auction, he doesn't seem to care. We'll talk about him a little more later, but you can tell it got ugly.
Amount due, mother. We've tendered the amount due.
The real estate battles in Austin are making headlines across the state, and that nasty confrontation is captured from all kinds of angles. Everyone seems to want to document what happened for the courtroom.
Go around and go find you a court in this building to come and stop this.
Okay.
Why don't you try that?
Okay.
Wonder why Hardiman seems so confident of the result he'll get in a Travis County courtroom. This is the following month, June, protesters trying to shut the auction down. And yes, you heard right, they're chanting F you. The Austin American Statesman reported that Paul's company, World Class Properties, had 9 properties foreclosed on that day.
Wow.
The largest portion, a $100 million property, the 3M campus. A California company
They
called
were foreclosing on all of
bought
Nate Paul's
properties at that
properties.
foreclosure supposedly worth, wait for it, $139 million. The July auction was even uglier. There's a photo of Ali Chowdhury being escorted away by Travis County Sheriff's deputies. That auction fight over another Nate Paul property, the building that houses the famed Capitol Grill in Austin. No dispute Paul's World Class Property company had fallen behind on the loan payments. They owed less than $8 million on a property worth upwards of
Did they fall behind because of
$25 million.
COVID?
But before you say too bad or it is what it is, Look what Dolcefino Consulting has uncovered. On April 14th of 2020, Brian Hardiman got U.S. taxpayers to bail his car dealerships out during the COVID crisis. A lot of car dealers did that. More than $41 billion of your money was handed out in loans across Texas to save jobs during the pandemic. But there was a catch. You had to promise you were getting the money to support ongoing operations. Government records show Mr. Hardiman needed a lot of your tax money to keep his folks working. More than $10 million in PPP loans. $3.7 million to Austin Infinity, $2.6 million to Continental Cars, $3.9 million to Continental Imports. On the very same day that Hardiman's companies got that government bailout, records of the Texas Secretary of State show a company was created, Colorado 3rd Street LLC. On paper, the company is owned by this guy, Justin Bain.
Oh my God.
2 weeks later, that same company, Colorado 3rd
share this
Street,
out.
it bought one of the big loans owed by Paul's companies, Capital Grill. But where did Justin Bain get the money to pull the trigger? Records obtained by Dolcefino Consulting show the funding for Colorado 3rd Street LLC was provided by Austin Infinity and Continental Cars. Those are Brian Hardiman's companies. We now know from those court
This is what they're
documents
doing
that
to Nate
Hardiman's
Paul
entities
to get his
don't just
properties.
fund Colorado 3rd Street, they own 80% of it, kicking in $7.6 million. That's a lot of money for car dealerships that said they needed a government bailout just 2 weeks
Oh my
before.
God, y'all.
Good thing money is fungible.
They use
right,
taxpayer
IRS?
dollars to steal
The
this
Capitol
guy's
Grill isn't
property.
the only Nate Paul property that Hardiman entities have foreclosed on. And in each and every one of those foreclosure sales, it's the same trustee, the guy you met earlier, Houston-based attorney Mark Riley, the guy you saw get into it with Nate Paul. I wonder if Paul's lawyers know what we do. Mark Riley has a history of alleged fraud. He was sued in 2004 for misusing trust funds of the family of a Houston multimillionaire Robert Alpert. Riley was ordered to pay back more than $1 million. 8
This is
years
what they're
later,
doing to
the
Nate Paul.
debt
I dropped
still
this
hasn't been paid in full.
I dropped this in the
that
comments
same
in Rumble and
lawsuit,
Tilden and Fox.
we found that handwritten notes were discovered showing that Riley was developing an alleged embezzlement scheme for $10 million, and that he planned to steal some average Joe's identity, move abroad, and live off his stolen wealth.
Wow.
$7,750,000 right here? Well, that must not have happened because there's Mark Riley working in Austin, accused in ongoing lawsuits of fraud with Brian Hardiman to stage the curious real estate foreclosures we've seen at the Travis County Courthouse.
This is what they're doing
Those
to Nate Paul.
lawsuits, they also include Justin Bain, that Austin real estate broker whose company went after Nate Paul's Capitol Grill building. And guess what? He's Mark Riley's nephew. What a small world. And when you look up Justin Bain's office address in Austin, look what else you find. Carlin, that California company looking to reimagine Austin. They don't just share the same cool view of Austin from the 2nd Street District.
Oh my God,
They
this
share
is the
the
globalist
same
trying
suite.
to snatch up that we have.
What a coincidence.
Here's the link. This is a great video.
Last October, Nate Paul warned of a conspiracy to take his Austin real estate empire away.
Yeah, I see
But
it.
few listen. Maybe Ali Chowdhury is just the tip of the iceberg in the Texas real estate investigations to come.
An excellent report by Dolcefino. Very, very good. Okay, you guys. What do you think about that? Wait, this one. What do you think about what we just saw? That's what they're doing to Nate Paul. That's what all of these impeachment articles are about because Paxton actually looked into it. Paxton's office, the mutineers inside of his office, I want to know what their connection is to Justin Bain and all these other people, because this was very, very strange that they were so adamant on shutting this investigation down that when Paxton even hired outside counsel to investigate, which he has all the authority to do, they're manufacturing this crisis to get him impeached, it seems like to take out two birds with one stone, Paxton and Nate Paul. We absolutely cannot stand for this. Y'all call your senators and send them this video right here. I put it in the chat. And I'm going to send all of this out in an email tomorrow. takingtxback@gmail.com. takingtxback@gmail.com. Send me an email because our website's down right now. Normally on the website, you can sign up for the email. But if you'll send me an email to takingtxback@gmail.com, if you're not on the email list, I'll add you. And I will send all of this out, including the link to that video that we just watched about what they're doing to Nate Paul, so that you can understand how bunk these articles are against Ken Paxton, who was investigating a complaint about FBI abuses on citizens. And so many people didn't want to take it seriously, but Ken Paxton took it seriously. And Brian, was it Brian or Brandon? Brandon Kamek took it seriously, and we're looking into it. So these articles are absolute BS. Ken Paxton was doing exactly what we elected him to do. And he didn't trust the FBI. Well, we don't trust the FBI. Go figure that we agree with the duly elected Attorney General of the great state of Texas. Go figure that we agree with the person we elected to represent us down there. I will send all of that, including that video, out in an email tomorrow. If you're in the Rumble chat, please grab that link and share that out, along with a link to this video so people can understand what's actually happening here. It was not a baseless claim that Nate Paul had filed. It was an actual complaint about FBI abuses. Absolutely crazy. This is crazy what's happening. So they've tried to impeach Ken Paxton and take down Ken Paxton and Nate Paul at the same time. But what they actually have done is exposed what they were doing to Nate Paul, how they were getting his properties, and how they were trying to cover their tracks. They didn't want anybody looking into this, what Nate Paul had said. All of these people, they either knew about what was happening to Nate Paul and were a part of it, or they let themselves be convinced that Nate Paul's complaint was totally baseless when it was not baseless. It was not baseless at all. Please like and share this out, because this is totally crazy. And they're back. We only have one witness left, you guys, so probably they'll be done within the hour, I would imagine. Thank you guys for being here.
Mr. DeGuerin, before you start, I think we had one correction on the exhibit list I was told about. There was one mistake. These are exhibits that both sides agreed to. If you'd come up and just correct that mistake. Oh, you're going to do it? Okay.
Yes, Mr. President. It was incorrectly, inadvertently, represented that we agreed to the following exhibits. So the following exhibits have not been agreed to for pre-admission. AG Exhibit 334, 335, 336, 337, and 345.
Thank you. Mr. DeGuerin, you may continue.
Thank you. I started to ask you about Joshua or Josh Godby, who's shown on the organizational chart as being several levels below you. Who is Josh Godby? Yep.
Josh Godby was the division chief for financial litigation and charitable trusts. Actually was not several levels below me. He reported sort of directly to me and David Hacker, who was my associate deputy attorney general for civil litigation.
Okay, and I asked you about that because I wanted to ask you whether in deciding any intervention in a charitable trust litigation, do you rely on advice that you get from the people in the trenches, the ones that work on it?
I certainly seek and consider that advice, yes.
Well, with the MIDI litigation, was Mr. Godby opposed to an intervention?
He did not believe an intervention was necessary.
And yet you intervened. Why?
We intervened because the Attorney General Paxton, believed that it was.
I'm not asking what he believed. Did
certainly.
he tell you to intervene?
Yes, General Paxton told me that we should intervene in the litigation because the MIDI Foundation was wasting a lot of money on unnecessary litigation, and that the MIDI Foundation had management problems in the past, although those are pretty far in the past, I think, at that point. And that it didn't make sense for this lawsuit to continue and go forward, and that we needed to try to intervene and see what we could do to bring it to a conclusion.
Well, what was one of the reasons that the MIDI Foundation was wasting money on attorney's fees?
Well, they were locked in a very, very contentious litigation with the world-class limited partnerships that were headed by Nate Paul.
Is it true that in the type of lawsuit that the MIDI Foundation originally brought, if they were successful, the MIDI Foundation would recover their attorney's fees?
I don't know, actually.
At any rate, we've previously seen that there were, I think, two people that wrote the waiver menu. Not menu, the waiver memo, a woman named Henderson and a woman named Day. They're not even on this chart. Were they further down in the hierarchy?
Yes.
Okay. So when General Paxton asked that you intervene, did you do so against the advice of Josh Godby and who you relied on for advice?
Objection, Your Honor. This is calls for hearsay from people that haven't testified.
Sustained.
Okay. I want you to describe for the senators, please, the level of interest that General Paxton took in the MIDI Foundation litigation.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
That as you observed.
Sustained and re-asked.
Well, I was trying to cure the objection by saying that you observed. Describe for the Senate the level of interest that General Paxton took in this litigation, as expressed to you by General Paxton himself.
Again, Your Honor, if he wants to tell us what General Paxton may have said to him, I won't object to that, but just telling us what was in his mind, he cannot do that.
I think that's what I asked.
Speculation.
As expressed to him by General Paxton.
I think that's what you asked. Overruled.
You may answer.
General Paxton expressed sort of more interest in the MIDI Foundation litigation than almost anything else that my divisions were interested in. There was a certain urgency and almost anxiety around what we were doing in the MIDI Foundation lawsuit, to the extent that, at times I got calls, I remember a call very early in the morning one time. I got pulled out of an important teleconference that I was in to talk about the MIDI Foundation. That was highly unusual. That really didn't happen with any frequency about anything. And, General Paxton wanted to be kept abreast of any developments in the MIDI Foundation lawsuit.
Was there other major litigation going on that you were supervising?
Well, at the time...
That's a yes or no. Was there other major litigation?
Well, yes, absolutely.
What was the Google investigation and litigation?
So I have been tasked to lead the Google antitrust investigation that was being conducted by a number of states. So it was a multi-state investigation, I believe 48 states at that point. Only Alabama and California had not joined. And we were investigating Google search function, antitrust potential violations, and the Google ad tech antitrust violations. Texas was really the lead on the ad tech issues. So I sort of had a day job that was overseeing the divisions, the civil divisions. And then in addition to that, I was trying to provide a leadership role for all the states on those investigations. And, of course, both of those investigations, probably most of the people here know, resulted in significant lawsuits filed not only by Texas, but follow-on suits by the federal government and even in Europe.
So, in a nutshell, was the Google litigation a major involvement of the Attorney General's office? Yes or no?
Absolutely, yes.
And compare the significance of the Google litigation with the significance of the MIDI Foundation against Nate Paul litigation.
Well, the Google litigation, of course, has had the potential to impact virtually every Texas and U.S. citizen, and frankly, citizens across the world. The MIDI Foundation litigation, as I understood it, was, a dispute that Texas, in my view, did not have any significant interest in. And, I believe that the MIDI Foundation was being, especially when I got involved with it, I believe that the foundation was being zealously represented.
Okay. And that's one of the criteria for intervening or not intervening. If everything's going smoothly with the foundation, they're zealously represented, correct?
Yes.
All right. So I think you mentioned being interrupted as an example of General Paxton's interest in the MIDI litigation as opposed to anything else. Was there an occasion when you were interrupted during an important Google conference? Yes. Or no?
Yes.
Okay, what was that occasion?
I recall that I was on a teleconference with an international economist of some reputation, trying to interview that economist to decide whether he would be a good fit to work on the Google investigation at that time and possible litigation. And General Paxton sort of opened my door and I put it on mute. And he said, "Hey, can you come down to my office?" And I explained roughly what I was doing. And I said, "Should I break this off and come down?" He said, "Yes." So I did. And I went to his office and we had a discussion about the MIDI Foundation.
Did that seem unusual to you that he would pull you away from an important conference on the major litigation over Google to talk about the MIDI Foundation litigation?
I don't recall another time when General Paxton interrupted a conversation or discussion with anyone else I was having to pull me away.
Let's talk about some of the things that you were requested to do. Did there come a time when you received, and you were on the email chain, of complaints from Nate Paul about how the Attorney General's office was handling the MIDI Foundation litigation?
Yes, after I had
Okay,
become,
that's the answer to that.
Yes.
Then I'll
Okay.
ask you about it.
I'm a lawyer. I'm a bad witness. I'll try to be better. I'm sorry.
Lawyers are some of the worst
of taking a tone of directing us, which
Let
I
me
said-
stop you there.
Mhm.
So you said it was the emails were taking the tone of Nate Paul directing you, the Attorney General's office?
Your Honor,
Sorry
object.
about that,
We
guys.
have the emails and we can look at them, but this is misrepresenting what the emails say, and I object to it.
Well, let's look at the emails. I agree. House Managers 86, it's the end by agreement, if you could pull that up. Let's start. Let's start on the second
My
page of
computer is
that.
acting really weird too. So
At the
sorry.
bottom of the second page, an email from Nate Paul to Josh Godby in the Attorney General's office. I'll just read that first line. Josh, I am following up to my previous emails for the fourth time. Your decision to not even respond to my emails has only amplified my concerns about your bias toward helping the Mitty Foundation. You see that?
I do see that.
First, is it proper for a litigant who's represented by counsel to contact the lawyer for one of the other litigants? Is it or not?
It's certainly not something that's certainly it's something that's generally not done. That is correct.
All right. A little bit above that, a little bit later, July the 2nd, Josh, I need to hear from you. You are delaying this and it is unacceptable. Is that the kind of tone that you're used to receiving from a litigant?
Absolutely not.
The first page of that exhibit, Sunday, July the 5th, from Nate Paul. Josh Godby, Josh, you have exhibited highly unprofessional behavior. You see that?
I do.
And above that, Josh, I just wanted to make sure your office is aware that you never responded to any of the emails below. First, what's your testimony about whether it would be proper for Joshua Godby to respond to Nate Paul's emails?
That was something that we would not typically have done.
So, what was your thought about what was going on here and how Nate Paul was treating the office of Attorney General?
Well, I thought his tone was demeaning and demanding and wholly inappropriate, because thinking about this, the way this is structured and the way our involvement with charitable trusts is structured, is we are making the decisions about what is in the public interest of the charity, not somebody who's working against the charity in a lawsuit.
Now, while this is going on, what's your contact with General Paxton about what you're doing in the Mitty Foundation lawsuit?
I was having fairly regular conversations with General Paxton about.
What was he asking?
He was asking, about ideas for how we could really get to a point where we could terminate the litigation. I think he was looking for a creative way to do that. And, and I don't mean creative in a sense of outside, legal means, but a creative way for us to, our involvement to accelerate the termination of the lawsuit.
Well, let's talk about that for a second.
Yeah.
To accelerate termination of the lawsuit, in essence, was the lawsuit, the Mitty Foundation suing Nate Paul because they're claiming that he was cheating them.
Yes.
And so
In so many words, yes.
Well, I was trying to shorten the description of it a little bit. And so if that's the fact, if they're suing Nate Paul for trying to cheat them, what's the public interest in the Mitty Foundation litigation for the Attorney General to take? Which side are you supposed to take?
Well, we're clearly supposed to take the side of the foundation.
And what was General Paxton's direction to you?
I don't think that's true, that they're just supposed to take the
General
side of the foundation. I don't
Paxton
think
was
that's true at
highly
all.
critical
I don't think that's
of the
true.
Mitty Foundation's litigation efforts, and he characterized those to me as being overly zealous and wasteful.
I think that we've seen that they probably were.
Did you become aware during this time that there had been a settlement of the lawsuit previously by mediation between Nate Paul's interests and the Mitty Foundation?
Yes.
What was that settlement? What was the dollar amount of that settlement, if you remember?
It's testing my memory a little bit, but I believe that Nate Paul's entities had agreed to pay the Mitty Foundation $10.5 million to buy out their interests in the world-class properties.
And did he pay it?
No, the world-class did not pay it and therefore breached the settlement agreement.
And that was a settlement agreement after mediation?
After a mediation, yes. Can I pause there? I actually don't remember whether it was the result of a mediation, but it was certainly the result of some negotiation.
Fair enough. Did General Paxton press you to move for a second mediation? I know you don't know whether it was second or first, but did he press you to move for a mediation?
Yes.
Now, was Mr. Godby supposed to be handling this?
Mr. Godby had sort of taken frontline responsibility for this prior to my involvement, yes.
And after these emails where Nate Paul was criticizing Josh Godby and his handling of it, what did General Paxton tell you to do?
Well, on more than one occasion, he asked me to be directly involved.
Is that unusual?
Incredibly unusual for someone in my role at that time, yes.
Explain why that's incredibly unusual.
Well, as I said before, we had 12 divisions, we had 325 lawyers, and we had 34,000 open matters. So for someone in my position to have direct involvement in any particular litigation, what was just highly abnormal. And so in my experience during the 2 years I was in that position, there were only a very few limited examples of when I was directly involved in litigation.
Okay.
Very few.
So ordinarily, would it be handled by somebody down the chain?
Yes, I might be advising if there were a problem or it was significantly important, but not important enough for me to be indirectly. But for me to appear and be personally involved was highly unusual.
So did there come a time when General Paxton ordered you to appear in a hearing?
He did call me very early one morning. I want to say it was sometime around 7:30, and asked me to appear at a Mitty Foundation world-class hearing in Travis County District Court that morning.
Now, not to diminish the importance of a Travis County District Court, but educate the senators on whether the appearance of a deputy attorney general in district court in Travis County would be unusual.
I only did that one other time during the course of my role, and that was when Google contested our right to get information under a confidential information demand issued by our antitrust division.
But in this case involving the Mitty Foundation lawsuit trying to get or suing Nate Paul for fraud or cheating him, what's the unusual thing about having a deputy attorney general appear there?
Well, I think in retrospect, it certainly sends a message of interest from the Attorney General's office that's highly unusual. And also, that, as I recall, that hearing was going to be a very long hearing. I think it was scheduled for a very long period of time. And, obviously there were a number of things going on at the AG's office, and we've concentrated on the Google matter, but the COVID matters were hot and heavy, I think, still at that point. There were mask mandate issues, and there were also, we were getting calls and concerns from major cities about potentially releasing people from jail that have been accused of violent felonies. I mean, there were times.
Okay, let me stop you there.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is you had a lot of other stuff on your plate.
Yes, particularly at that time.
And you get a call at 7:30 in the morning from General Paxton asking you to appear in Travis County District Court on motions that might last all day?
My recollection is that it was to be a lengthy hearing, yes.
Were you prepared?
I was not prepared at all.
What did you say to him?
I said it didn't make any sense for me to do it. Because I wasn't prepared and because of the time and all the other things I had scheduled that day.
What did he say to you?
He said, well, then I'll do it.
He'll do it? General Paxton will himself go to district court in Travis County to argue a motion?
Yes, that's what he told me.
What did you think about that?
Well, I talked him out of it.
What?
I talked him out of it.
Again,
I guess what I thought about it was that it was a terrible thing for him to do.
And why? Because
he was the Attorney General of Texas. He never appeared in court, not once, not a single time. And, as a representative, right, as a lawyer, I should say, let's put it that way. And for him to make an appearance in that type of hearing sends a very odd message. And it didn't seem appropriate for our office to have that sort of level of involvement in a case like this at all.
Okay, I don't want to get too far in the weeds of all the stuff that happened in the Mitty Foundation litigation, but was there an occasion where General Paxton told you to go to a mediation, a virtual mediation, but told you to go to a mediation?
Yes.
And what did General Paxton tell you to do as far as trying to get the Mitty Foundation to accept less than they'd accepted before?
Well, General Paxton asked me to attend the mediation on behalf of the state and work to get a settlement in the case for, to essentially terminate the litigation.
What do you mean by terminate the litigation?
Well, via settlement, terminate the litigation via settlement. And so we worked hard. We actually filed a motion to stay the proceedings in favor of mediation.
Let me ask you that. As I said, I don't want to get in the weeds of what happened. The motion to stay the proceedings of mediation, pressure during the mediation. In retrospect, and knowing what you know now, was that in the public interest of the Mitty Foundation for the Attorney General, Paxton, to take that position? Yes or no?
Knowing what I know now, no.
Why not?
Because our involvement in the Mitty Foundation litigation added complications for the Mitty Foundation. And we stayed, and briefly, and I was pretty adamant that we needed to do it quickly if we were going to stay the proceedings. But, it stayed the proceedings for a period of time. I think that the Mitty Foundation saw it as fairly heavy-handed. And it just,
Let me ask
knowing
you
now
about
what I know, I don't think that we were helping the Mitty Foundation in any way.
that. Say that again. You were not helping?
We were not helping.
Wasn't that what the Attorney General's office is supposed to do?
We are supposed to protect the public interest in charitable trusts.
And as it turned out, were you actually trying to protect Nate Paul's interest because that's what Paxton told you to do?
Objection, leading.
That is leading. I'll rephrase it. What did General Paxton tell you to do? Whose side to take in the mediation?
Well, he told me to contact Sheena Paul, who was Nate Paul's sister, and work with her to, sort of develop a strategy for the mediation, or a strategy. I mean, I don't know if he said the word strategy, so I don't want to, I want to be careful about what was actually said, but he told me to call her, try to understand their position. And, I think he said sort of dramatically, I just want all this to end.
General Paxton said he wanted all this to end?
That's correct.
Was that in the best interest of the Mitty Foundation or the public interest in it?
Well,
yes
certainly.
Yes or no?
Can I explain?
You can, but I'd like to get a yes or no to that. Was that in the best interest of the Mitty Foundation or the public interest in it, or was it in the best interest of Nate Paul?
Well, understanding everything that was going on, and the fact that the Mitty Foundation thought that there was far more return on this investment available than I think even the $10.5 million settlement that had breached before. No, because it was clear that we were not going to settle for $10.5 million. The Mitty Foundation was not going to settle for $10.5 million. I'm sorry. They were not going to get $10.5 million because the world-class entities were not going to offer it. And they thought that they could get more than the 10.5 through litigation. And so no, we were not helping the Mitty Foundation.
Did the mediation fail?
It did.
And so after that, and getting forward now to the end of September, what did you learn about the Attorney General's office involvement in other matters that involved Nate Paul?
Objection. This answer calls for information based on hearsay. Sustained.
On September the 29th, did you get a call?
Well, on September 29th, I was called to a meeting.
Where?
In Jeff Mateer's office.
Without going into what was said, one of the previous witnesses today was a young lawyer named Brandon Kamek. Did you learn anything about him, yes or no, that day? I'm not asking you what you learned.
Yes.
And did you learn or see subpoenas, grand jury subpoenas, that had been issued to players in the Mitty Foundation case?
I saw a criminal grand jury subpoena that had been issued to a bank.
What was your reaction to that?
I was stunned.
What do you mean? Explain it.
I saw a criminal grand jury subpoena directed to a bank that was clearly seeking information that would have aided world-class Nate Paul's efforts against the Mitty Foundation.
Why is that bad?
Well, it's one thing is it's lawyer ethics 101. So that was the first thing that came to my mind. We are weaponizing the criminal process to aid a civil litigant, and that is a big no-no.
So, as far as the Mitty Foundation was concerned, and now you learning about these grand jury subpoenas issued to players in the Mitty Foundation lawsuit, what was your opinion about what had happened to the Mitty Foundation as a result of the Attorney General Paxton's request that or demand that you become involved?
Nothing happened.
I believed
Foundation.
that the Attorney General's office's involvement in the Mitty Foundation litigation was unethical, against our statutes, and I highly suspected corrupt.
What did you do as a result? By the way, did you attend a meeting, a conference between a number of the deputies of the top deputies of the Attorney General's office?
I did.
And did you trade information?
Yes.
Did you learn things that you had not known about before?
Several.
And did it concern you?
Deeply.
What did you do with regard to the Mitty Foundation litigation as a result of what you learned?
Within 24 hours, I don't remember exactly how quickly, I ordered Mr. Godby, the head of the Charitable Trust Financial Litigation Division, to dismiss our intervention in the lawsuit.
There was no harm done to the Mitty Foundation from what I could see. I haven't seen any evidence presented of that at all.
House Managers Exhibit 92 is in evidence by agreement. This is an email from you dated September the 30th, 2020. It's to Josh Godby, Rachel Obaldo. I don't believe we've heard her name before, with copies to Mateer and to Bangert. What did you order done?
Please immediately withdraw from and cease all representation, investigation, or participation concerning the Mitty Foundation that may in any way whatsoever relate to World Class, its related entities, or NAPOL.
You let your voice trail off.
I'm sorry, it may have been the microphone. I can read it quickly. Please immediately withdraw from and cease all representation, investigation, or participation concerning the Mitty Foundation that may in any way whatsoever relate to World Class, its related entities, or NAPOL.
And why did you do that?
I did it because I believed at that point that the AG's office intervention into the Mitty Foundation was unfounded. And as I said, I believed unethical, and I believed it was actually attacking a charitable trust as opposed to defending the public interest in a charitable trust. I believed I had an ethical duty under our rules because we had now used the criminal justice system essentially against the Mitty Foundation. And, frankly, my name, my colleagues' names, including Jeff Mateer, Josh Godby, I think Ryan Bangert, and now my recollections refresh, Rachel Obaldo. Importantly, the Attorney General's name, and maybe most importantly, the state of Texas's name, had been used and invoked improperly, clearly improperly, against the Mitty Foundation that was a public charity.
Were you one of the 7 deputies that went to the FBI?
Yes, I was.
Why, briefly, did you go to the FBI? First, did you want to?
Absolutely not.
And did you decide to be one of the 7 that went to report to the FBI?
Yes.
Why?
Because I believed that the Attorney General's office had been, and its resources, and I'm sure those in this room understand that the Texas Attorney General's office is one of the most powerful in the nation and incredibly important for a number of reasons. And I believe that it had been turned over by Attorney General Paxton to a private citizen to do his bidding. And it was acting against the interests of the state of Texas. And in my own experience with the Mitty Foundation, I believe acting against another citizen, a charitable trust, and all of its beneficiaries in the state of Texas, and that the criminal process that had been initiated that I just learned of was potentially immediately endangering the public, the Mitty Foundation, and potentially others.
Did you and the others ask General Paxton to meet with you after that?
Jeff Mateer, I recall, sent General Paxton a text asking him to meet with us.
And did he meet with you?
He did not.
I want to talk very briefly about any retaliation against you for being one of the persons that went to the FBI. Were you retaliated against?
Well, yes, frankly, and I want to make this clear, I don't believe I suffered the level of retaliation that some of my colleagues did. However, I remember the first thing that I was sort of stunning to me was that I saw a press release released by our office, not by General Paxton or his campaign, but by our comms office, a press release that said officials in his office were being criminally investigated for impeding, I guess, impeding an investigation or something of that nature, which was sort of shocking and I suppose supposed to be intimidating.
Was that true or not?
I am not aware of I was never made aware of any sort of criminal investigation of any of my colleagues, no.
Were you called a rogue employee?
Absolutely.
Do you believe you were a rogue employee?
No, I believe that I was doing what I had to do, as unpleasant as it was, and it was quite unpleasant.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Busby?
Are you represented by a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Is it Johnny Sutton? Let me guess. It's Johnny Sutton?
Yes.
And how much have you paid him so far?
I have not paid Mr. Sutton anything.
So just like all the other ones of you, Johnny Sutton.
Once again, Johnny Sutton's representing him for free. This is the conspiracy.
I don't know.
You don't even know what you owe him, do you?
No, I don't know what I owe Mr. Sutton.
What's his hourly rate? Do you even know that?
No, we have never entered into a fee agreement.
So what? So just so we're clear, you don't know what you owe him. You don't know what the agreement is, and you don't even know what his hourly rate is. Is that right?
I'm not sure I owe him anything.
Johnny Sutton's representing all of the mutineers.
You say under oath you don't owe him anything?
I don't know that I do, no.
Johnny Sutton, who's standing there to my left, according to you under oath, could very well possibly be working for free.
He could be working pro bono correctly.
Okay. You don't know.
I have not asked him. Mr. Sutton did a significant amount of work for us rather immediately. I knew Mr. Sutton and I called him at the last minute before we went to the FBI.
The question was, you don't know, do you?
Whether.
You don't know what you owe him or what his rate is. That was a question. You don't.
Yes, that's correct. I don't.
Okay. What you do know is that Jeff Mateer attempted to have the Attorney General's office set aside $50,000 for that man right there, Johnny Sutton. Isn't that right?
I don't know that Mr. Mateer attempted to do that.
You didn't know about that?
I knew that there was a discussion about it, but I don't know that Mr. Mateer attempted to do that, no.
He sent an email to the controller. He sent an email to Lacey Mays. You didn't know any of that?
I did not.
Now, I just want to make sure we're clear. You don't know it. You don't have any personal knowledge about any house repairs of General Paxton, do you?
I do not.
You don't have any personal knowledge about a job for Laura Olson, do you?
I do not.
You don't have any personal knowledge about whether Nate Paul donated $25,000 2 years before all these events that we're talking about, right?
I think I do know that, but I'm not.
Think about campaign donations. If anybody wants to see who is giving money to what candidate, all they have to do is get on the Texas Ethics Commission's website and can figure that out pretty quick, right?
And I think I did that, yes.
And it's not secret, is it?
No.
Okay. You don't know anything about late night legal advice, at least, or legal guidance. You didn't have a role in that, did you not?
Well, I certainly didn't at the time, no.
Okay. I'm just talking about what you knew.
Yeah.
You didn't know anything about whether there was any foreclosure stopped, right?
Not at the time, no.
You don't know anything about some secret meeting in an alleyway in the dark of night between Nate Paul and young Drew Wicker, right?
No, I don't.
That sounds ridiculous, does it not?
Not necessarily.
Did you know this guy Maxwell, this Texas Ranger, this guy that's in the Ranger Hall of Fame, you know who I'm talking about?
Absolutely.
Did you know that he told these people when he was interviewed that there had been a secret meeting in an alleyway in the dark of night where a folder was handed over from Drew Wicker to Nate Paul? Did you know he had said that?
No,
Objection. Cross-examination by what someone else might have said is not proper.
Sustained.
He said he heard that from 5 or 6 people. Did you tell him that?
I did not tell him that, no.
And you didn't have any role whatsoever in the retention of outside counsel at the AG's office, did you? I'm talking about specifically Mr. Kamek.
Oh, that retention of outside counsel? No.
Okay. So that just kind of forecloses. Sounds like what you were involved in was the Mitty Foundation intervention as it relates to this proceeding. True?
I think that's largely yes.
Yeah. So when we talk about personal knowledge, and you know what 602 personal knowledge is under the rules, do you not?
Reasonably well.
Yeah. You're not supposed to testify about things unless you have personal knowledge. That's rule 602 of the rules of evidence.
I'll take you at your word, 602. I don't remember the number, but yeah.
I had a federal judge that made me learn the numbers, so they're burned in my brain. So let's talk about what you actually have personal knowledge of. You know, Mr. DeGuerin has been telling us, using the words ordered, demanded. Remember him using those words?
He may, I'm not sure, but he may have.
I mean, we know General Paxton, we call him General Paxton, but he's not in the military, is he?
No.
Okay, he doesn't go around barking orders, does he?
I would not say he barks orders.
Yeah, this guy, if anybody's ever dealt with him knows that he's pretty low key, pretty laid back, right?
That's a hard description for me to use.
But he's not some right-wing, crazy authoritarian walking around in lockstep, is he?
Well, that's a hard way to say it. You know,
to give you an easier way to say it.
Yeah.
He's not the kind of guy that screams at people and tells them, you go do this, you go do that. He doesn't do that.
Well, I can't answer yes to that because I have heard him do that before.
Okay. Now let's focus. Eric, could you put up Article 1? Since you're here to talk about the Mitty Foundation intervention, it's titled Protection of Charitable Organizations, right?
I'm reading it, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, you've read this before, have you not?
I have read this before,
Sure.
yes.
And you knew you were here to testify and that most of your testimony would probably relate to this article, right?
Well, the Mitty Foundation, yes.
Sure. The very first sentence, protection, or I guess you should say the second sentence, protection of charitable organization there. That's not even correct, is it? Because that's not what the role of the Attorney General's office is it?
Well, we're tasked with protecting the public interest in charity.
Protecting the public interest in charity, isn't that right?
That's right.
Not protecting charities, right?
There's some overlap there.
Some overlap, but that's not what the AG's role is it?
No, that's right. I mean, we are not obligated to protect charitable trusts generally, as, you know, if they are protecting themselves, for instance.
Now, we'll come back to that, but let's look at, I know you were several levels up the chain of command over Joshua Godby, but it was Godby who was in charge of the charitable trust area, true?
There was a division at that time called Financial Litigation and Charitable Trusts, and that was under Josh Godby.
Okay, and you, of course, are familiar with the role of the AG's office in charitable trusts.
I am generally familiar with that role, yes.
You told me it's highly unusual. I think you told Mr. DeGuerin it's highly unusual for the AG's office to get involved with charitable trusts, right?
It's highly unusual. I don't think I used that term. I think I used the term that it was something that we did, but it was not, it was not a huge volume of work that we did, but that we did intervene in some number of cases every year.
Okay, then because it sounded like, and I thought it sounded to me like you were making the case that this was incredibly unusual for the AG's office to get involved in any litigation involving charities. That's not true at all, is it?
No. Okay. No, the AG's office from time to time would be involved in litigation involving a charity.
Because the AG's office gets complaints every year about charities, does it not?
Well, it gets complaints and it also gets notified of lawsuits.
Sir, I'm on a time clock, and if you could just answer my question, I'd really appreciate it. Can you do that for me? Just answer it, okay? Is it true that the AG's office gets many complaints every year about charities?
I'm having trouble answering that.
I'll help you. Eric, pull up 429, AG 429. Somebody prepared a PowerPoint about the AG's role with regard to charities. Do you see the first page?
Yeah, I was involved in preparing this.
Right. It says, protect the public interest in charity. See that?
I do.
Now, turn the next page, Eric. One of the questions Mr. DeGuerin asked you was how many charities or foundations there were in Texas. Remember that?
Yes.
Now we know what the numbers are, don't we? First bullet point.
Yes.
It's right there in black and white. As of December 2019,
yes,
over 102,000 charities and about 7,500 private foundations, right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. It even provides the gross assets. See that?
Yes.
Next page, Eric. Eric, is this straight? There we go. And if we wondered, if the jurors wondered how active the AG's office was, in fact, how active it was with regard to charities, it's right there in black and white, right? These are the number of complaints received in fiscal year 18, 19, and 2020, right?
Yes.
So now we know.
As I see it here, yes.
Yeah, now we know, right?
Hmm.
Right?
Well, now we know how many, yes.
Okay. So let's go. And you know, of course, that the Mitty Foundation had a sordid history, true?
I know that they had, we had been involved with an investigation of some nature of the Mitty Foundation, I believe, in the late 00s.
Yeah, I mean, let's all be clear. Not only had the AG's office been involved with the Mitty Foundation, the AG's office had in fact sued the Mitty Foundation. Isn't that right?
I'll take your word for it, but I don't.
You don't need to take my word. Exhibit 223, Eric. You know what an original petition is?
Yes,
That's a lawsuit, right?
it is.
That's a lawsuit where Greg Abbott was the Attorney General, right?
It appears to be, yes.
And Greg Abbott sued the Mitty Foundation. Do you see that?
I do.
And have you ever looked at this lawsuit before and all of the allegations made by the AG's office against the Mitty Foundation?
I cannot recall whether I looked at this specific petition or not.
Page 4, Eric. In case any of our jurors wanted to see the long and sordid history of the Mitty Foundation, it's right there in black and white, prepared by the Office of the Attorney General. See that?
Well, I see the allegations here, yes.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't think that the AG's office would just make allegations with no proof, would you?
Well, I'm not suggesting that. I had no personal involvement in this. I have no personal knowledge.
Right. And you know, of course, that this lawsuit that Greg Abbott's office filed when he was the AG led to a settlement and a consent decree?
I believe all I know about it, if you want to know, is that I believe one or more officers or board members of the Mitty Foundation were removed for some sort of violations.
Now, let's move forward in time to June of 2020. Eric, bring up AG 42. What's supposed to happen is that when a charity is involved in litigation, a notice is supposed to be sent to the AG's office so it can do its job. Is that right?
So that it can assess whether it should become involved.
Whether it's within the public's interest to intervene or get involved, right?
I don't know if there is a more specific analysis, but that would certainly be a consideration, yes.
One thing you know is that on at least 2 occasions, the Mitty Foundation failed to send timely notice to the Office of Attorney General. You know that, don't you?
I don't.
You don't even know that?
No, I don't.
Okay. What we have here, AG Exhibit 42, is a notice letter sent from some of Nate Paul's entities regarding what they claim to be changes in the litigation. You see that?
Is it possible to blow it up just a little bit?
Eric, bring up the body of the letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry, if you could re-ask.
The point is, notice was sent by Nate Paul's organizations informing the AG's office of the litigation and also that at least from their point of view, there'd been some sort of change in the circumstance.
Okay, I didn't see the letter, but I assume this letter is from Nate Paul's organization.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
I see that.
All right. And you know, of course, that the AG's office was provided with a very lengthy memo laying out not only the past problems with Mitty Foundation, but also current problems with the Mitty Foundation. True?
I did see that memo, yes.
This was a very lengthy and detailed memo, was it not?
It was a lengthy and detailed memo.
And if our jurors want to see what the justification was for the AG deciding to intervene into this Mitty Foundation litigation, they could look at AG 33. Would you put it on the screen? You've seen this memo before, have you not?
Did you want me to answer? Was there a question before this, or do you?
No, this is the question. You've seen this memo before, have you not?
I have seen this memo before, yes.
This memo it goes on and on, page after page, does it not?
I don't know how many pages. It looks like there's 6 pages.
Well, it's got a lot of attachments too. Look over here. Sir.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Right.
All right. And this is something that you looked at before you signed off on intervention in the Mitty Foundation case, right?
Likely.
Okay. And let's get to that. Eric, bring up AG Exhibit 151. You had told us about this bureaucratic procedure where this person signs and then it goes to the next person and then the next person up the chain of command, right?
Well, I wouldn't characterize it that way, but there is a procedure by which several people approve an intervention into a charitable lawsuit.
And that's what we're looking at here, true?
That is correct. Related to the Mitty Foundation, yes.
Right. And we can see that Mary Henderson signed off.
Yes.
And that was the same Mary Henderson that previously had been part of a memo saying that we maybe shouldn't get involved 6 months prior?
Yes.
Okay. And then we see that one of your subordinates, Joshua Godby, signed off, right?
That is correct.
And then we see that you signed off, right?
Indeed. Yes, I did.
And then we see that your boss signed off, right?
Mr. Mateer, yes.
And each of you signed off on an official government document because you felt at the time that it was in the best interest to do so. Isn't that right?
Based on what I have been told at the time, I believe that there was a colorable reason to intervene, yes.
Let's make sure we understand what you just said to us all. You said colorable reason?
Yes.
That's lawyer words, right?
Well, I don't know. I think everybody understands that.
You felt like, just you, let's just focus on you because I've asked some of these other folks.
Yes.
You felt like intervention was justified based on what you knew. Isn't that right?
Based on my conversations with the Attorney General, I believed that it was important for us to intervene in the Mitty Foundation litigation and that he had colorable reasons to do so that I had no reason to question at the time.
You make sure I get it so we can be clear. If you didn't think it was justified, you wouldn't have done it, right?
If I had believed at this time that the office would be acting against the Mitty Foundation, I would never have signed off on the intervention.
Mr. McCarty, I don't mean to be short with you, but I only have a short amount of time. And I know you like to speak in paragraphs, but could you just answer my question directly? You believed at the time it was justified. That's why you signed off, right?
No.
You believe that the information you had justified you signing off at that point in time, right?
I would not have made that decision on my own.
Okay. And we see that there's 1, 2, 3, 4 different people that made that decision, don't we?
There were 4 people who signed off on this.
How long did it take you to decide to sign off? Can you tell us?
It's hard for me to say how long it took for me to sign off. In other words, from the time I first learned of this until I ultimately signed off, I don't remember how long.
Let's look. Exhibit 305, Eric. You see on here that on June 6th at 4:52, see that email that you were sent from Josh Godby?
Yes.
And do you see at the top where you had signed off by 5:26?
Well,
38 minutes.
The difference between receiving the document and making the decision to sign off, it doesn't mean that I mean, clearly there were conversations prior to receiving it.
Not only did you sign off on the Mitty intervention, you also signed off on a memo authorizing an investigation of the Mitty Foundation, didn't you?
That's correct.
Let's look at that, Eric. AG Exhibit 155. And I think it's important, sir, as we're pulling that up, to think about what what you were doing then versus what you decided to do once you lawyered up. Okay, that's why I'm looking at this stuff back in time. AG,
I'm sorry, if that's a question, I have a response, but it may not be a question.
okay, AG 155. This is where you, along with four other individuals, approved an investigation of the Mitty Foundation. Isn't that right?
Yes, we approve this.
Okay. Now, let's focus on Nate Paul a little bit. Nate Paul was a major pain in the rear end, was he not? Take the document down so our witness is not distracted.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to, I'm sorry, could you repeat your question quickly?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Nate Paul was a major pain in the rear end, wasn't he?
I don't know that I would describe him that way.
Did you ever meet him?
I have met him, yes.
Was he aggressive?
I think he was somewhat aggressive at the time.
Condescending sometimes?
I think that's a fair characterization.
Demanding?
Well, clearly demanding.
Yeah. We look at AG 219. He began to accuse the AG's office literally within 30 to 40 days of wrongdoing with regard to the Mitty Foundation, didn't he?
Yes, I think that's a fair characterization.
I mean, he claimed that the AG's office had a conflict of interest, right?
Josh Godby, I believe.
He claimed that the AG's office wasn't doing its job, right?
In so many words.
He claimed that the AG's office was biased in favor of the Mitty Foundation, right?
I don't recall, but he could have.
Let's look, Eric. Go to the fourth page. Pull it up, Eric. Fourth page, second paragraph from the top. Just so we're clear. I mean, this is within 30, 35, 40 days of the intervention, and he is saying that Josh Godby is grossly negligent, and also that has a lack of openness and clear bias. Do you see that language? It's the last sentence, second paragraph.
Yes, I see that.
So this Nate Paul, who supposedly was given the keys to the AG's office, is accusing the AG's office of being biased, grossly negligent, right?
Yes, he is.
He also was raising this issue that there was somebody who was married to the receiver in the Mitty Foundation who worked at the AG's office, right?
There was some sort of familiar relationship that he was upset about. I don't remember the specifics.
He was very upset that no one had ever told him that an individual who worked in the AG's office was married to the receiver in the case, right? Did I get that right?
That sounds familiar. I don't remember the details, but that sounds familiar.
Did anybody ever disclose that to him? That, you know what, just FYI, we're intervening, we're not taking sides, but we do have somebody who's working in our office for one of the parties in the case, or married to somebody working for one of the parties in the case.
The receiver?
Yes, sir.
Well, that wouldn't have been one of the parties, but to your question about whether Nate Paul was informed of that relationship, I'm not aware that he was.
By the AG's office?
Yeah, well, I'm not aware that he was.
And he sent email after email after email to Josh Godby that you saw, where he made allegation after allegation after allegation against the AG's office. Isn't that right?
He made allegations and he made demands, and he, sort of demeaned our professionalism.
He was just aggressive and mean-spirited and accusing you guys of all kinds of things, wasn't he?
He was certainly aggressive. I don't know about mean-spirited, but he certainly made accusations too.
I mean, when somebody calls you grossly negligent and clearly biased, that's not very nice, is it?
Well, I'm a lawyer, so I'm used to that.
That happens to you a lot?
Well, not to me personally.
Okay. Let's look, just so we can close this loop. Eric, 165, please. He claimed, or his lawyer claimed, directly to you that the Office of the Attorney General had a clear, all right, let me make it clear, a significant conflict of interest.
Can I see where you're looking?
Yeah, Eric, bring up the first and second paragraphs of Michael Wynn's letter or email to Darren McCarty in September 2020. He's accusing the AG's office of a conflict of interest, isn't he?
He is. He is, yes. Yeah, I mean, yes.
He's
not
saying,
accusing us, he's stating it. Yes.
He's saying that the OAG's office employs an individual who's married to the receiver, right?
I see that.
Yeah. And he's raising all kinds of cane about that too, isn't he?
Well, he's certainly stating it, yes.
Did you know he ultimately threatened a lawsuit against the office for this very reason?
I remember that we received a communication, I believe, after I had reported to the FBI that was putting us on notice of claims against the office, as I recall.
You were telling us that you had conversations with Sheena Paul.
I did.
Sheena Paul was Nate Paul's sister.
And lawyer.
And also his lawyer.
That's correct.
But you also had conversations with the lawyers from Mitty Foundation too, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah, so when you suggest, you weren't trying to suggest, I'm sure, that you were only talking to Nate Paul's lawyers. You were talking to the lawyers for the Mitty Foundation too, weren't you?
I was.
Okay. You never were told by Ken Paxton, take a side, were you?
I was told by Ken Paxton to expedite the termination of the litigation if possible.
Listen to my question so we can all go home. You were never told by Ken Paxton, pick a side or pick Nate Paul's side, were you?
He never used those words with me.
And do you remember when the news broke and the news was about to break and the Texas Tribune being in a meeting and you were getting a call from the Tribune lawyer, or I'm sorry, the Tribune reporter, and they wanted you to make a comment about the Mitty Foundation intervention?
I believe that I received an email.
Yeah, you received an email, and the allegation against you was that you had threatened the Mitty Foundation.
I do recall that, yes.
They claim that you had told them there will be trouble if the Mitty Foundation didn't settle, right?
Yes.
That's what they were going to say in the newspaper, right?
Yes.
And you knew that was absolutely false, didn't you?
I believe that to be false. Yes.
I mean, the newspaper was getting ready to report that you, Darren McCarty, had been making threats against the Mitty Foundation on behalf of Nate Paul, right?
No.
You had been making threats against the Mitty Foundation if they didn't settle the case.
I believe that was what they intended to report, something of that nature.
Totally false.
I never threatened the Mitty Foundation.
That was totally false, right?
That I made a threat?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was false.
But they were going to run with that if you didn't respond. They told you that, didn't they?
They did.
Let's make sure we're clear about this. If you didn't respond, the Texas Tribune was going to write a story where they claimed that you threatened the Mitty Foundation with trouble if they did not settle the case. That's what they were going to report, weren't they?
Well, that's what they were telling me at the time, as I recall. I know there's an email that has the words in black and white, but it was something of that nature.
And they kept after you for you to comment, didn't they?
Well, I don't think they kept after me. I think they just sent it once.
Yeah, but that's upset you pretty good, didn't it?
Yes, it bothered me.
Yeah, you were animated about that, weren't you?
I was bothered without question.
And you wanted to make it clear that you never said that. Never said that, right?
That I never threatened the Mitty Foundation.
Because you never did you?
I did not threaten the Mitty Foundation.
Let me ask you finally, were you, let's look at AG 1020, the last bullet point. Just want to know, we've been trying to figure out who was all involved in this. Bring that up, that last bullet point. AG 1020, were you part of the group after y'all went to the FBI that were also planning on cooking up bar complaints against your boss, Ken Paxton? Were you part of that group?
I don't have any recollection of that.
That would be really wrong to be cooking things up because you felt like you had been somehow mistreated, right?
I never considered retaliating against Ken Paxton.
Yeah, I mean, think about that. Cooking something up, that sounds like we're just going to make this foolishness up so we can try to protect ourselves, right?
I was not a participant in that conversation, have no idea of the context.
You would never.
I have no personal knowledge.
You would never even say that, would you? You would never say, let's cook up an FBI complaint, let's cook up a bar complaint, let's cook up a lot of foolishness because I think we're about to be fired. You'd never do that, would you? Would you do that?
Would I make a false complaint? No.
Okay. Your Honor, thank you very much. Pass the witness.
Redirect, Mr. DeGarrett.
Very briefly, Mr. Busby asked you, and I think the answer was that there was a colorable reason to intervene. A colorable reason to intervene. What is the real reason you approved the intervention?
Because Attorney General Paxton, who was the elected official, thought it was very important to intervene, and his reasons for that intervention were, one, that the Mitty Foundation had past problems that the office had been involved with and sort of, I guess, colored the Mitty Foundation's trustworthiness or something like that. And secondly, that the Mitty Foundation was wasting money in a lawsuit that it shouldn't waste.
And that's what Ken Paxton told you, right?
That is correct.
But you found out that wasn't true, didn't you?
Yes, I found no evidence that the Mitty Foundation was being improperly managed or run. And I saw no reason to believe that the Mitty Foundation was somehow improvidently pursuing this lawsuit.
So in the end, do you believe Ken Paxton was telling you to act in the best interest of the Mitty Foundation or the public interest in the Mitty Foundation? Yes or no?
No.
What?
No, I do not.
Would you bring up Article 1, please? Specifically, Paxton caused employees of his office to intervene in a lawsuit brought by the Roy F. and Joanne Cole Mitty Foundation against several corporate entities controlled by Nate Paul, Paxton harmed the Mitty Foundation in an effort to benefit Paul. Is that true?
I believe that to be true, yes.
What?
I believe that to be true, yes.
No further questions.
Recross?
And, all right.
Tell us how the Mitty Foundation was harmed.
I believe the Mitty Foundation was harmed in these ways. I believe, number one, the Mitty Foundation was threatened with an investigation by our office. I believe the Mitty Foundation.
Wait a minute, let's take them one by one.
Sure.
They were threatened. How does that harm them? It didn't harm them. You're the one that signed off on the investigation, didn't you?
I object to Mr. Busby cutting off the witness when he was responding to the question.
I'd like to take them one by one, Your Honor.
I don't care whether he'd like to take it one by one. He was responding to the question.
I'll sustain. You can take it one by one, sir.
They were threatened with an investigation. We intervened in a lawsuit that complicated the Mitty Foundation's litigation. I have no doubt incurred fees. It delayed the Mitty Foundation's lawsuit by some amount of time and potentially pressured them improperly related to their litigation with the Mitty Foundation. And ultimately, and most importantly for me, I guess sort of the straw that broke the camel's back was that our office, under the color of, well, I shouldn't say the color of our office, under the authority of our office, we had used the criminal justice system to prejudice the Mitty Foundation's interest in the lawsuit.
Wait a minute, sir. We're talking about Article 1. We're not talking about CAMIC. We're not talking about a subpoena to a bank. I'm just trying to figure out in Article 1, okay. How did an intervention, you think they may have spent up more on fees? That's what you say, maybe, right?
Well, I believe that it undoubtedly did. They had to respond to our motions, and we were involved in the foundation lawsuit, and that was a complicating factor.
Maybe. You don't know that. Let's be clear, sir. We're in a court. You don't know that, do you?
Well, I think I do know that.
Okay. All right, tell me what their fees were with or without the intervention.
I didn't give a number, and I don't have a number.
Okay, so you can't provide any testimony, any evidence whatsoever of how the fees were more because of a 3-month intervention. Is that right?
I just said they were more. I didn't say how much more.
Yeah, they could have been less for all you know.
I can't agree with that.
You don't know is the point.
I think I do know.
And so what was the other thing you said? They were threatened with an investigation?
They were threatened with an investigation.
They weren't threatened, sir. You signed off on a memo authorizing an investigation, remember?
I do.
I object to Mr. Busby arguing with the witness, Your Honor.
Overruled.
You personally signed off on a memo authorizing an investigation, didn't you?
Well,
objection,
yes.
Non-responsive.
Okay.
Sustained.
You personally.
What did you just say to the court?
I said, yes, I signed off on a memo. I thought that was responsive to your question.
No, you started your answer with well, and you were going into another paragraph. I'm just asking you very specific questions. You personally signed off and authorized an investigation of the Mitty Foundation, didn't you?
I did.
Along with your boss, correct?
Yes.
Along with your subordinate, correct?
Yes.
Along with his subordinate, correct?
I don't think so.
There was one other person below Josh Godby in the chain of command. She signed off as well. Mary Henderson, remember that name?
I do.
Okay. 4 different people from the AG's office signed off on a memo to investigate the Mitty Foundation. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And we know that the problems with the Mitty Foundation weren't just back in Greg Abbott's tenure at the office. They were more recent, weren't they?
I believe there was something in 2019.
What was that in 2019?
I don't
remember?
Recall. I don't remember, no.
Do you not remember? The CEO, what was the name? The CEO having to be replaced because of misconduct?
I believe this is outside the scope of the redirect, Your Honor, and I object.
It's actually not, Your Honor. We talked right about this in the cross.
Overruled.
Thank you. Do you not remember that?
I remember that there was something in 2019 concerning a member of the board or the foundation, but I don't remember
Eric,
specifics.
Bring up AG 33. Go to the second page real fast.
Your Honor, objection again. This is clearly outside the scope of what my redirect was. I covered two very brief areas, nothing about any 2019 investigation.
Again, Your Honor, he came back up here and tried to get despite the documents in the case, elicited from this witness something that's 180 degrees different than the documents. And so I'm entitled to show that his testimony doesn't match the historical record. And that's what I'm trying to do, hopefully in 5 minutes.
Overruled.
All right, Eric, bring up the paragraph 1, financial status of Mitty Foundation. What we see here is the justification after Greg Abbott had already had intervention with the AG's office. This is more recent information. Do you see that?
This is the memo that Nate Paul's organization sent to us. Is that what this is?
That's what it is. That's what you reviewed before you signed off on the intervention.
I'm not trying to be argumentative at all. I'm just trying to understand what document I'm looking at.
This is something that you would have been, everybody in this courtroom, you would have seen this document before anybody. You understand that, right? You saw this document back in June of 2020, right?
That sounds right, yes.
Okay. And it lays out in detail all of the financial issues with regard to the Mitty Foundation, including its negative cash flow of $440,000, right?
I see what it says here.
It talks about forms not being filed in a timely fashion. Do you see that?
I see that it says that.
It talks about the assets of the Mitty Foundation is about $15 million. Do you see that at the bottom bullet point?
I see that it says that.
And one of the concerns could have been from the AG's office, why is a foundation, in the grand scheme of things, not a very large foundation, why is it engaged and investing into land deals? That could have been one of the questions raised, right?
It wasn't. It was not one of the questions raised.
We've heard the testimony. And let's go to the next page. And it continues with the legal fees that have been incurred and questions about how much the receiver's being paid and how much the lawyers are being paid and what the fee arrangements are. You remember all that?
I certainly remember that Nate Paul's organization made these statements and these allegations, yes.
And so if the jurors want to see, despite your testimony, despite what you say now, if they want to see in the documents the reason and justification for the intervention, they need only look right here. Isn't that right?
Utterly incorrect.
Mm-hmm. Did you make it a practice when, as a lawyer or at the AG's office, to sign a document that says one thing, but actually you had hidden reasons? Because that's what you're saying. I mean, let's be clear what you're saying. You're saying, hey, ladies and gentlemen, I signed something to authorize an intervention, but I really didn't mean it. I had other reasons for it. That's what you're telling us all, isn't it?
Absolutely not.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
No further questions. We have a housekeeping matter that we'd like to approach about.
Okay. Can we excuse the witness?
Yes.
You may be excused. Both parties come up. You said you had a housekeeping matter.